Sometimes we are trying to fit into a mold that we are not really naturally, and we wonder why things aren't working out. So it could be that you're someone who's amazing at like starting something, like having the idea for it, having the understanding about it, like the vision, exactly the heart of what something is. But then a couple of years later, you lose interest because you are not a builder or an operator.
This is Amazon's new money-making app. Let me show you how it works. That app is called Audible. It's created by Amazon and it is exploding.
You feel me? Like that starting to make sense? It could be that you are a builder or an operator, meaning you don't really have a lot of ideas that are fresh. But if somebody were to give you an idea, you could take that and run with it. You could kill when it comes to getting that thing off of the ground, making it work, putting the pieces together. You are an operator, you are a builder. It could be that you are a catalyst, meaning you don't like to really start new things because you don't really have that kind of, creativity that you love. And you don't want to operate things on a day-to-day basis because it's just like, even if you told me how to do it, I was, I don't want to do that. But that you're a catalyzer, meaning you put people together, you make things happen. You are the reason that that spark becomes a flame, right? Now, of course, the way I have like a whole thing where you can be one of them and then have it's like a star sign, right? You are this with something rising. So you can be a a launcher type with a catalyst rising. So that's really me. Like I think I'm a builder. I mean, I'm a launcher with a catalyst rising, or a catalyst with a launcher rising. Or you can be an operator with a builder rising, with a launcher rising. But it's important that you figure out who you are. Like who are you? I spent so much time, so many years, like even after getting out of poverty, being in the spotlight, working with hundreds of investors and founders, I spent so much time trying to fit into the builder operator role because I thought that's the responsible thing to do. That's the thing that I'm supposed to do. I'm this title. This is my job title. This is what is expected of me. Even someone as like outspoken as I am. Years, and I was burnt out constantly. I was not feeling fulfilled except for a few times per year where I felt like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do in this world. And I was stuck. I couldn't get past certain things when it came to my companies. When I figured out that I am a launcher and a catalyst, everything in my life changed. Instead of trying to fit into a mold and meet expectations, I started putting 100% of my energy and my time into only the things that I enjoy doing. And because I enjoy launching and catalyzing, that means I had a ton of impact on a lot of people, and I still do. And I got to have so much fun doing it, and I get to have so much fun doing it. YouTube is a great example. My Arlen's All Access is a great example. That's my membership that you can look at the description and learn more about. These are great examples. If you are someone who is trying to be a launcher, but you're really a builder and operator or operator, then you may feel stuck because you may be like, I'm supposed to know what to do. I'm supposed to know what to build or what to offer, what to do. But I feel like actually I need somebody to tell me. I don't feel like I'm a launcher. When you discover that, oh, okay, I'm a builder, so I need to find a launcher. I need to find someone who has the spark. I need to find someone who has the ideas. And that person who has the ideas may not want to do the operating building part of it as much as I do. So we would be a great fit. And we might find a third person who is a catalyzer. someone who catalyzes the situation, who goes out and gets deals and is a salesperson, is maybe brings an opportunity, right? So once you discover who you are, what you are, and then that's okay, you just find your counterpart. So if you made it this long in the video, you're getting all the sauce. Like this is what millionaires and billionaires do every single day. I get to be around them. I know. I've made millions of dollars. I know. This is what they do. They don't try to fit into this mold over and over and over again. That's just not working. And then they're stuck. And then they find themselves in their 20 and then 30 and then 40 and then 50. And they're just like, where is my life going? When am I going to start living? Instead, they start living sooner because they figure that part out. And that's what you can do right now. Isn't it exciting that you have the opportunity and the power to figure that part out right now? All you have to do is spend a little time staring at the ceiling or staring out of a window by yourself. Get some time by yourself and have a thought about it. Put some earphones in or earplugs in if you don't, have privacy. If you have roommates, kids, whatever. Find some time for yourself and say, what am I really? If this is helping you have a self-discovery and it's actually changing something and shifting something for you, it would mean the world to me if you would let me know in the comments, because this is why I do what I do. And this is why I was called to do this very video. It is calling to me, and I'm so grateful that you're here listening. If you made it this far, you're amazing. You're going to do great. You're going to make more money because you know you have to. You have to. You have to put yourself in a position where you have more freedom, more options, where you have more of a life. You have more life. You can make more decisions. You can go more places. You can have more experiences. You can say yes to the people you want to say yes to and no to the people you want to say no to. What kind of freedom is that? I want you to make more than your boss ever dreamed of making. I want you to make more than the person who has hurt you the most ever dreamed of making. How does that feel? How does that feel? What does Beyonce say? The paper is your revenge. It's true. I want to help create 1,000 new millionaires so that they can feel what I felt going from broke, homeless just a few years ago, sleeping on the floor of the San Francisco airport, to having the ability to live the life I want, have a fulfilling time, and help other people. I have generated millions of dollars since that time when I was homeless. For most of my life, actually, I had housing insecurity, food insecurity, and I've gone on to raise millions and to generate millions of dollars for myself and other people. In fact, let me show you something really quick. It's 1,000 new millionaires. 1,000 new millionaires. This is like my mantra. This is what I want to truly help make happen. And I'm doing it in a few ways. And so I thought, I had a recent viral video and I had a lot of new subscribers join. And I thought many of you may not know my story. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about my story, but also tell you about my plan. The most important part of this is my plan to help you be one of those 1,000, if not more, right? Because if we can bring more, we will, right? Okay, so first of all, what would be really cool is I want to know more about you. I have been looking at all these hundreds and hundreds of new comments and reading every single one because I'm the one who posts them. Like, I allow them to go on the site. And I'm getting to know so much about you. But what I realize is I don't know, like, your name and what city you live in and what you do and all of that, right? You're just sort of reacting to my videos, which is awesome. Thank you for doing that. So let's do that now. Leave a comment and just let me know, like, if you want any of this. You don't have to say anything, and please don't leave any information that would leave you kind of in danger. Just like what's your first name? Where do you live, or like kind of close to the city you live, or what state? And if you want to say your age, that'd be cool. What do you do for a living? What are your hobbies? Like, tell me a little bit more about yourself, because I think that'll be really cool to see those comments and to see each other's comments. And then second of all, I wanted to show you something. I said I had a viral video recently, and I've had a couple of those, but this one was really viral in that it happened like immediately almost. And so I wanted to actually show you the statistics behind the scenes, the analytics of what happened, so that you can see this is one way that you can actually make money. So I'm showing you like behind the scenes. This is what I look at when I look at my YouTube dashboard. And the dashboard it's called Studio. And look, this is like in real time, it's blinking and it's like showing you what's happening. So this is crazy. For my channel, this is very, like, there's a lot more views than I normally get. So this is what happened. When I want to say it was 6 days ago. So 6 days ago, I posted this video, the $1 Million Skill. Learn this skill and you'll never worry about money again. That's what it was called, right here. Okay, and you may have seen this video, and people just really resonated with it. But at the same time, I did an experiment during the video, and I'm going to do that experiment again here, because I think I just want this to be like a group effort. So first I'll show you this, and then I'll tell you the experiment. So first, it has so far in 6 days 236,000 views. That is insane. And then it has 12.3 thousand new subscribers. So what that did was it sent me over the 100,000 subscriber mark. And if you're not familiar, YouTube gives you a plaque when you get 100,000 subscribers, and then again when you get 1 million subscribers. So YouTube really thinks that 100,000 subscribers is a big deal. And I know that there are like maybe between 550,000 to 600,000 people who have made that, but there are 50 million plus YouTube channels that are actually trying to get that. So that's really, really cool. That's like, 1% make it that far. So I'm at 110. Actually, I'll show you. Let's see. What am I at right now? I'm at 111,830 subscribers, and most of those, like the ones over 100,000, came from this one video. All right, so let's look at it just a little bit more. And I think just to show you, because you can make money from this. You can have this type of moment happen. You can have this type of breakout moment for your brand and for your life. Okay. So also look at the revenue for this one video, and it doesn't even count the last 2 days. Let's see, does it count? Yeah, it doesn't count the last like day and a half. It only goes up. So there's more. So $3,241 in those first 5 days. And, it'll taper off. It'll start to go, it'll start to slow down. But this will make me money for months or years. And it may be $1 a day or maybe more, depending on how it goes. But it keeps refreshing here. See, you can see this is how many people have seen this video just in the last, like, in an hour time. So I wanted you to see this because I'm going to tell you exactly why I think it happened. It's because we did this experiment, and I would love to do this experiment on a bigger scale with you. That's why I'm telling you about it. And I also want to teach you a little bit about YouTube and about the ways that I want to help you make more money. So if you want me to help you make more money, let me know in the comments if that's cool. Okay, so first of all, the reason I think it had such a breakout, and let's test it right now, is because I said, hey, can you subscribe for my experiment? Just subscribe, because I think that YouTube pushes the video out more if people subscribe. And boy, was I right. Okay, so that's what we're going to do right now. So if you don't want to subscribe, you don't have to. Please don't worry about it. But if you are not subscribed right now, hit the subscribe button right now, and let's see what happens. Let's see if this happens again with this video. Maybe it'll be a flop. We'll see. But either way, I'm having a great time, so it's all good. But so hit the subscribe button. If you are already subscribed, do not unsubscribe to subscribe, because that actually is a negative signal to YouTube. Just leave it as is. But if you're not subscribed, just hit the subscribe button below, and it would just be so helpful to me. Also, if you're watching this on a TV, like I watch most of my YouTube videos on a TV, hi, good to see you. I know I'm really in your face right now, but if you're watching this on a TV, you just put the arrow up usually, and then you can find a picture of my channel, and then you hit subscribe from there. So that's what we're going to do, but we're going to do this on a bigger scale, because what I noticed about some of the like more popular fast growing YouTube channels is that they ask this every single video. So what I want to do is I want to see if we can make my channel one of the largest education channels on YouTube. Do you think we can do that? Do you think we can make that happen? I kind of do, because I started with 4,000 subscribers January 24, and now January 25, I have 111,000 subscribers, so more than 100,000 in 1 year. And I actually think that we can do even more than 100,000 for the next 12 months. But I think it has to be both of us. So if you're just joining and you're just like, who is this person? I'm going to tell you exactly how this affects you and how this helps you. So as I said earlier, I was homeless and broke I was broke for most of my life, up until I was about 35. I'm 44 now. And I had a lot of housing insecurity. As a child, we did as a family, and then as an adult, I did alone and with my mom, and it was a whole thing. And a few years ago, I decided I wanted to create a venture capital fund that invests in underrepresented founders, because I had been in Texas. I grew up in Texas. I had been back, all over the country, but I moved back to Texas to live with my mom so that we could make ends meet. And I was just seeing all this information about like Silicon Valley and tech startups and what innovation was coming out of that. And I felt for the first time, oh, this is me. Like I was in my 30s and I was like, I feel like a founder. I just didn't know what it was called, like an entrepreneur. Like, have you ever had that happen where you're not exactly like your rest of your friends? You just kind of a little bit off the beaten path. That's what I was. And so when I found, tech companies, not that I was a coder or anything, but I just felt like, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a person who kind of creates these things. And I know you relate to that. So when I found that I wanted to start my own company, my own tech company, and I wanted to go out and raise money because I thought that's what you had to do, because I had seen that in movies and read about it. So when I was learning about how do you raise money, how do you start a company, that's when I found out. I read the statistic, it changed my entire life. And it said that less than 10% of all venture capital goes to anyone who's a woman, anyone who's Black or brown, anyone who's LGBTQ+, anyone who's a veteran, all of that, all mixed together in the United States. And 90% goes to straight white men. Now, I started going around to straight white men and I'm saying, did you know this statistic? And they didn't know it. They thought it was crazy too. So some of them eventually, after like 3 years of me asking, invested. But how did I go from being like homeless to having people invest in me? Well, I wrote a book called It's About Damn Time, where I tell the entire story, and that's linked below in the description. But I read the audio for it, by the way. I'm very proud of that. I read the audio for it, so you can kind of hear my story and then get motivated by me. But I spent 3.5 years pounding the pavement, asking people, putting myself in a position where it was like kind of embarrassing, because I was asking, but I was asking for other people. I was like, these other people need to be invested in, and I want to help them. And I gotten told no over and over and over again. Either it was like, oh, this is a nice thing you're doing, but it's more like a nonprofit, or, oh, I don't think it's a good idea, or whatever, right? It was all these different excuses, but it was kind of disheartening. And I was already broke already, so I'm going around broke as hell saying, hey, can you give me $1 million? So I learned so much during that time. And I did get a break. I got a break after getting myself to Silicon Valley, to San Francisco area. I ended up sleeping on the floor of the San Francisco airport. I do not recommend that. I do not recommend going for broke, but I just didn't have any other option. I honestly didn't have anywhere else to go at this point. I had exhausted every single resource in my pursuit and just in life in general. And there we could get into all of like the socioeconomic things and why a black woman like myself might have been in that position. But what I more so want to talk about is how like I never gave up. I never said, well, this is how the world is. This is how the US treats women and black people, and this is how this dot dot dot. I knew it and I understood it, but I also said, you know what? I'm doing this for them. So we are going to go. We are going to go. Let's go. Put in the comments right now. If you're seeing this right now, put in let's go. Make sure you subscribe as well. Okay? Because this is where things get interesting. So I met a woman named Susan, who is a white woman, and it's important just because I don't want to talk bad about white people and then not tell you when someone did something cool, right? But anyway, the point of this is I met a woman named Susan. She was an investor, but she was just learning about investing. I had built up so much information and knowledge in those 3.5 years about investing in companies and just about companies in general, how to start a company, all of that. I had been talking to these founders, I had been interviewing them, I had been helping them behind the scenes. And so she had some questions. I was able to answer her questions. I was able to help her become a better investor. I call that becoming money because I didn't have money, but money attracts money. So what do you do when you don't have it? You become it. You get the information. You become the plug, right? You become money. One of those ways is having that information. Another way is building that network and being the plug for people. And I did both. And when I went to her after a few, weeks of back and forth, and I said, look, I want to invest in underrepresented founders. We call them underestimated now. She said, I'm going to take a bet on you. Now it took 3 months. It wasn't just overnight, and it had been 3.5 years at that point. And I was sleeping at the airport because I had nowhere else to go. I didn't have a dime to my name. And I would sometimes not be able to eat, She didn't know that because I didn't want to let her know. I didn't want her to invest in me because she felt sorry for me. So she invested in me. And then she introduced me to someone else and they invested in me, and so on and so forth. And what I did with that money is I immediately invested in my first company led by a Black founder. And the reason, again, if you're wondering like why does it matter if they're Black and she was white? It only matters because there have been systemic issues that have kept Black and brown people out of this game in venture capital. And when we are not given the resources that we need to innovate, that affects the world negatively, like everybody. It affects everybody negatively. It's just the same thing as like if you don't support women, you're also not supporting children and you're not supporting men, right? It's all kind of this vicious cycle. So it's really important to me. I was on a mission. I wanted to get more resources. And not only did I want to just get money for people, because I definitely did, but I wanted to like inspire people. I wanted to inspire people who were like on their own and that thought that they didn't have a chance because of these systemic issues. I wanted to say, look, they exist. We know it's not fair, but we are going to win this anyway. And I did this with a lot of white men around me helping as well, right? So it was like everybody was benefiting. The whole point of this is I have now gone on to raise more than $30 million and invest in more than 200 companies led by underrepresented founders in a 10-year period. And even all as fulfilling as all that has been, which it has been. I was on the cover of Fast Company. I was on the cover of Black Enterprise. I had a whole 9-part ABC News special like in the last 12 months. There's a lot that's happened, okay? But even through all of that, my favorite thing in the whole world is working with entrepreneurs to teach them how to make money. Not to teach them how to raise money, not to teach them how to invest. I mean, I do teach both of those things. I know how to do them like with my eyes closed. But what I'm saying to you is like, even with all of the success and the accolades and the proximity to people that, celebrities and all of that, even with all of that in that kind of like shiny investor world, my preference is to teach you how to make an extra $1,000 this week, right? Like that's, to me, that is where the real stuff is. That's where the substance is. And so that's what this channel is about. That's why I have this YouTube channel, because I realized, like, I knew about YouTube. I've been on YouTube for like 17 years or something crazy with different channels. But it wasn't until like January of 2024 that I understood YouTube. And it's why I had a video that I showed you that goes bonkers. And it's why before then I gained 92,000 subscribers. YouTube opens up a lot of opportunity in two major ways. One major way is that it helps me disseminate and give out my information to like all the stuff that I've learned over the years, going from homeless to making millions of dollars, right? It helps me give those step by step, that free information out every single day, no matter if I'm like actively recording or if I haven't uploaded in a few days. I have hundreds of videos that just give you free information, and I'm getting like a physical reaction to that. I can't tell you how powerful and fulfilling that is. And then the other way is that using it, like just like becoming a millionaire can be taught, using YouTube to build your brand and build your impact and your income. I teach you that. I can teach you that. That can be taught. Not just me, but others, right? You can also learn it just by searching and spending time on it. And it's free. So YouTube is free to start, which I think is awesome. And then you start making money. As you saw on my page, let me show you again. Like right here, this estimated revenue, let me just show you really quick so you can understand, in case you're not familiar. So I'm gonna just show you, let's say revenue. And so that's 28 days. Let me show you like the last 365 days. So YouTube pays you for posting, but you have to you have to get to a certain threshold before you can make money. And that threshold today is that you have to have 1,000 subscribers, and then you have to have 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 trailing months. And it sounds like a lot of watch hours, but it's actually not, because you can put up like a 30-minute video and maybe put up several videos. And I teach you all about that in different videos here on this channel. I'm gonna make a playlist. I'm gonna make like a YouTube playlist because it'll help you. But before even, let's just do lifetime. Let's do lifetime for this channel. So I've had this channel for like 5 years, I think. Okay, so yeah, February of 2020 is when I started. So it's 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Because it's not because I wasn't trying. Like, it was because I wasn't trying, right? It was because I didn't know about the monetization. I had no idea. And if you didn't know about the monetization, let me know in the comments. But if you knew about it, let me know too. Okay, so then I started, and you see in 2024, I started taking it seriously. And this is actually, I wasn't monetized until like, I think February or March, but it kind of went retroactive for me. So it's like, that was exciting. I've raised and generated, like forget raising, like I've raised $30 million. Yeah, that was not easy, but I've earned millions of dollars every single year. I do that. I earn it for myself. I earn it for my companies. I earn it for other people. But when I see like, oh, I get like $8, I get $26 a day for just posting, that makes me more excited. That makes me more excited because it's like you, I don't know, it's like a craft. Like it's something that I feel useful. I feel like it's something that you can see those results. So it's really fulfilling to get there. That's why I suggest you do it if you're at all interested. And believe me, I know that it's not easy to just start YouTube. I mean, it's easy to start one, but it's not easy to say, oh, I'm going to post all this time and I'm going to be on camera and I know what I'm going to talk about, all of that. But there are steps that will help you. So April, I started getting $20, on average. May, we had like a breakout video about how to make your first $10,000. You can go search for that. And so I started making like, woo, 100, 150, 200. Then it kind of calmed down for a while. And then if you're at all thinking, oh my gosh, yeah, it's free to start a YouTube, but then it costs money to have like a fancy YouTube. I had done all this fancy stuff around here. Like I had a studio, I did hair and makeup, I had a whole production team. I had like a YouTube agency helping me. Right around here, summer of 2024, I was like, you know what? There's so much I want to teach. I don't want to have to wait to have like a studio day. So I'm just going to jump on Zoom. It's not even in 4K. I don't even know if it's in HD. You tell me. It's like granular AF. I'm just going to jump on and start talking. And look what happened when I did that. Look what happened. This is daily, y'all. Look at this. Daily. What? Just like breakout moments. Just breakout moments, okay? So that was very, very cool. And I don't want to make you dizzy, but I'm just showing you. Okay, so then we're getting into like, December of 2024. It's kind of calmed down a bit, but every single day I'm making money. And every month I'm making anywhere between $3,000 and $6,000. $3,000 and $6,000. And then just a few days ago, I had the largest day ever. What? And then I had another one, and then it's kind of calmed down. And there's a couple of takeaways for you there. One is you do not have to have fancy equipment, a fancy camera, expensive anything. If you truly have something of value to espouse, like if you want to educate people, even if you want to entertain people, there are multiple ways that you can use YouTube. Let me know some of your questions in the comments, because there's so much I can teach you, but if you tell me like what you want, what's curious to you, I'll make some videos about it. Okay, so the other big takeaway is I know that there's someone right now watching this and they're like, oh, well, you just said that you make millions and you just said that you were on the cover of these magazines and everybody knows you, da, 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 da. Listen, that is not why I grew on YouTube. In fact, it's the actual opposite. Okay, for instance, let's say this is the first time you've ever seen me or heard of me. Let's say that this video has done well and you're watching this and you're like, I'm interested because I'm still here minutes later, but you had never heard of me before. That's my point. You didn't know about all that stuff. YouTube helped you find me. And that's what it does every day for you, for small channels, for us. And let's say you did already know about me, but you didn't you knew about me, but you didn't, you heard of me or something, but you're spending time with me right now. You're getting to know things about me, how I think and feel and my personality. You're having this parasocial connection with me. That's what sets YouTube apart from everything else, in my opinion. That's why it's so powerful, because you have this ability to scale. You have this ability to have like a viral moment, but even if you never have a video that is seen by more than 100 people, you're going to be okay. And it will actually help you because people are having that depth with you, those minutes or hours with you over time. Let's say somebody watches 5 of your videos and each of them is 12 minutes long. They got an hour with you. That is a lot of time. And if you make more than that, if you make a video every single week for a whole year, That's an archive, that's a vault. Like, you probably are going to see another one of my videos. You're probably not going to stop at this one if you've made it this far. You will keep watching my videos, learning from me, participating in this experiment, all of it. And that, I think, is so, so powerful. It's why YouTube has changed so many people's lives. It has changed my life. And I've had some life-changing moments, right? I've had some moments and it has changed my life, and it fulfills me in a way that I can't describe. I am such a nerd about YouTube. I'm right now recording this. I don't know what time it is. It's not that early in the morning, but let me tell you, I think my alarm's gonna go off in a sec. Let me tell you, I jumped out of bed at like 5 a.m. today. And I was just like, YouTube. I just wanted to go look at YouTube and see how my videos were doing. And I wanted to go and see what people commented. That's like so incredible. And it's just every day I feel that way. Every day for a year. Every single day I've worked on YouTube. Every single day for more than a year. And it's not slowing down for me. So one of the ways that I'm going to help 1,000 people become millionaires is that I'm going to help those people find their voice and then share their voice. YouTube is one of those ways they can do that. It's like the main way that I want to help as of now. You know, maybe something else will come along, but as of now, I think that YouTube is that lowest barrier to entry, meaning almost every single person, especially if you're watching this, because it does mean you have a YouTube account. Almost every single person, or if you don't have an account, you can start one, right? Can have a YouTube channel. And yes, there are many questions. There are, what do I talk about? How do I post a video? Why would anybody watch my video? How do I get viewers? How do I get more viewers? How do I get people to subscribe? There are a lot of these questions, and this does not happen overnight. It is more like tending to a garden, or more like building a home, building an asset. But what can happen is, there's this very well-known YouTuber named Ali Abdaal. He has like 6 million subscribers now, and he started as a student, and it's this whole thing. And he said, I can't tell you that, you know, YouTube is going to make you rich, and I can't tell you that it's going to happen overnight. He says, but I can tell you that if you upload a video every single week for 2 years, it will change your life. That's what he says. And I wholeheartedly agree with him, 100%. Here's why everybody isn't rich and everybody isn't a successful YouTuber. Because you might say, well, if it is that easy, then why isn't everybody? Here's the honest answer. The honest answer is, you will hear me say that. You may have even made it this far in the video, but most people will not do anything about it. They will just not. There will be something in them that says, it's not for me, I can't. Or I don't want to put all that effort in, or I don't think that effort will do anything. They will stop. And if they start, they'll go for a few weeks. They won't see immediate gratification or results, and then they'll stop. Before I had my breakthrough last year, or January 2024, and I started just like tinkering and experimenting and just having all this fun and figuring some things out. For a whole year prior, starting January 2023, I poured in all this time and effort, and I did like fancy video interviews and got the whole schedule and did all these things. And I thought, man, that's going to take off. And it didn't. I ended up spending money on ads, which I don't do now at all. Like, I don't do a penny on YouTube ads, right? But I ended up doing that, and it was just wasted money. Because it was just, yes, more people were seeing it, but it wasn't the right people. It wasn't people that were like, oh, I'm going to watch an hour because I want to be part of this group. I want to be in your ecosystem. It was just like random people, and it wasn't their fault. It was just that I thought that's how you did it. No. So I've learned so much, and I want to teach you. This is one topic. There are multiple topics that you'll learn from me. But YouTube is this powerful leveraged asset. It is something that you can use, and it's going to be around. I'm going to knock wood, but it is one of those things. I know we have a lot of uncertainty with our social platforms, but YouTube is just, it's owned by Google. It is just, as of now, very solid. And what is great about it is I can post a video today that'll be seen a year from now, 2 years from now. You can't say that about other platforms. Think about the last time you posted on another platform other than YouTube, and think about it 2 weeks ago. If you can find that video or even remember what that video was or that post, that's what's really cool about it. So it's YouTube. It is it is having some sort of offer, something that you are able to sell, whether that's a physical product or my preference for you is something that's IP, something that is your time. If you're just getting started, then you want to sell like proximity to you. So you don't want to forever be in the position where you're swapping your time for money. That's not rich. But to start swapping your information and downloading that information to someone one-on-one or in a group, that's a really, I don't want to say easy, but it's a low barrier way to start making money. And then doing things for other people is another way. So basically being a problem solver and being someone who adds value to someone else, whether it's an individual or a company or a group, that's how you make money. And if you use YouTube or something like it, which I don't know anything like it, but if you use some sort of form of traffic to bring awareness to what you're selling or what you're offering, then you would just have this powerful combination. So that's what my channel is about. And I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to people who have been watching me for years, who know my story, who are still watching this and even know my story, because if you've been around, you know what I'm doing. You know that I wake up every single day asking myself, how can I help catalyze other people? How can I help other people succeed, even if I don't know them personally? How can I do that? That's this overriding feeling that I have every single day that guides me. How can I catalyze people today? And I used to say, how can I catalyze at least one person today? Now I say, how can I catalyze as many people as possible today and tomorrow and the next day? That's what I'll be doing here. If you never spend a penny on anything that I ever do, I'm rooting for you. I want you to win, because when I meet people, I go around the country and around the world. And yes, this applies to people in other countries. I get that question a lot. Yes, it does apply to you. That's the beauty of it. But when I meet people and they tell me that I inspired them in some way, or I helped them make money, or I helped them get themselves out of a bad situation, I helped them provide for their family, I helped them buy a house or start a company, or all the things that people tell me every time I visit, or they write to me, that to me is like the most fulfilling thing. So I don't personally need you to spend any money on me, but I do need you to spend money on yourself. I do need you to invest in yourself, because that will catapult your life. And whether it's with me, training with me, working with me, or it's you going to a conference, you writing a book and hiring somebody to help edit it, whatever, there's 100 things I could list off right now. That investment in yourself is the most important investment you'll make. And that's coming from someone who's invested in 200 companies and 17 different venture funds personally. So let me be the first to tell you that, or maybe the 10th to tell you that your investment in yourself is the most important one you'll make. And I'm so, so grateful to you for letting me be part of your life. If you are here for the first time, thank you so much for subscribing. Again, I'm going to do this experiment and see how this works. If you are here for the first time, you are welcome. Make yourself at home. You're part of our group now. If you have been riding for a while, you know what we have to do, and you know that I'll be here during those tough times. And it's just about applying what you learn. It's about taking a little bit of risk. It's about getting out of the comfort zone. It's about not thinking that you are what you were. You just keep reinventing yourself and keep believing in yourself, because I believe in you. I don't know if I'm going to even publish this video, but I have to get something off my chest. So I'm going to record it and then I'll decide after I record it. I am upset and I try to shake this feeling and I've tried to get over it. I've tried to move on, like I tell other people to. I say forgiveness is a productivity hack. It's one of the things that I say often. But this one I just can't shake, and my instincts have served me pretty well in the past. So I think I just need to say this. Okay, so there's a company that most of us know about, especially on YouTube. We know about it. And this company, I'm going to tell you the company name, so I'm not going to keep that from you. But this company is worth more than $1 billion today. And I discovered them. We'll put that in air quotes. I discovered them the first hour they were a company. The first hour they were public, right? This was May of 2013, and I discovered them because they went live, and a lot of people did. A few thousand people saw their website when they went live, for sure. But what a few thousand people did not do is what I did next, which is the first hour they were live, I emailed their two co-founders. And I said to them, this was 2013, so it was 2.5 years before I got my first investor. So I had been working on finding and working with entrepreneurs and investors to build a venture fund that I would go on to build 200 companies later um, in 2015, which is awesome. But this was at a time where I was really, really broke. I was living with my mother in Pearland, Texas. We didn't have a lot of money at all, and I couldn't afford like a plane ticket or anything like that. But I was looking at companies, and I was really excited about companies and helping them and seeing what I could do. And I wanted to start a fund around that. Originally, though, I wanted to work at a fund. So I had been reaching out to different investors and seeing if I could be their apprentice or be their assistant. And that was happening at the same time. So that's important to the story. So I'll tell you what the company name is so you can understand kind of what it was like back then. The company is called Patreon, and you probably know it. It's worth at least $1.5 billion today. I met it when it was, I think they were at a $4 million valuation. Ooh, yeah. So that's a lot of money. So yeah, and bear with me because I didn't plan to do this video. I can't even believe I'm doing it, but I think it's important that I do it for myself to maybe let some of this off of, like, have other people carry it with me, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'll tell you what happened and I'll tell you what I believe should happen next. So Patreon, again, this major behemoth of a company today that makes hundreds of millions of dollars a year, I think. They were tiny. They were just starting out. It was Jack and Sam, the two co-founders. Jack is a musician. Sam is more the engineer. They knew each other, I believe, from college, and probably Stanford, if I had to guess. I'm sure it's Stanford or something like that. And I had reached out to them, almost immediately when I saw this, because I was like, this is amazing. I knew it was happening, and then I saw it live. I said, this is amazing. Can I get you coffee? Can I do whatever just to be around this? Because I was even willing at the time to just kind of give up on a fund and work at Patreon because I just thought it was so absolutely amazing. And I didn't really care or know much about the YouTube side of it. It wasn't really like I was standing up for like, oh yeah, YouTube doesn't pay enough. I wasn't really thinking about that. If you know anything about their kind of how they started, it was because they said that YouTube didn't pay them enough, so they wanted creators to have a way to get paid in other ways. That wasn't really my thing. I was more like, this is what, like, to me, if Kickstarter is raising money for a house, Patreon on this monthly basis, even back then I was thinking about recurring revenue, okay? Patreon on this recurring monthly basis was like paying for groceries and utilities. And I saw how profitable and impactful Kickstarter had been. And I said, and this is what I wrote in emails when I wrote to investors. So anyway, I reached out to them. I said, hey, I just think what you're doing is fantastic. Can I help you in any way? And I was joking about the coffee, but I was like, can I work there? And or can I help you raise money? Because I had started talking to investors and kind of building a network. The same thing I tell you to do, which is build the network that you want in the future. Start building it today. Don't wait for a time. So I was doing that. I had no money, but I was building relationships. And so I could get this in front of some angel investors, a couple of VCs, and I wanted to know if they wanted me to do that. And so I was talking mainly with Sam, because Jack was kind of the CEO and the artist and the enigma. And I was talking to Sam, and he said, at first he said, no, we're not looking for outside funding. And then about a week later, he wrote me back and said, actually, and he reached out to me and he said, actually, Jack wants to raise $1 million. So it'd be great if he could introduce us to some investors. And I imagined at that point, they had some friends and they were in San Francisco. I knew they had some friends and I had some, people I could reach out to. So I was stoked. I was excited. I was like, yeah, absolutely. So I sent out, about 15 emails to angels from all over the world who I had started talking to, and mostly online, right? And I sent it out to them, and many of them were interested, and I connected them through email. And I'm not sure. I'm not sure which of those, if any, turned into investments. If their check sizes were too small, or if it wasn't the right fit, if it happened, or if it did happen, but it was quietly happened in the background. It quietly happened in the background. So if you were one of those investors and you did invest at that round, please let me know. But then I also sent this email to a venture fund, and I sent it to a particular partner, and I'll tell you the fund in his name. And I sent it to him because in January of 2013, the same year, 12 years ago, I had sent him a 17-minute video applying to be his apprentice. And it's because he had like a public apply to be my apprentice contest, really. And I had missed the deadline because I didn't know about it. So I recorded this very raw. I was sitting on the floor of the place we were living at the time because we didn't have a lot of furniture. So I was sitting on the floor, and I recorded this heartfelt video that I've since watched in the last couple of years, and I would have hired me. It was pretty profound, and I know I'm saying that for myself, but I don't remember filming it, so it's like it's a different person, and it was remarkable. And maybe I'll find it. I can't get into it right now, but maybe I'll find it and download it and show it to you if I show you this video. But I had sent him that in January, and so we had started talking to each other through email, just here and there. And I would send him deals. I sent him about 3 quote unquote deals where it was like I knew of the company, I wanted to see what he thought of it. And looking back on it, I was looking at my emails earlier to record this, they were not really strong, but it was something there was a good reason I sent them to him, sent it to him based on his other investments. So I felt pretty good about it. I sent Patreon to this person in an email, and I'll tell you his name. His name is George Zachary, and the venture fund is CRV, Charles River Ventures. And I know that Charles River Ventures is an investor in a lot of companies, and I know that they have a lot of partners, and that they have done some good stuff in the world. So I'm not really going after them. I want to tell you the rest of the story, and I want you to tell me what you would do in this situation, or what you think should be done here. And I do hope that someone from Charles River or someone who is associated with them sees this and makes it right. Like I really do. So, okay. So I send this email to George, and I say, I really believe in this company. I reached out to them within an hour of seeing it. I told a thing about the Kickstarter and the groceries and all that, and I said, I think you need to look at this. And a few days later, he wrote me back, and he had been traveling or something. That becomes a theme in his messages. He'd been traveling and living his best life. And he said, I've done this. And I congratulated him at the time. I congratulated him for making the Midas list once again. The Midas list, if you're not familiar, is this big list by Forbes that happens every year for the most successful venture capitalists. And it's mainly men, and it's mainly white men. And it's time and time and time and time again. It very rarely deviates from that. Sometimes there's more women on it. Now there's more women on it, and they have these lists now that are like, up and comers. So you see more diversity there. But it's usually these same usual suspects that are just rich over and over and over again, making deals. And yes, you could say that they're it's deserved, but it's like being on third base. Starting at third base. If you have, I won't go into too much of a tangent, but essentially, if you have that kind of network to begin with, then you're constantly seeing deals that are really, really, really good. And if you are seeing deals that are really, really good, and you're being allowed into those deals, then you also can put a little pressure on the scales and make those deals good, right? Like you can introduce those founders to the right people and give them enough money to start. And it's just this self-perpetuating thing. And then you give each other awards, right? So he's a Midas guy, and I don't know if what he's doing today, so I don't know if he's a Midas guy still, but he's made a lot of money, a lot of money. They did some stuff with Twitter early on, and they've made a lot of money. So he responds to me and he says, I've been traveling. I took a look at Patreon, and it's he said something along the lines of, it's good but not great. I don't get a great sense from it. It's not something exciting to me, so I'll pass. And I said, great, and you can see my emails. It's just like, oh, it's cool. Okay, thanks for taking a look. And, very docile and very, early stages of what I'm doing here. I've gone on to invest in 200 companies. I've seen thousands of pitches since then. So I wouldn't play it the same. But back then, that's the innocence that was there. So he passes. And this is actually helping me to talk about this. So if you are watching, thank you. Yeah, so he passes, and I say, okay. So then, I send who I can to them. I wish at 100,000% that I had $25,000 at the time, because they were raising $1 million on a $4 million valuation. I really wish that I had, some money at the time. I had zero money. I could barely pay for rent, let alone, day-to-day stuff. So I went on to say, hey, can I come out to San Francisco? Can I meet with you? And I actually flew to San Francisco. I got to put the money together, flew there to see if they could hire me. And they did not. But they were obligated to, so that's all good. I continued to send opportunities their way, not only on the investor side, but I sent them multiple people like Amanda Palmer. So I had worked with Amanda Palmer in a different life, and Amanda Palmer had done extremely well on Kickstarter. She's a musician, had done extremely well on Kickstarter. So I sent Amanda Palmer to them as someone who could be like a major player on Patreon. I sent them before she had her show, before she had any of that, but she was killing it. Grassroots, I sent Issa Rae. I didn't even know Issa at the time. I know her now, but I didn't even know her at the time. But I said, she's killing it. This is an audience they are never going to touch, ever on their own would they touch this audience. Let's put together. Issa went to Stanford. They went to Stanford. Let's do it, right? So I did those types of things, just kind of along the way. And so this was May of 2013, where I sent this information to, like mid-May, where I sent it to George Zachary. And the 1st of August of the same year, so 10 weeks later, I wake up one day to an announcement on Forbes News, I believe it was, that CRV was leading their round of funding. And when it makes it to the newspaper or makes it to an article, it's already been in the works for weeks. It doesn't happen overnight. That's just how it works. So it had been going on for weeks behind behind closed doors. And I was not given one bit of credit for sure, or a heads up, or like, thanks for sending this our way. No, nor from Sam and Jack was I given a, hey, thank you for introducing us to this group. So I reached out, and again, if you saw this email, you'd see how innocent it was. And I was like, oh, you're so nice, Arlen from 12 years ago. I reached out to George and I said, hey, I just saw that you all led this round. Is that true? I just wanted to know because I could be working there, and I think it would be great if you all are involved. You know, it was very innocent about it. And he wrote back this long email, the longest email he's ever written to me. So it tells me today that he was trying to like really overcompensate. And he wrote this long email where he talks about how he was gone. He was in Greece for a month. Every partner has their own, autonomy. They can make their own decisions. So when he passed, little did he know that another partner and kind of a pat on the head. Thanks for sending it my way. Thanks for thinking of me. Thanks for thinking of me is what he said. And so, okay, all right. So here's what I'll tell you what happened next, but I'll also tell you what I did wrong, and I hope that it helps someone else. I didn't have anything other than the emails where I kind of casually said I was helping, and I have those emails, but I didn't have anything in writing that said I was like officially helping them raise money. I didn't have anything in writing for any VC firms that said that I was a scout, at the time, I didn't have a clue what a scout was, that they existed. And a scout, if you're not familiar, is someone who works with a venture fund and it helps them find deals. And then when they find a deal that they actually invest in, they get a piece of that. They get something. They might put a little bit of money into it on their own. Like they may have like $25,000 they can put into a deal, and they share the carry, which is the carried interest, the profits from anything that happens in the future. Or it could be even more than that. And a lot of times it was under cloak and dagger. It was like, back then, certainly it was very closed off. It was what Sam Altman did behind closed doors. These are not bad things. It's just what they had access to. It's what Jason Calacanis did. It's how he got into Uber. It's how Sam got into, everything else. He now runs OpenAI, ChatGPT. But I didn't know these existed. And so I was doing the work of a scout both ways, from the founder perspective and from the VC perspective, but I was not being compensated at all because they knew that it existed, but they didn't tell me. So when that happened, I was actually genuinely happy for them, but I always felt this tinge of, I felt like a combination of like, that's kind of like underhanded, but I also felt like, I have a good eye. Like I'm good at this, like I have the chops. And I would go on and tell a few people about that when I was raising my fund, like I have the chops. I saw that. And I'm not the first person this has happened to, or that this has happened, it's not like I'm some sort of victim that something has happened to me. I just want to tell you this story to ask you what you would do. So then years pass, and it's 2018 now, so that's 2.5 years later, and I've asked to be the subject of a very popular podcast called Startup, but that Gimlet podcast put together, and I was season 5 or 6 or something like that, and so I was the subject of it. And for 6 months they followed me around. They talked to like 30 or 40 people in my life, including people like ex-roommates, and like all. It was an incredibly intensive thing for like 6 hours of footage or like sound, and I couldn't control who they reached out to because it was journalistic in a way. So one of the people they ended up talking to was George, and I didn't know that, but they just knew the part about me trying to be as an apprentice. So I actually heard every episode as everybody else heard it, so I didn't know ahead of time what anybody said about me, good or bad. So I was listening to one of the episodes, and I love the series part, most of it. That I had some issues with it, but I did love the series, especially the first 2 episodes I thought were fantastic. And I'm listening to an episode, it's like whatever premiere date it is each week. I woke up like at 5 a.m. each time because I'm like, I have to hear this to see what kind of fallout there is from it. And I'm listening and I hear them talking to George Zachary. And he's like in Hawaii or something, and he has his dog in the room, and you can just see the shorts and the sandals on him. He's just so relaxed. Life is good. And he goes on to tell the interviewer, Amy, because she's like an investigative reporter, he goes on to tell her that I was never, this is the part that like stings the most, so it's going to be the hardest for me to talk about. He says that Arlen was never going to be his apprentice because I didn't have the network or the pedigree. I was never going to. And I didn't know that at the time. And not only did I not know that was the game we were playing, that he was just humoring me, but he failed to mention the fact that I brought him one of the biggest deals that CRV has ever done. So I didn't have the network or the pedigree, but I had the talent. And if this is triggering you, I'm sorry, but you know if you know. You know? How often does this happen to us? So he said that it was out there, and that hurt that day to hear that. But I also was like, yeah, okay, bet. So I want to say a couple things. One is, I can't remember when it was, maybe 2019 or something, maybe 2018. I can't remember the exact dates. But I flew from LA to San Francisco after I had the fund, after things were good, after probably I was on the cover of Fast Company by then, maybe not. But I flew to San Francisco to help Patreon at a time where they were going through some tough times on their DEI side. They had a lot of employees who were upset with them, and they brought me in, not paid, but they brought me in to talk to some of their employees and to a couple of their executives to see what could be done. How, and that happened a lot, so it's all good. So I did that. When I got out of the Uber or the Lyft, whichever one it was at the time, I fell right at their doorstep. I fell at their doorstep because of a problem with the sidewalk. And I stayed on the ground for quite a long time because I was in so much pain and I couldn't move. And I fell on my arm, on my elbow, onto the hard concrete. And when I got up, I went in and they got me ice because it was so bad. The pain was so bad. And we talked about maybe we should postpone, but I had flown in just for the day. So I said no. And that injury lasted for more than a year. I could not lift anything with that arm, with my left arm. For a year, I could not put weight on it. I could not hold weight. Not once did I ever in a million years contemplate any sort of like action towards them, even though it was at their front door, or something wrong with their steps. Not once did it ever cross my mind to do that. So that is to tell you that I have no interest in getting something that is not owed to me just because they are successful. That's just not how I operate. What I believe should happen is that I believe it doesn't even have to be me personally. It could be Backstage Capital. That would actually be much better. I think Backstage Capital should get the equivalent of whatever $25,000 that year is worth today. And if we do the quick math, I'll do the quick math. I'm going to say it's 400 times, but let's say divided by 4 million, 1.5 billion divided by 4 million is 375 times. And that is $9,375,000. So a little over $9 million is what a $25,000 check would have been worth at the time if I had that money. Obviously I didn't have it, so it's not like you can make that up that I invested, but you can say that if CRV put in 20 times that amount, they're sitting on $180+ million worth, unless they've sold some of it. And you can say that 5% of that should go to me because I introduced them to each other. Now, I think they're going to argue. Now, I have it in writing so I know the answer. They may argue, oh, we already had a relationship with them. They did not. Sam was thankful for me to introduce them. And George said in his response, casually, he said that another investor who had invested in Patreon in that same round made the introduction to this other partner. So I'm not saying, I don't know what happened 100%. I don't know the timing and I don't know the timeline. But what I do know is that I was the first person to introduce Patreon to CRV. And that years later, there's never been one mention of it whatsoever from either of them. And that at the very least, I deserve that mention and I deserve that credit. And what's real is that I believe personally, this again is personal. This does not reflect any opinions of Backstage Capital team. Just reflects my opinion that either Backstage Capital or I personally, or a combination split in half, should be paid this amount, $9 million or so. I think so. I could be wrong. I'm okay with that. And I don't expect it to happen, to be honest. There's no legal recourse. There's nothing that anybody did that was illegal. It's just kind of like a decency thing. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a decency thing in this world, in this country where Black women, and yes, I'm going to play that card because it's the card that I'm dealt. Black women are so often erased in these stories. I read about them all the time on like Instagram history channels, where it's just like this black man discovered this and this Black woman did this. You know, there's a Black man who wrote and came up with All in the Family, Good Times, etc. And Norman Lear just ran with it, just said he did it. Black women, we're used to this, but we don't need to be, and we shouldn't be. We can't get used to this. This happens to us so often, but we can't get used to it. And I refuse to be okay with this. And I am going to post this, and that's why you're going to see it, because I'm going to post the hell out of this, because I'm tired. I'm tired of getting the crumbs from the cake and having things built on our backs. They're standing on our shoulders to do this. So I'm not going to get too far into it because I could get way further into this. But this is it. George, you never should have done that interview with Gimlet with your shorts on. You should have never done it. You shouldn't have said that out. You said the quiet part out loud, baby boy. You should have also recognized talent when you saw it. Sam and Jack, I've talked to you multiple times. I've even helped some of your employees make money in other ways. You know, I've been really good to this company, and I have received zero response in the last few years. And you saw that, like, Patreon at one point was worth $4 billion during the bubble, the last bubble that we had. That's when I started really getting like up in arms. And then they had to slash that because a lot of companies did have to come back to reality, including my own, you know. So I don't begrudge that, but I will say that you've seen how it can go away. It's not like it's just a given that you just get this. And I know it's not an easy thing to be a founder of a major company like this. I know that. But you should do what's right. I should have equity in this company. You should either buy me out for something I don't even own. The audacity. You should either buy me out or you should give me equity that can be sold. Just like I've helped just like I've helped a couple of your employees do, and you know who I'm talking about. If you want to know how to make $1,200 anytime you want or need to, you have to watch this video. I'm going to show you exactly how to make this like a faucet that you turn off and on whenever you need. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Arlen. I went from being homeless just 10 years ago to investing in more than 200 companies and building a $30 million venture capital firm. And today I teach people how to do what they want, live the life they want, and make money because I think that we all deserve that and we all deserve to be happy. But I want to do it in a very sustainable way. I don't want it to be a get rich quick scheme because those never pan out for the long run. And you need to be able to do this anytime you want or anytime you need to. I've been there. I don't know if I'm going to even publish this video, but I have to get something off my chest. So I'm going to record it, and then I'll decide after I record it. I am upset, and I try to shake this feeling, and I've tried to get over it. I've tried to move on, like I tell other people to. I say forgiveness is a productivity hack. It's one of the things that I say often. But this one I just can't shake, and my instincts have served me pretty well in the past. So I think I just need to say this. Okay, so there's a company that most of us know about, especially on YouTube. We know about it, and this company, I'm going to tell you the company name, so I'm not going to keep that from you. But this company is worth more than $1 billion with a B, $1 billion today, and I discovered them. We'll put that in air quotes. I discovered them the first hour they were a company. The first hour they were public, right? This was May of 2013, and I discovered them because they went live, and a lot of people did. A few thousand.
Are you still looking for business funding? Still looking for business funding? Are you still looking for business funding? Look, finding funding for your business shouldn't be a game of hide and seek. In fact, finding funding for your business should be easy and can be easy when you work with a company like mine. My name's Colin Matthew. I'm the owner of Freedom Funders, and we've helped over 2,000 entrepreneurs and business owners obtain over $80 million in 0% business capital, working capital, business term loans, lines of credit over the last 5 years.
I don't know if I'm going to even publish this video, but I have to get something off my chest. So I'm going to record it, and then I'll decide after I record it. I am upset, and I try to shake this feeling, and I've tried to get over it. I've tried to move on, like I tell other people to. I say forgiveness is a productivity hack. It's one of the things that I say often. But this one I just can't shake, and my instincts have served me pretty well in the past. So I think I just need to say this. Okay, so there's a company that most of us know about, especially on YouTube. We know about it, and this company, I'm going to tell you the company name, so I'm not going to keep that from you. But this company is worth more than $1 billion with a B, $1 billion today, and I discovered them. We'll put that in air quotes. I discovered them the first hour they were a company. The first hour they were public, right? This was May of 2013, and I discovered them because they went live, and a lot of people did. A few thousand people saw their website when they went live, for sure. But what a few thousand people did not do is what I did next, which is the first hour they were live, I emailed their 2 co-founders. And I said to them, this was 2013, so it was 2.5 years before I got my first investor. So I had been working on finding and working with entrepreneurs and investors to build a venture fund that I would go on to build 200 companies later in 2015, which is awesome. But this was at a time where I was really, really broke. I was living with my mother in Pearland, Texas. We didn't have a lot of money at all, and I couldn't afford like a plane ticket or anything like that. But I was looking at companies, and I was really excited about companies and helping them and seeing what I could do. And I wanted to start a fund around that. Originally, though, I wanted to work at a fund. So I had been reaching out to different investors and seeing if I could be their apprentice or be their assistant. And that was happening at the same time. So that's important to the story. So I'll tell you what the company name is so you can understand kind of what it was like back then. The company is called Patreon, and you probably know it. It's worth at least $1.5 billion today. I met it when it was, I think they were at a $4 million valuation. Ooh, yeah, so that's a lot of money. So yeah, and bear with me because I didn't plan to do this video. I can't even believe I'm doing it, but I think it's important that I do it for myself to maybe let some of this off of, like, have other people carry it with me, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'll tell you what happened, and I'll tell you what I believe should happen next. So Patreon, again, this major behemoth of a company today that makes, hundreds of millions of dollars a year, I think. They were tiny. They were just starting out. It was Jack and Sam, the two co-founders. Jack is a musician. Sam is more the engineer. They knew each other, I believe, from college, and probably Stanford, if I had to guess. I'm sure it's Stanford or something like that. And I had reached out to them almost immediately when I saw this, because I was like, this is amazing. I knew it was happening, and then I saw it live. I said, this is amazing. Can I get you coffee? Can I do whatever just to be around this? Because I was even willing at the time to just kind of give up on a fund and work at Patreon, because I just thought it was so absolutely amazing. And I didn't really care or know much about the YouTube side of it. It wasn't really like I was standing up for like, oh yeah, YouTube doesn't pay enough. I wasn't really thinking about that. If you know anything about their kind of how they started, it was because they said that YouTube didn't pay them enough, so they wanted creators to have a way to get paid in other ways. That wasn't really my thing. I was more like, this is what, like, to me, if Kickstarter is raising money for a house, Patreon on this monthly basis, even back then I was thinking about recurring revenue, okay? Patreon on this recurring monthly basis was like paying for groceries and utilities. And I saw how profitable and impactful Kickstarter had been. And I said, and this is what I wrote in emails when I wrote to investors. So anyway, I reached out to them. I said, hey, I just think what you're doing is fantastic. Can I help you in any way? And I was joking about the coffee, but I was like, can I work there? Or can I help you raise money? Because I had started talking to investors and kind of building a network. The same thing I tell you to do, which is build the network that you want in the future. Start building it today. Don't wait for a time. So I was doing that. I had no money, but I was building relationships. I don't know if I'm going to even publish this video, but I have to get something off my chest. So I'm going to record it, and then I'll decide after I record it. I am upset, and I try to shake this feeling, and I've tried to get over it. I've tried to move on, like I tell other people to. I say forgiveness is a productivity hack. It's one of the things that I say often. Kickstarter had been, but this one I just can't shake. And my instincts have served me pretty well in the past. Investors. So I think. So anyway, I reached out. Okay, so there's a company. There's a company that most of us know about, especially on YouTube. We know about it. And this company, I'm going to tell you the company name, so I'm not going to keep that from you. But this company is worth more than $1 billion with a B, $1 billion today. And I discovered them. We'll put that in air quotes. I discovered them the first hour they were a company. The first hour they were public, right? This was May of 2013.
How much is the way you currently speak costing you in your personal life and in your career? You see,
and I discovered them because they went live, and a lot of people did. You know, a few thousand people saw their website when they went live, for sure. But what a few thousand people did not do is what I did next, which is the first hour they were live, I emailed their two co-founders. And I said to them, this was 2013, so it was 2.5 years before I got my first investor. So I had been working on finding and working with entrepreneurs and investors to build a venture fund that I would go on to build 200 companies later in 2015, which is awesome. But this was at a time where I was really, really broke. I was living with my mother in Pearland, Texas. We didn't have a lot of money at all, and I couldn't afford like a plane ticket or anything like that. But I was looking at companies, and I was really excited about companies and helping them and seeing what I could do. And I wanted to start a fund around that. Originally, though, I wanted to work at a fund. So I had been reaching out to different investors and seeing if I could be their apprentice or be their assistant. And that was happening at the same time. So that's important to the story. So I'll tell you what the company name is so you can understand kind of what it was like back then. The company is called Patreon, and you probably know it. It's worth at least $1.5 billion today. I met it when it was, I think they were at a $4 million valuation. Ooh, yeah, so that's a lot of money. So yeah, and bear with me because I didn't plan to do this video. I can't even believe I'm doing it, but I think it's important that I do it for myself to maybe let some of this off of, like, have other people carry it with me, if that makes sense. Okay, so I'll tell you what happened, and I'll tell you what I believe should happen next. So Patreon, again, this major behemoth of a company today that makes, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars a year, I think. They were tiny. They were just starting out. It was Jack and Sam, the two co-founders. Jack is a musician. Sam is more the engineer. They knew each other, I believe, from college, and probably Stanford, if I had to guess. I'm sure it's Stanford or something like that. And I had reached out to them almost immediately when I saw this, because I was like, this is amazing. I knew it was happening, and then I saw it live. I said, this is amazing. Can I get you coffee? Can I do whatever just to be around this? Because I was even willing at the time to just kind of give up on a fund and work at Patreon, because I just thought it was so absolutely amazing. And I didn't really care or know much about the YouTube side of it. It wasn't really like I was standing up for like, oh yeah, YouTube doesn't pay enough. I wasn't really thinking about that. If you know anything about their kind of how they started, it was because they said that YouTube didn't pay them enough, so they wanted creators to have a way to get paid in other ways. That wasn't really my thing. I was more like, this is what, like, to me, if Kickstarter is raising money for a house, Patreon on this monthly basis, even back then I was thinking about recurring revenue, okay? Patreon on this recurring monthly basis was like paying for groceries and utilities. And I saw how profitable and impactful Kickstarter had been. And I said, and this is what I wrote in emails when I wrote to investors. So anyway, I reached out to them. I said, hey, I just think what you're doing is fantastic. Can I help you in any way? And I was joking about the coffee, but I was like, can I work there? Or can I help you raise money? Because I had started talking to investors and kind of building a network. The same thing I tell you to do, which is build the network that you want in the future. Start building it today. Don't wait for a time. So I was doing that. I had no money, but I was building relationships. And so I could get this in front of some angel investors, a couple of VCs, and I wanted to know if they wanted me to do that. And so I was talking mainly with Sam, because Jack was kind of the CEO and the artist and the enigma. And I was talking to Sam, and he said, at first he said, no, we're not looking for outside funding. And then about a week later, he wrote me back and said, actually, and he reached out to me and he said, actually, Jack wants to raise $1 million. So it would be great if he could introduce us to some investors. And I imagined at that point, they had some friends and they were in San Francisco. I knew they had some friends and I had some, people I could reach out to. So I was stoked. I was excited. I was like, yeah, absolutely. So I sent out, about 15 emails to angels from all over the world who I had started talking to, and mostly online, right? And I sent it out to them, and many of them were interested, and I connected them through email. And I honestly am not sure which of those, if any, turned into investments. If their check sizes were too small, or if it wasn't the right fit, if it happened, or if it did happen, but it was quietly happened in the background. It quietly happened in the background. So if you were one of those investors and you did invest at that round, please let me know. But then I also sent this email to a venture fund, and I sent it to a particular partner, and I'll tell you the fund in his name. And I sent it to him because in January of 2013, the same year, 12 years ago, I had sent him a 17-minute video applying to be his apprentice. And it's because he had like a public apply to be my apprentice contest, really. And I had missed the deadline because I didn't know about it. So I recorded this very raw. I was sitting on the floor of the place we were living at the time because we didn't have a lot of furniture. So I was sitting on the floor, and I recorded this heartfelt video that I've since watched in the last couple of years, and I would have hired me. It was pretty profound, and I know I'm saying that for myself, but I don't remember filming it, so it's like it's a different person, and it was remarkable. And maybe I'll find it. I can't get into it right now, but maybe I'll find it and download it and show it to you if I show you this video. But I had sent him that in January, and so we had started talking to each other through email, just here and there. And I would send him deals. I sent him about 3 quote unquote deals where it was like I knew of the company, I wanted to see what he thought of it. And looking back on it, I was looking at my emails earlier to record this, they were not really strong, but it was something there was a good reason I sent it to him based on his other investments. So I felt pretty good about it. I sent Patreon to this person in an email, and I'll tell you his name. His name is George Zachary, and the venture fund is CRV, Charles River Ventures. And I know that Charles River Ventures is an investor in a lot of companies, and I know that they have a lot of partners, and that they have done some good stuff in the world. So I'm not really going after them. I want to tell you the rest of the story, and I want you to tell me what you would do in this situation, or what you think should be done here. And I do hope that someone from Charles River or someone who is associated with them sees this and makes it right. Like I really do. So, okay. So I send this email to George, and I say, I really believe in this company. I reached out to them within an hour of seeing it. I told a thing about the Kickstarter and the groceries and all that, and I said, I think you need to look at this. And a few days later, he wrote me back, and he had been traveling or something. That becomes a theme in his messages. He'd been traveling and living his best life. And he said, I've done this. And I congratulated him at the time. I congratulated him for making the Midas list once again. The Midas list, if you're not familiar, is this big list by Forbes that happens every year for the most successful venture capitalists. And it's mainly men, and it's mainly white men. And it's time and time and time and time again. It very rarely.
When you get fast, reliable internet from Verizon, you also save on the entertainment you love.
Deviates from that. Sometimes there's more women on it. Now there's more women on it. And they have these lists now that are like, up and comers, so you see more diversity there. But it's usually these same usual suspects that are just rich over and over and over again making deals. And yes, you could say that they're it's deserved, but it's like being on third base, starting at third base. If you have, I won't go into too much of a tangent, but essentially, if you have that kind of network to begin with, then you're constantly seeing deals that are really, really, really good. And if you are seeing deals that are really, really good, and you're being allowed into those deals, then you also can put a little pressure on the scales and make those deals good, right? Like you can introduce those founders to the right people and give them enough money to start. And it's just this self-perpetuating thing. And then you give each other awards, right? So he's a Midas guy, and I don't know what he's doing today, so I don't know if he's a Midas guy still, but he's made a lot of money. They did some stuff with Twitter early on, and they've made a lot of money. So he responds to me and he says, I've been traveling. I took a look at Patreon, and it's he said something along the lines of, it's good but not great. I don't get a great sense from it. It's not something exciting to me, so I'll pass. And I said, great, and you can see my emails. It's just like, oh, it's cool. Okay, thanks for taking a look. And, very docile and very, early stages of what I'm doing here. I've gone on to invest in 200 companies, and I've seen thousands of pitches since then. So I wouldn't play it the same. But back then, that's the innocence that was there. So he passes. And this is actually helping me to talk about this. So if you are watching, thank you. Yeah, so he passes, and I say, okay. So then, I send who I can to them. I wish at 100,000% that I had $25,000 at the time, because they were raising $1 million on a $4 million valuation. I really wish that I had, some money at the time. I had zero money. I could barely pay for rent, let alone, day-to-day stuff. So I went on to say, hey, can I come out to San Francisco? Can I meet with you? And I actually flew to San Francisco. I got to put the money together, flew there to see if they could hire me. And they did not. But they weren't obligated to, so that's all good. I continued to send opportunities their way, not only on the investor side, but I sent them multiple people like Amanda Palmer. So I had worked with Amanda Palmer in a different life. And Amanda Palmer had done extremely well on Kickstarter. She's a musician, had done extremely well on Kickstarter. So I sent Amanda Palmer to them as someone who could be like a major player on Patreon. I sent them before she had her show, before she had any of that, but she was killing it. Grassroots, I sent Issa Rae. I didn't even know Issa at the time. I know her now, but I didn't even know her at the time. But I said, she's killing it. This is an audience they are never going to touch ever on their own. Would they touch this audience? Let's put together. Issa went to Stanford. They went to Stanford. Let's do it, right? So I did those types of things, just kind of along the way. So this was May of 2013, where I sent this information to, like mid-May, where I sent it to George Zachary. And the 1st of August of the same year, so 10 weeks later, I wake up one day to an announcement on Forbes News, I believe it was, that CRV was leading their round of funding. And when it makes it to the newspaper, or makes it to an article, it's already been in the works for weeks. Doesn't happen overnight. That's just how it works. So it had been going on for weeks behind closed doors. And I was not given one bit of
Dear
credit,
Arlen,
for sure.
I was deeply saddened to learn about the injustice.
Thanks for sending this our way. No, nor from Sam and Jack was I given a, hey, thank you for introducing us to this group. So I reached out, and again, if you saw this email, you'd see how innocent it was. And I was like, oh, you're so nice, Arlen from 12 years ago. I reached out to George and I said, hey, I just saw that you all led this round. Is that true? I just wanted to know because I could be working there, and I think it would be great if you all are involved. It was very innocent about it. And he wrote back this long email, the longest email he's ever written to me. So it tells me today that he was trying to like really overcompensate. And he wrote this long email where he talks about how he was gone. He was in Greece for a month. Every partner has their own, autonomy. They can make their own decisions. So when he passed, little did he know that another partner.
Here's how savvy investors are getting the government to send them tax checks.
This is a hidden gem that people don't know about.
If you're like me, I worked for 40 years, I'm still working. More important to work on the right things that will lead to passive income.
There's one income investment that pays better than real estate, it's easier to buy than stocks, and your returns are actually secured by law. Have you heard of
Alright, guys and girls, sorry about the echoes. But I'm just gonna read this. You guys can decide what you think or just hear it. Just hear me out. Now I'm gonna reach out to this beautiful young lady, see if maybe we can help each other out. Anyway, tell me what you think. If not, oh well.
Dear Arlen, I was deeply saddened to learn about the injustice you faced with Patreon. My heart goes out to you, and I want to assure you that you have my unwavering support. Seeing your strength and resilience in the face of such adversity is truly inspiring. As a fellow woman of color, I understand the unique challenges we navigate, and I am committed to helping you reclaim what is rightfully yours. While I am currently seeking employment, I am eager to offer my marketing expertise to you and your company, absolutely free of charge. Specifically, I believe expanding your audience reach beyond YouTube and onto platforms like Fanbase could be a strategic move. Here's why. 1. Fanbase provides direct monetization tools, potentially mitigating the risks associated with centralized platforms like Patreon. 2. It fosters deeper, more personalized engagement with your audience, allowing for stronger community building. 3. Fanbase's algorithm prioritizes creator control, reducing the likelihood of sudden platform changes impacting your income. 4. Collaborative features on Fanbase could open doors to new partnerships and cross-promotion opportunities. 5. Diversifying your platform presence strengthens your overall brand resilience. I'm confident that with targeted posting, proactive engagement, and strategic collaborations, we can leverage Fanbase to further amplify your powerful message and build a thriving, independent community. Dear Arlen, I was deeply saddened to learn about the injustice you faced with Patreon. My heart goes out to you, and I want to assure you that you have my unwavering support. Seeing your strength and resilience in the face of such adversity is truly inspiring. As a fellow woman of color, I understand the unique challenges we navigate, and I am committed to helping you reclaim what is rightfully yours. While I am currently seeking employment, I am eager to offer my conversation with Gemini fanbase with Sir Isaac Hayes III. Please give me a paragraph with the numbers to match reasons why someone already succeeding on YouTube should consider expanding her target audience on fanbase. Please make this problem. Dear Arlen, I was deeply saddened to learn about the injustice you faced with Patreon. My heart goes out to you, and I want to assure you that you have my unwavering support. Seeing your strength and resilience in the face of such adversity is truly inspiring. As a fellow woman of color, I understand the unique challenges we navigate, and I am committed to helping you reclaim what is rightfully yours. While I am currently seeking employment, I am eager to offer my marketing expertise to you and your company, absolutely free of charge. Specifically, I believe expanding your audience reach beyond YouTube and onto platforms like Fanbase could be a strategic move. Here's why. 1. Fanbase provides direct monetization tools, potentially mitigating the risks associated with centralized platforms like Patreon. 2. It fosters deeper, more personalized engagement with your audience, allowing for stronger community building. 3. Fanbase's algorithm prioritizes creator control, reducing the likelihood of sudden platform changes impacting your income. 4. Collaborative features on Fanbase could open doors to new partnerships and cross-promotion opportunities. 5. Diversifying your platform presence strengthens your overall brand resilience. I'm confident that with targeted posting, proactive engagement, and strategic collaborations, we can leverage Fanbase to further amplify your powerful message and build a thriving, independent community.
And kind of a pat on the head. Thanks for sending it my way. You know, thanks for thinking of me. Thanks for thinking of me is what he said. And so, okay, all right. So here's what I'll tell you what happened next, but I'll also tell you what I did wrong, and I hope that it helps someone else. I didn't have anything other than the emails where I kind of casually said I was helping, and I have those emails, but I didn't have anything in writing that said I was like officially helping them raise money. I didn't have anything in writing for any VC firms that said that I was a scout, or at the time, I didn't have a clue what a scout was, that they existed. And a scout, if you're not familiar, is someone who works with a venture fund and it helps them find deals. And then when they find a deal that they actually invest in, they get a piece of that, they get something. They might put a little bit of money into it on their own, like they may have like $25,000 they can put into a deal, and they share the carry, which is the carried interest, the profits from anything that happens in the future. Or it could be even more than that. And a lot of times it was under cloak and dagger. It was like, back then, certainly it was very closed off. It was what Sam Altman did behind closed doors. These are not bad things. It's just what they had access to. It's what Jason Calacanis did. It's how he got into Uber. It's how Sam got into, everything else. He now runs OpenAI, ChatGPT. But I didn't know these existed. And so I was doing the work of a scout, both ways, from the founder perspective and from the VC perspective, but I was not being compensated at all, because they knew that it existed, but they didn't tell me. So when that happened, I was actually genuinely happy for them, but I always felt this tinge of, I felt like a combination of like, that's kind of like underhanded, but I also felt like, I have a good eye. Like, I'm good at this. Like, I have the chops. And I would go on and tell a few people about that when I was raising my fund. Like, I have the chops. I saw that. And I'm not the first person this has happened to, or that this has happened, It's not like I'm some sort of victim that something has happened to me. I just want to tell you this story to ask you what you would do. So then years pass, and it's 2018 now. So that's 2.5 years later. And I've asked to be the subject of a very popular podcast called Startup, that Gimlet podcast put together. And I was season 5 or 6 or something like that. And so I was the subject of it. And for 6 months, they followed me around. They talked to like 30 or 40 people in my life, including people like ex-roommates and like all. It was an incredibly intensive thing for like 6 hours of footage or like sound. And I couldn't control who they reached out to because it was journalistic in a way. So one of the people they ended up talking to was George, and I didn't know that, but they just knew the part about me trying to be as an apprentice. So I actually heard every episode as everybody else heard it, so I didn't know ahead of time what anybody said about me, good or bad. So I was listening to one of the episodes, and I love the series part, most of it. That I had some issues with it, but I did love the series, especially the first 2 episodes. I thought were fantastic. And I'm listening to an episode. It's like whatever premiere date it is each week. I woke up like at 5 a.m. each time because I'm like, I have to hear this to see what kind of fallout there is from it. And I'm listening, and I hear them talking to George Zachary. And he's like in Hawaii or something, and he has his dog in the room, and you can just see the shorts and the sandals on him. He's just so relaxed. Life is good. And he goes on to tell the interviewer, Amy, because she's like an investigative reporter, he goes on to tell her that I was never, this is the part that like stings the most, so it's going to be the hardest for me to talk about. He says that Arlen was never going to be his apprentice because I didn't have the network or the pedigree. I was never going to. And I didn't know that at the time. And not only did I not know that was the game we were playing, that he was just humoring me, but he failed to mention the fact that I brought him one of the biggest deals that CRV has ever done. So I didn't have the network or the pedigree, but I had the talent. And if this is triggering you, I'm sorry, but if you know. How often does this happen to us? So he said that it was out there, and that hurt that day to hear that. But I also was like, yeah, okay, bet. So I want to say a couple things. One is, I can't remember when it was, maybe 2019 or something, maybe 2018. I can't remember the exact dates. But I flew from LA to San Francisco after I had the fund, after things were good, after probably I was on the cover of Fast Company by then, maybe not. But I flew to San Francisco to help Patreon at a time where they were going through some tough times on their DEI side. They had a lot of employees who were upset with them, and they brought me in, not paid, not paid, but they brought me in to talk to some of their employees and to a couple of their executives to see what could be done. How, and that happened a lot, so it's all good. So I did that. When I got out of the Uber or the Lyft, whichever one it was at the time, I fell right at their doorstep. I fell at their doorstep because of a problem with the sidewalk. And I stayed on the ground for quite a long time because I was in so much pain and I couldn't move. And I fell on my arm, on my elbow, onto the hard concrete. And when I got up, I went in and they got me ice because it was so bad. The pain was so bad. And we talked about maybe we should postpone, but I had flown in just for the day. So I said no. And that injury lasted for more than a year. I could not lift anything with that arm, with my left arm. For a year, I could not put weight on it. I could not hold weight. Not once did I ever in a million years contemplate any sort of action towards them, even though it was at their front door, of something wrong with their steps. Not once did it ever cross my mind to do that. So that is to tell you that I have no interest in getting something that is not owed to me just because they are successful. That's just not how I operate. What I believe should happen is that I believe it doesn't even have to be me personally. It could be Backstage Capital. That would actually be much better. I think Backstage Capital should get the equivalent of whatever $25,000 that year is worth today. And if we do the quick math, I'll do the quick math. I'm going to say it's 400 times, but let's say.
Our resolution rate was high. Out of the gate, it was between 50 and 60% almost right from the very beginning.
Divided by 4 million, 1.5 billion divided by 4 million is 375 times. And that is $9,375,000. So a little over $9 million is what a $25,000 check would have been worth at the time if I had that money. Obviously I didn't have it, so it's not like you can make that up that I invested. But you can say that if CRV put in 20 times that amount, they're sitting on $180+ million worth, unless they've sold some of it. And you can say that 5% of that should go to me because I introduced them to each other. Now, I think they're going to argue. Now, I have it in writing so I know the answer. They may argue, oh, we already had a relationship with them. They did not. Sam was thankful for me to introduce them. And George said in his response, casually, he said that another investor who had invested in Patreon in that same round made the introduction to this other partner. So I'm not saying, I don't know what happened 100%. I don't know the timing and I don't know the timeline. But what I do know is that I was the first person to introduce Patreon to CRV. And that years later, there's never been one mention of it whatsoever from either of them. And that at the very least, I deserve that mention and I deserve that credit. And what's real is that I believe personally, this again is personal. This does not reflect any opinions of Backstage Capital team, just reflects my opinion, that either Backstage Capital or I personally, or a combination split in half, should be paid this amount, $9 million or so. I think so. I could be wrong. And I'm okay with that. And I don't expect it to happen, to be honest. There's no legal recourse. There's nothing that anybody did that was illegal. It's just kind of like a decency thing. You know what I mean? It's like, it's a decency thing in this world, in this country where Black women, and yes, I'm going to play that card because it's the card that I'm dealt. Black women are so often erased in these stories. I read about them all the time on like Instagram history channels, where it's just like this black man discovered this and this Black woman did this. You know, there's a Black man who wrote and came up with All in the Family, Good Times, etc. And Norman Lear just ran with it, just said he did it. Black women, we're used to this, but we don't need to be, and we shouldn't be. We can't get used to this. This happens to us so often, but we can't get used to it. And I refuse to be okay with this. And I am going to post this, and that's why you're going to see it, because I'm going to post the hell out of this, because I'm tired. I'm tired of getting the crumbs from the cake and having things built on our backs. They're standing on our shoulders to do this. So I'm not going to get too far into it because I could get way, way, way further into this. But this is it. George, you never should have done that interview with Gimlet with your shorts on. You should have never done it. You shouldn't have said that out. You said the quiet part out loud, baby boy. You should have also recognized talent when you saw it. Sam and Jack, I've talked to you multiple times. I've even helped some of your employees make money in other ways. You know, I've been really, really good to this company, and I have received zero response in the last few years. And you saw that, like Patreon at one point was worth $4 billion during the bubble, the last bubble that we had. That's when I started really getting like up in arms. And then they had to slash that because a lot of companies did have to come back to reality, including my own, you know. So I don't begrudge that, but I will say that you've seen how it can go away. It's not like it's just a given that you just get this. And I know it's not an easy thing to be a founder of a major company like this. I know that. But you should do what's right. I should have equity in this company. You should either buy me out for something I don't even own. The audacity. You should either buy me out or you should give me equity that can be sold. Just like I've helped just like I've helped a couple of your employees do, and you know who I'm talking about. Okay?
Thousands of people are quietly selling books like this on Amazon using AI. Here's how it works. All right, step 1, go to Amazon and search for
overdraft fees, negative balances, red numbers on your bank account when you check into that app. If these things are familiar to you, you have to watch this video. You have to hear what I have to say. If you're not familiar,
he's not saying don't come to him for
10
funding.
years ago, I was homeless.
Mark
Since
Cuban
then,
tells Black women
I have
entrepreneurs
generated
not to look for
millions
funding.
of dollars
Listen, I'm
in
seeing your
revenue
comments. You're in my DMs. I'm here to tell you what I know. Mark is not saying don't come to him for funding. He has backed multiple Black women, including me, and given me the ability to back dozens of others. What he is saying, and what I have been saying for years, as recently as 3 days ago at South by Southwest, I said this, which is when he said it. He's saying that no one is coming to save us. Yes, we need to be in these rooms. We need to have access to venture funding. We deserve it as much as anyone else, if not more. We deserve those opportunities and those options. But what he's saying is, pound for pound, if you have a choice between taking on outside funding and generating revenue and income for yourself, he's always going to choose generating income because you have more power, control, and freedom when you do that, and more equity. Mark Cuban tells Black women entrepreneurs not to look for funding. Listen, I'm seeing your comments. You're in my DMs. I'm here to tell you what I know. Mark is not saying don't come to him for funding. He has backed multiple Black women, including me, and given me the ability to back dozens of others. What he is saying, and what I have been saying for years, as recently as 3 days ago at South by Southwest, I said this, which is when he said it. He's saying for myself and for other people. And every single day on YouTube, my mission is to help. My mission is to get you out of the circumstances that I was in for most of my life, because I've seen both sides of it and I know what type of freedom
and relief comes from being able to take control of things. Now, you also may not be in such dire straits, because a lot of people who watch my channel are really like kind of, they're paycheck to paycheck, or they're head above water, like they're doing okay, but they feel like they're stuck. Like they've been at 5,000 a month for years, or they can't break out of that, and they watch people around them just seem to do well and seem to figure things out faster than them. If that feels like you, this is going to be a video that's going to change things for you. That's why I'm here.
When I started drinking cold water to help me lose weight, my friends laughed at me, but when they saw how fast I was changing, they started doing it themselves. Apparently, thousands of women are already doing this every morning by adding one unusual ingredient to a glass of cold water. You've probably heard that as you get older, your body will never be the same. You'll have to accept it's harder to lose the extra pounds around your waist, the shapeless baggy clothes and unflattering photos, and the aches and pains and tiredness all the time. But what if I told you that's not true at all? What if I told you that there's a simple drink you can make at home that can help lose weight in weeks without starving yourself or spending hours at the gym? Sounds too good to be true, right? That's what I thought too, until I saw my auntie at a family party. I didn't even recognize her at first until she came over to say hi. It was crazy. She was literally half the size from when I'd last seen her. I asked her what her secret was, and she told me about this cold water tweak that she'd seen on TV. She said it was a simple drink that she made every morning.
Okay, so I have done these things. I'm doing these things right now. Like think about the importance of that. I'm not somebody who's just like, oh, let me show you, let me write and tell you what I think you should do, or this is what I did like 10 years ago. I'm going to tell you what I did 10 years ago, but I'm going to tell you more importantly what I'm doing right now and what is going to help you break out of your current circumstances. Whether that means you have a negative bank account right now, balance right now, or if it means you don't and you even have savings, but you're like, is this it? Is this all life is supposed to be? Or do I get to go on any trip I want to go on, to give my family, friends money whenever I want to as gifts? Do I, I'm like obsessed with these cruise videos now on YouTube. I like watching other people go on cruises, and they stay in these suites, and thinking through, oh, like my whole family can go on that, and if we just carve out 2 weeks of our time, we could have that. The thing is, this used to be a pipe dream for me. Right now, it's not a matter of, oh, can I afford that? I can afford it, which is crazy to me because I used to be homeless. But it's a matter of, oh, do we have the time? Do we have the interest? But you want to be in the position where you get to choose, right? You want to be able to choose. So let me talk to you about some very specific ways that you can get out of your current situation. And watch this whole video, because each of these 3 things is going to make all the difference. And they stack on each other. They work in tandem. They're each things that you can accomplish. I work with people every day who accomplish these things, and they started with nothing. So let's go through it a little bit. So the very first thing I'm going to talk to you about, and it's going to sound like a little bit like, I don't know, it's going to sound a little strange to you, but I want you to know that it's like real. Okay, so the first thing is being an affiliate for someone. Now don't click off if you're like, oh, affiliate links, that's not real. No, listen to me. Listen to me. When you are starting out and you don't necessarily have your own offer or your own thing that you think people will pay for, you do, by the way, but if you don't feel like you do, when you're somebody else's affiliate, and I'll tell you what that really means if you're not familiar, when you're promoting someone else's course or someone else's membership or their SaaS product, like Slack or anything that you use that's a software, when you do that, you get to put all of your skills that you learn about personal branding and promotions, marketing, sales, all of that gets to get into good use. But you don't have to figure out kind of the most difficult thing to figure out, which is like, what do I offer? because then you have the offer, you have the product, you have, maybe it's a physical product, you have the theme. So going back to those cruise videos I was talking about, and if you know, right? They're very fun. Trek Trendy is one of them that I like. Okay, so if you think about you going on a cruise, this guy gets like 1 to 1.5 million views per video, puts one out a month or so. That many people looking at that, and they're like me, and they're like, oh, I want to go on that cruise, or oh, I want to go on that train trip, or oh, I want to go on that flight, whatever. What he can do is he can go to the cruise lines that the actual one that he's on, go to their website. He doesn't even have to know anybody. You don't have to know anybody there, right? You go to their website and you search for their affiliate program, or you Google affiliate program for this particular company. And then you become an affiliate, which is usually not hard to do at all. And you see what commissions they give you. And they may give you 10, 20, 30%. Some people give you 50%. Some people, it ranges. Like Amazon is going to be more like 2 to 5%. But that's its own little animal over there. I wouldn't do Amazon first, because even though it seems like, oh, well, there's so many items, it would be easy. It's actually really slow to do Amazon. I would look for stuff that pays you like $100, $200, $500 per sale. Okay. And it's something that you use. It's something that you maybe want to use. And so what he could do is he could just pop that, and he does. He could pop that link into the description and say, if you want to go on this cruise, I just gave you 20 minutes of a tour of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. If you want to go on it and experience it for yourself, use my link right below. I saw a woman do this with furniture. Oh, it's so brilliant. Okay, so she got her new furniture for her living room. And she had these different pieces, and it was so nice. It was a Black woman in Atlanta, I believe. And in her description, and she said it, she pointed to it in the video. She said, use my link, and if you want to order any of these items, or if you want to just get the whole replica of the living room that I've done, use my link and you get 10% off, because sometimes they'll do like codes for that. If you think about it, like, let's say, I mean, she had hundreds of thousands of views, but let's just say she got 1,000 views on that. And let's say 20 of those people had either just moved or were looking to like replace something, or they didn't even know they wanted to replace something, but they had like FOMO. They're like, oh, I love that. I didn't even know that was an option, or that color's cool, or that's a really interesting way to place that in your living room. They clicked, like I did, clicked on the link and ordered furniture. And furniture can add up. $1,000, $2,000, $3,000 worth of furniture. And her commissions could have been 10%, 20, 30%. I don't know what the commissions were, but I could look it up, because anybody can look it up, because most things are pretty public when it comes to affiliates. So it's important. I'm telling you about this because it is one of the 3 things that could help you, even if you're just starting, or even if you're pivoting. A lot of people are pivoting, like, oh man, I got laid off recently, or I think I'm going to get laid off, or whatever. You can start doing that. And it's like, you think about through traffic, and you're saying, okay, how do I get traffic to that? What do I do? Well, if you click on my name for YouTube, I have these different playlists on my channel. I have a playlist that says how to create an offer. You just plug in what I'm telling you and apply it to someone else's product or service. I have a playlist that says for beginners. It tells you like the very first things you need to do. I have a playlist about sales. I have the playlist, and the how-to is here. So this is me telling you, like, let's get a plan together. If you want to do a plan, let me know in the comments if this is already starting to get some juices flowing. What is something that you really like you're a customer of, or you want to be a customer of? If you're a customer of it already, even better, because you can really speak authentically to why it's great. So that's what you do. You go to a website. You go to the site of the place you want to go. Not everybody has an affiliate program. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But you go right now, you make a list, write a list down of 3 places you want to go. Okay, I want to go to this furniture store. I want to go to this electronic store, and I want to go to this software product that I use. Write that down. One by one, go to the sites. Look at the bottom of it, usually is where they have their affiliate programs linked, and see if they have an affiliate program. If they don't have it on the website, do a Google search with that name and affiliate and see if you can find it, because sometimes it's consolidated somewhere else, or sometimes it's just a different website. But almost anything you can think of that you use today has an affiliate program. Opus Clips is a great one. It's a great one that has an affiliate program. Low barrier to entry. You can promote it really kind of in a fun way. Look this up. If you're like, oh, I don't know what you mean, look it up. Opus Clips. Card, CARRD.co. That's a good one. I'm not getting paid to tell you this. I'm just telling you, these are places you can go. And if you just spend some time and train on the videos that I've given you like everything you need, right? So then the affiliates, what we're doing in Arlen's All Access is we just launched affiliates. We just launched officially the affiliate program, where if you're in Arlen's All Access, you already know this, you can be an affiliate of Arlen's All Access. So I do a 50% commission. So you have to be a member to be able to be an affiliate for it, but it helps you. It helps people. People are making tens of thousands of dollars in there. Some people are like blowing up their YouTube channels. Some people are doing a few things that we do in all access, but now they were already referring people. Now they get paid to do it. Now they get a commission, because it's like, if you're already referring to somebody, I want to pay you. I don't want to pay Zuckerberg, or, I don't want to pay for ads. I want to pay people. I want to pay my members. So that's 50%. So we had a choice between 10 and 50%. And I chose the highest one, because I'm like, let's make this something that is like.
Are you looking to start your own business? Well, look no further than busy.com. Right now, we'll complete your LLC filing free. You just cover the state fee. Just provide us some basic info about your business and location, then select the plan with all the features and resources you need, from free registered agent service to a business banking account. With Busy, you don't just get a great offer, you get total peace of mind. So what are you waiting for? Launch your LLC in minutes with Busy. Get started today.
Skincare can start in the laundry room. That's why I always recommend All Free Clear for sensitive skin. It's free of dyes and perfumes.
It's a key part of my self-care routine and is gentle for my skin and hers too.
For an effective clean that's gentle on skin, all you need is All Free Clear.
Outstanding for everybody. Everybody wins. I win, you win, and then the person you bring wins. So I'm just letting you know, because it's been top of mind. I even created a whole new 90-minute course, where I don't know if a lot of people did that with the platform that I'm using, but when I knew that they were doing an official launch, I was like, yeah, I'm gonna make a whole course about it. So teach people exactly how to be my affiliate and how to use affiliates for their own memberships. So that's inside of Arlen's All Access. You can go to arlensallaccess.com to check that out. But that's just telling you, like, these are things that you can do right now. And that particular one pays 14 days later. So affiliates pay anywhere between 7 and 30 days later, usually. Speaking of, I want to tell you about my new book, Arlen's Revenue Playbook. If you go to arlensrevenueplaybook.com, you get this for free. And everything that I'm teaching in this video, I do a deep dive, exact steps. You won't have any questions after you read the book. So get it for free. You just pay for shipping. It's amazing. And there's even like a special for Arlen's All Access on that. So you might want to go there first. Okay, so then there are two more. And I really want you to just think about affiliates as you're thinking about these other two. Okay, so the next one I want to talk to you about is what you're watching right now. You're watching me on YouTube. You're watching a YouTube video along with hopefully thousands of other people, at least eventually. And as you can probably tell, I'm having a great time with this. Like I'm teaching, I'm having fun. I get to be a bit of a professor, and at 44 today, that's kind of exciting and fulfilling. And then I think about it all the time, and I plan, and I decide what I'm going to film and release, and what are my thumbnails going to look like, and the pictures that you see when you land, when it lands on your homepage, which is probably how you found me. Is that how you found me, by the way? Because this second one I think is going to change people's lives, so I want you to know about it. But did you find me on your homepage? And make sure you subscribe if you're not subscribed already, because in my next video, I'm going to unlock something really special. And I don't want you to miss it. So you subscribe now and you don't have to worry about forgetting or remembering to see the next video. But just hit the subscribe button. We're having a great time here. And my very next video is going to be what people have asked for. So, okay. So what I want to talk to you today about, and the second one, is you starting a YouTube channel or making your current YouTube channel monetized. And there are multiple ways, there's a whole playlist for it, but there are multiple ways you can monetize your YouTube channel, meaning it's not just this one way, but I'm going to teach you the first way. So the first way is by getting paid for ads that are plugged into your videos. So you might see that there are some ads in this video, and I didn't go out and get those ads, like that's YouTube plugging those ads in and then paying me for that use, for that space. So it's almost like you have your own television station and you're getting ads. Sponsored, you're getting ads placed on that. And I don't even mean sponsorship. That's one other way to do it, like working one-on-one with the company. You talk about that company and then they give you money. That's sponsorship, and that's interesting, but it's not something that I do. If I'm going to do anything like that, I'm going to do affiliates, right? That's how it connects. But I'm talking about, it's called Google AdSense, and AdSense is plugged in once you reach 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours in a 12-month period. 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours in a 12-month period. And you may say, oh my God, that sounds like a lot of everything. I have someone in All Access, and I have a video with her where she got monetized in 28 days. Sometimes it takes people months to get monetized. Sometimes it takes people years because they don't even know about it. Like Myron Golden didn't even didn't even know a few years ago that you could get monetized on YouTube, and now he has almost he passed 1 million subscribers, and he gets paid hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. But you don't have to get paid. You don't have to have hundreds of thousands of subscribers to get paid. You need to get to 1,000 subscribers, and you need to get to 4,000 watch hours, and then everything that you do from that point on gets paid, whether it's $5 a day or $500 a day. So like, for instance, I got $7,900 in February for just posting videos. And that was like the least amount of money that I made from my videos, because I got that from AdSense, 8,000 extra bucks for posting. And it all happened naturally. I didn't have to do anything. I just had to like continue learning and putting out good content. And then on top of that, I was able to do things like affiliates and send people to my own products. And that's kind of like the more advanced stuff that I teach you in this book and that I teach you in Arlen's All Access. And it's not hard to learn. It's just like steps to it. So what I really, if you're still with me, by the way, thank you so much, because I think that this is going to change things for you. What I really believe is that most people watching this, even if you are, and I say even if because I've had a lot of comments, so even if you are disabled, neurodivergent, elderly, in a different country than the US, even if you're a beginner.
Here's the one thing I trust AI to do more than humans. And ironically, it's brand safety. You spend so much time building up your brand, and the wrong collab.
And really, if you're not a beginner, if you have any kind of story that's interesting, if you have any kind of skill and experience, interests that are interesting, all of these things stack on each other. But even if you don't, I believe that almost everyone watching this could start their own YouTube channel. It's free to start. And I believe that you could, if you worked at it and you were patient with it, you could change your life with it. And I say that knowing that some people are going to think that that's hyperbole or hype. But I'll give you a quick example. My brother, who is 40 now, and I can't believe that, but he's 40, he didn't finish the 9th grade. I think he dropped out of school at the 8th grade. He always had trouble reading, and he was always considered kind of a trouble kid. But the problem was he had dyslexia that nobody diagnosed, and he had ADHD ADD that nobody diagnosed. And he was brilliant. And he was teaching himself at home how to record, master, and do all kinds of stuff to music. He was teaching himself how to make beats and how to produce, and taking apart computers and putting them back together. He was doing all this at home while people were calling him a thug or calling him stupid at school. And so he just dropped out, and he went through a path, and he'll tell you about that path, but he was on the streets doing things, and ended up having to go to jail for a few days, and kind of really in bad positions. He was in a bad position for a few years, and it wasn't working out. And then somewhere along the way, in his 20s, he just said, you know what, I'm going to take my friends with me. I'm going to take this fledgling record label that I have, and I'm going to start posting about things in Dallas, because that's where he lives, that's where he's from. He has a tattoo of the word Dallas on his neck, and he's named his youngest child Dallas. He loves Dallas. So he's like, I'm going to just talk about the music scene and the culture here in Dallas. So what he did was he started posting on YouTube like 14 years ago. And he posted and he posted and he posted, and he didn't miss a day for years and years and years. Now that channel has 1.4 million subscribers, maybe even 1.5 by now, and it's called Real Life Street Stars. And some people who follow me recognize that name instantly. It's a very well-known interview series with a blue couch and a light wall behind it. And it started with someone who dropped out of school, who could not read, and he now can, but had a hard time until he was diagnosed. Is a prolific rapper and producer, but was always discounted, always told he wasn't going to make it. He changed his own life. He took it into his own hands. And I'll say that story to you, and if you're still here, thank you so much for being here. Let me know in the comments if you're still with me. I say that story to you to tell you that there are very few things, I believe, that allow you to take your control of your life the way that this does, the way that having a YouTube channel does. I mean, I know it sounds a little corny, but
why did Amazon send me $20,000? Because I use Amazon AI. I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toasters, and I damn sure wasn't talking my friends into buying vitamins and juices. I did it with a free app that's probably already on your phone, and that app is the Kindle app.
I just created some simple digital products, then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made $14, and I was like, oh my goodness, this actually works. Hi,
it's one of those things, like, if you're like me, you have this entrepreneurial spirit that does not die. It's like you're always thinking of things, you're always questioning and strategizing and hoping and putting things together, but then sometimes it just doesn't work out, and you're like, why isn't this working out? Why am I so different? Why is it so difficult for me? And if you're like me, YouTube is going to be something really important to your life. Let me just say, like, I've worked with people who didn't have one subscriber and blew up their channel and, you know, are making money from YouTube in multiple ways, and the one way that I taught you, and multiple other ways. I know people who are multimillionaires who didn't really know about YouTube, who I've been advising, who are making themselves even richer
out there.
from
Like,
YouTube.
I am here.
And everything
Like, it
in
just
between.
felt-
People who have businesses. Now, let's stop for a second and
that
talk
I
to
got
people.
to do
If you have
So,
a
and-
business, and your business is doing
I
5
didn't
figures a
have to
year,
work
6 figures
while I
a
was
year,
there.
even
Like,
more,
I
like you're
truly-
not down and out, you got it going on. Don't you want some sort of like leverage to blow that up? Imagine if you demoed your product or your service. Imagine if 100,000 people could see this year what you do. What would that change in your company? Let me know in the comments if you have a company that is thriving, or that one that is maybe stuck at growth, but you have something. What would it do to have 100,000 people see it? See you demoing it, talking to a customer, letting people know how it's helpful to them. Let me know in the comments. That's what YouTube is. So even beyond the monetization and the AdSense that I told you about, there's just like this awareness that you bring to it. Like, I can put a video up now, and I started with no subscribers. Then I had 3,700 subscribers January 2024. March 2025, I have 133,000 subscribers. I'm on a Zoom. I'm just talking to you, you know. My shirt's wrinkled. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, you have all this money you can throw at it. No, I'm just talking to you, and I'm figuring out stuff. And as I figure it out, I tell you how to do it. I tell you how to do it in this book, Arlen's Revenue Playbook. You just go to the website, arlensrevenueplaybook.com. I also have the link below. I tell you how to do it in All Access. I tell you how to do it mostly on these videos on YouTube, which are available to you right now for free. You can watch as many as you'd like, unlimited. So this is what you could do. Man, if you have something to demo, if you have a product.
Build wealth by becoming
Oh my God, so many people come to me and they want me to invest in their companies, and they have a product, and I'm like, are you on YouTube? And they're like, no. And I'm like, you're missing out. You're missing it. You're missing it. So let's get creative together. Let me know in the comments what you might have a channel about, what your videos may be about. What are you gonna do? Like, let's do this. Are you going to start? It's free to start. Just do it. And just link us to your channel. And it's not going to be great at first. It's not going to get a lot of views at first, but it will eventually. Okay? Especially if you train with me on my channel. Okay. There's a third one that I want you to know about. And this one is like, has really changed the game for me as well. YouTube has absolutely changed the game for me. I would say the most. This one has changed the game for me the second most in the last 12 months. And it also, I believe, is going to have outsized returns, meaning, you know, I'm an investor. So what I mean by that is, if I put $1 in, it's going to put out whatever amount, $100, $1,000. I don't know yet, but it's already has this return on investment, this ROI that's high. And for you, it could be the same. Now, this one is going to take a little bit of investment on your part, but it's not a lot compared to what you get in return. And right now, more than 400 people are doing this with me on a day-to-day basis, so I know it works. This one is just about putting a community of people who are like-minded and who are interested in what you're interested in and want to work with you on it together in one spot and making that something. And what that really is, like a membership, okay? So let me talk to you about memberships for a second and really dial in here. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and make sure you get that free copy of the book. Now, memberships, I've made like $500,000 on my memberships in about 8 months. And that number is going higher and higher and higher. So it's not like 8 months from now I'll make another 500. It's like I'll make more than that, right? Because it just gets higher and higher and higher. I know people who have made like an extra $2,000 a month, an extra $3,000 a month, an extra $10,000 or $20,000 a month with that I've taught within, you know, that I know personally who have done that. And the reason that memberships work is like it's specific to a platform that I use, which is School. I have a link below, 14-day trial. That's an affiliate link, by the way. That's an example of an affiliate link. I'm talking to you about this. Some people will say, oh, well, let me check that out. Let me get the free trial. And then I get paid 40% if you join.
That's an affiliate link. That's why I've listed it here. Okay. So going back to memberships.
Asking celebrity businessman how to get out of debt.
Are you wasting thousands of dollars paying off debts you don't actually have to pay? I've been helping people get out of debt for decades, and I know everyone's experience with debt is different, which also means the solution to your debt problem may be completely different from someone else's. And what most people don't realize is you can potentially save yourself thousands of dollars and years of debt payments by switching to a smarter debt repayment strategy, one that's tailor-made to fit your unique debt situation. And all you have to do to start is take a quick 2-minute quiz. So you'll get your results right away. And then, based on your answers, discover if our premier debt relief solution is right for your unique debt situation, potentially wiping thousands of dollars off your debt total before you make another payment, and even lowering your monthly payments by as much as 40%. That means you could be on the path to be completely debt-free in as little as 2 years. I urge you, don't make another payment until you've taken this quiz and discovered your personalized debt elimination plan. Just click the button below to get started. My name's Robert Herjavec, and you probably know me from the hit show Shark Tank, where my job is to help people grow their small business. But this video is about helping people do something even more important: get out of debt. It's called the Debt Clear USA program, and it is amazing. The Debt Clear USA program uses a team of top negotiators. Here's how it works. The Debt Clear USA team discovered that by working with people with $7,500 or more in debt, they could negotiate much better deals. By cutting through the red tape and talking directly with these banks to get people the savings they deserve. Currently, the Debt Clear USA team is achieving an average of 45% aggregate discount on debts. Imagine that. 45% of your total debt erased, and some are higher, as high as 50% off. That's right, up to half of your debt vanishing just through this negotiating team. Not only that, the Debt Clear USA program actually lowers your monthly payment, and here's the best part: no more interest. That's right, the interest stops completely. This team has over 10 years of experience negotiating with.
I don't want you to think about all the logistics of it, because that's where people get lost and caught up. And I work with people every day, so I know that's where you get lost and caught up. All I want you to do is I want you to imagine. All I want you to do is imagine this, okay? Or if you're still with me, just imagine. Close your eyes if you need to. I want you to imagine each morning or whenever you wake up. It's your choice at this point, because you don't work for anybody else in our imagination. You don't work for anybody else. No one tells you when to wake up. No one tells you what to do. If you have kids, maybe they do, or maybe they're your boss, right? You wake up when you want to. You have your morning routine, or you don't. You know, it's up to you. Maybe you're overlooking an ocean because you're on a cruise. Maybe you're overlooking, a city because that's your vibe. Maybe you're out in the wilderness. You're out in nature, or you're just simply with the people you love and care about. That's the first thing I want you to imagine. Then I want you to imagine you log in the morning or whenever it is, afternoon, and you log into your membership, your community, and you have 30 people, 50 people, 100 people, maybe even more. I just talked to somebody yesterday from All Access who has 2,300 people in her membership. It's crazy. Okay, so you have 30, but you can have 30 members and be thriving, okay? You check in, you look and see, oh, okay, this person posted this overnight. Let me go ahead and respond to it. That's interesting. Let me go ahead and make a post about something that I thought about that I want to make sure everybody knows. And this membership is about anything you can imagine. It's about your biggest interest. What are you most interested in? What is the most fun to you? The most fun to me is entrepreneurship. So that's where my membership is about, and I have multiple ones. Yours could be anything you can imagine. Anything that you're interested in. That's what your membership could be about. As long as it doesn't harm someone else, it's legal. That's what yours could be about. So I want you to keep imagining this. You're having fun. You're talking about a thing that interests you on a daily basis that you would do for free. And you know that each Friday you are getting paid. Or you know that maybe you're getting paid daily because you're doing a different version that I teach. But again, we're not going to talk about the logistics and the how-to. We're talking about, I want you to imagine this. Write the word imagine in the comments if you're still with me. It'll let me know you're here. Okay. I want you to imagine that. And then I want you to imagine that you didn't have to ask anybody's permission to post. You didn't have to say, oh, the boss wouldn't like me saying this or promoting it on Instagram or having my YouTube channel or whatever. They don't care because they don't exist anymore. And you are about to go on a trip, either solo, with a friend, with family members. You're about to go on a trip that you've been waiting to go on for months or for years or forever. And when you're packing to go on that trip, hey, as long as I have my laptop, I'll be good. Or maybe I'm going to even just tell my friends or tell my members, hey, I'm going to be gone for a week. I'll see you when I get back. It's up to you. You have your feet up. You have a view of something that you love. Maybe you're watching TV. Maybe you're cooking. Maybe you're having a party. Maybe you're at a sports event. But you're in a suite, or you're courtside, or you're on the field because you can afford it. That's how I want you to live.
Starting my own business felt stressful. All the paperwork, all the regulations, it was overwhelming. But then I found Zen Business. They made it so easy to form my LLC and stay compliant. Everything was fast, affordable, and I even got access to their amazing customer support. Zen Business helps me stay compliant so I can focus on doing what I love, growing my business. Starting a business shouldn't be stressful, but with Zen Business, it's worry-free. Click the link below to get started today.
Get your business up and running with Shopify, the commerce platform designed for entrepreneurs. Get customizable themes to match the look and feel of your brand. No coding required.
You don't need to be an author to sell thousands of books on Amazon every month. Developed by my friend Alex Kaplow, and it allows him to sell 5 figures worth of these books almost completely on autopilot. It's funny, most people never had any aspirations of being an author, but with this system, you don't have to write a single word. In fact, I learned about these particular types of products that you can sell on Amazon that never breaks when it ships, that you can ship for free, and it's virtually completely automated. And you can sell again and again without having to buy more inventory. So no running out of stock, ebooks, and audiobooks. And you know what I discovered? As well as the
more advanced stuff that I teach you in this book and that I teach you in Arlen's All Access. And it's not hard to learn. It's just like steps to it. So what I really, if you're still with me, by the way, thank you so much, because I think that this is going to change things for you. What I really believe is that most people watching this, even if you are, and I say even if because I've had a lot of comments, so even if you are disabled, neurodivergent, elderly, in a different country than the US, even if you're a beginner, and really if you're not a beginner, if you have any kind of story that's interesting, if you have any kind of skill and experience, interests that are interesting, all of these things stack on each other. But even if you don't, I believe that almost everyone watching this could start their own YouTube channel. It's free to start. And I believe that you could, if you worked at it and you were patient with it, you could change your life with it. And I say that knowing that some people are going to think that that's hyperbole or hype, but I'll give you a quick example. My brother, who is 40 now, and I can't believe that, but he's 40, he didn't finish the 9th grade. I think he dropped out of school at the 8th grade. He always had trouble reading, and he was always considered kind of a trouble kid. But the problem was he had dyslexia that nobody diagnosed, and he had ADHD ADD that nobody diagnosed. And he was brilliant. And he was teaching himself at home how to record, master and do all kinds of stuff to music. He was teaching himself how to make beats and how to produce and taking apart computers and putting them back together. He was doing all this at home while people were calling him a thug or calling him stupid at school. And so he just dropped out and he went through a path, and he'll tell you about that path, but he was, on the streets doing things and ended up, having to go to jail for a few days and kind of really in bad positions. He was in a bad position for a few years, and it wasn't working out. And then somewhere along the way, in his 20s, he just said, you know what, I'm going to take my friends with me. I'm going to take this fledgling record label that I have, and I'm going to start posting about things in Dallas. That's where he lives. That's where he's from. He has a tattoo of the word Dallas on his neck, and he's named his youngest child Dallas. He loves Dallas. So he's like, I'm going to just talk about the music scene and the culture here in Dallas. So what he did was he started posting on YouTube 14 years ago. And he posted and he posted and he posted, and he didn't miss a day for years and years and years. Now that channel has 1.4 million subscribers, maybe even 1.5 by now, and it's called Real Life Street Stars. And some people who follow me recognize that name instantly. It's a very well-known interview series with a blue couch and a light wall behind it. And it started with someone who dropped out of school, who could not read, and he now can, but had a hard time until he was diagnosed, is a prolific rapper and producer, but was always discounted, always told he wasn't going to make it. He changed his own life. He took it into his own hands. And I'll say that story to you, and if you're still here, thank you so much for being here. Let me know in the comments if you're still with me. I say that story to you to tell you that there are very few things, I believe, that allow you to take your control of your life the way that this does, the way that having a YouTube channel does. I mean, I know it sounds a little corny, but it's that one of those things, if you're like me, you have this entrepreneurial spirit that does not die. It's you're always thinking of things, you're always questioning and strategizing and hoping and putting things together. But then sometimes it just doesn't work out. And you're like, why isn't this working out? Why am I so different? Why is it so difficult for me? And if you're like me, YouTube is going to be something really important to your life. Let me just say, like, I've worked with people who didn't have one subscriber and blew up their channel and, you know, are making money from YouTube in multiple ways, in the one way that I taught you, and multiple other ways. I know people who are multimillionaires who didn't really know about YouTube, who I've been advising, who are making themselves even richer from YouTube.
I mean,
and everything in between.
Think about it.
People who have businesses. Now, let's stop for a second and talk to people. If you have a business, and your business is doing 5 figures a year, 6 figures a year, even more, like you're not down and out, you got it going on. Don't you want some sort of like leverage to blow that up? Imagine if you demoed your product or your service. Imagine if 100,000 people could see this year what you do. What would that change in your company? Let me know in the comments if you have a company that is thriving, or that one that is maybe stuck at growth, but you have something. What would it do to have 100,000 people see it? See you demoing it, talking to a customer, letting people know how it's helpful to them. Let me know in the comments. That's what YouTube is. So even beyond the monetization and the AdSense that I told you about, there's just like this awareness that you bring to it. Like I can put a video up now, and I started with no subscribers. Then I had 3,700 subscribers January 2024. March 2025, I have 133,000 subscribers. I'm on a Zoom. I'm just talking to you, you know. My shirt's wrinkled. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, oh, you have all this money you can throw at it. No, I'm just talking to you, and I'm figuring out stuff. And as I figure it out, I tell you how to do it. I tell you how to do it in this book, Arlen's Revenue Playbook. You just go to the website, arlensrevenueplaybook.com. I also have the link below. I tell you how to do it in all access. I tell you how to do it mostly on these videos on YouTube, which are available to you right now for free. You can watch as many as you'd like, unlimited. So this is what you could do. Man, if you have something to demo, if you have a product, oh my God, so many people come to me and they want me to invest in their companies, and they have a product, and I'm like, are you on YouTube? And they're like, no. I'm like, you're missing out. You're missing it. You're missing it. So let's get creative together. Let me know in the comments what you might have a channel about, what your videos may be about. What are you going to do? Like, let's do this. Are you going to start? It's free to start. Just do it. And just link us to your channel, and it's not going to be great at first. It's not going to get a lot of views at first, but it will eventually. Okay? Especially if you train with me on my channel. Okay, there's a third one that I want you to know about. And this one is like, has really changed the game for me as well. YouTube has absolutely changed the game for me. I would say the most. This one has changed the game for me the second most in the last 12 months. And it also, I believe, is going to have outsized returns, meaning, you know, I'm an investor. So what I mean by that is, if I put $1 in, it's going to put out whatever amount, $100, $1,000. I don't know yet. But it already has this return on investment, this ROI that's high. And for you, it could be the same. Now, this one is going to take a little bit of investment on your part, but it's not a lot compared to what you get in return. And right now, more than 400 people are doing this with me on a day-to-day basis, so I know it works. This one is just about putting a community of people who are like-minded and who are interested in what you're interested in and want to work with you on it together in one spot, and making that something. And what that really is, like a membership, okay? So let me talk to you about memberships for a second and really dial in here. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't subscribed, and make sure you get that free copy of the book. Now, memberships, I've made like $500,000 on my memberships in about 8 months. And that number is going higher and higher and higher. So it's not like 8 months from now I'll make another 500. It's like I'll make more than that, right? Because it just gets higher and higher and higher. I know people who have made like an extra $2,000 a month, an extra $3,000 a month, an extra $10,000 or $20,000 a month with that I've taught within, you know, that I know personally who have done that. And the reason that memberships work is like it's specific to a platform that I use, which is School. I have a link below, 14-day trial. That's an affiliate link, by the way. That's an example of an affiliate link.
I'm talking to you about this. Some people will say, oh, well, let me check that out. Let me get the free trial. And then I get paid 40% if you join. That's an affiliate link. That's why I've listed it here. Okay. So going back to memberships, I don't want you to think about all the logistics of it, because that's where people get lost and caught up. And I work with people every day, so I know that's where you get lost and caught up. All I want you to do is I want you to imagine. All I want you to do is imagine this, okay? Or if you're still with me, just imagine. Close your eyes if you need to. I want you to imagine each morning or whenever you wake up. It's your choice at this point, because you don't work for anybody else in our imagination. You don't work for anybody else. No one tells you when to wake up. No one tells you what to do. If you have kids, maybe they do. Or maybe they're your boss, right? You wake up when you want to. You have your morning routine, or you don't. It's up to you. Maybe you're overlooking an ocean because you're on a cruise. Maybe you're overlooking, a city because that's your vibe. Maybe you're out in the wilderness. You're out in nature. Or you're just simply with the people you love and care about. That's the first thing I want you to imagine. Then I want you to imagine you log in the morning or whenever it is, afternoon, and you log into your membership, your community, and you have 30 people, 50 people, 100 people, maybe even more. I just talked to somebody yesterday from All Access who has 2,300 people in her membership. It's crazy. Okay, so you have 30, but you can have 30 members and be thriving, okay? You check in, you look and see, oh, okay, this person posted this overnight. Let me go ahead and respond to it. That's interesting. Let me go ahead and make a post about something that I thought about that I want to make sure everybody knows. And this membership is about anything you can imagine. It's about your biggest interest. What are you most interested in? What is the most fun to you? The most fun to me is entrepreneurship. So that's where my membership is about, and I have multiple ones. Yours could be anything you can imagine. Anything that you're interested in. That's what your membership could be about. As long as it doesn't harm someone else, it's legal, that's what yours could be about. So I want you to keep imagining this. You're having fun. You're talking about a thing that interests you on a daily basis that you would do for free. And you know that each Friday, you are getting paid, or you know that maybe you're getting paid daily because you're doing a different version that I teach. But again, we're not going to talk about the logistics and the how-to. We're talking about, I want you to imagine this. Write the word imagine in the comments if you're still with me. It'll let me know you're here. Okay. I want you to imagine that. And then I want you to imagine that you didn't have to ask anybody's permission to post. You didn't have to say, oh, the boss wouldn't like me saying this or promoting it on Instagram or having my YouTube channel or whatever. They don't care because they don't exist anymore. And you are about to go on a trip, either solo, with a friend, with family members. You're about to go on a trip that you've been waiting to go on for months or for years or forever. And when you're packing to go on that trip, hey, as long as I have my laptop, I'll be good. Or maybe I'm going to even just tell my friends or tell my members, hey, I'm going to be gone for a week. I'll see you when I get back. It's up to you. You have your feet up. You have a view of something that you love. Maybe you're watching TV. Maybe you're cooking. Maybe you're having a party. Maybe you're at a sports event. But you're in a suite, or you're courtside, or you're on the field because you can afford it. That's how I want you to live. That's why I make these videos. That's how I want you to live, because you can. Because I was homeless. I was sleeping on the floor of an airport 10 years ago. I couldn't put together $1 to buy a Snickers bar. I remember this very vividly, this day, very vividly. I was staying at living at the San Francisco airport. It had been, I don't know, day whatever of this. I had nothing. I was 34, almost 35. And every day I would kind of scrape together. I was also like a raging alcoholic. So I was like really miserable. I was scraping together money. I was going through withdrawals. It's terrible. And I remember this particular day, I had like 90 cents that I was able to put together and change.
And I walked up to the same store that I go to on the outside of the airport that you didn't need a ticket. And I went up to the lady, and there was all this stuff I wanted, food and snacks and reading material and all this stuff. I knew I couldn't get that, but it was like the cheapest thing at an airport. What is that? I saw a Snickers bar, and it was like $1.08 or something. It was something like that, right? And I had 90 cents. So I took it to her, and I said, can I please have the Snickers bar? And she said no. And, it worked out. It ended up working out. I've generated millions of dollars in revenue since then. I've invested in more than 200 companies, and I've been on the covers of Fast Company and Black Enterprise. I'm about to go speak 4 times at South by Southwest, a place where I once slept in a car to attend, with my mother, slept in a car to attend. And now I'm like a featured speaker on the front of their website. And I partnered with them for my own 2,000 person event next year. Okay, so when I tell you these things, it's not like, oh, let me just go ahead and get a cash grab. Let me see what I can get you to buy. I'm trying to build, I have a reputation, and I'm trying to build millionaires. I'm trying to build generational wealth for as many people as humanly possible. And I'm telling you that these are the answers. These are 3 of the answers. It's not a guess. And so many people can do it. And I know I still will have people in my comments saying, I can't do that. If you don't think you can do it, then you won't be able to do it. But what if you just take one of these things and start to research it and implement it and see? Just see. See if I'm right. It's better than not doing anything and staying stuck. Or even worse, getting worse. Because you know what compounds is interest. Return on investment. That compounds positively. But what also compounds is negative. Because sometimes you're going to get so negative you can't get out of it. You have to turn things around today. You have to stop living like this.
This is the simple pink salt trick that took me from 189 to 126 in just weeks. You may not know this, but recently a viral video from a famous doctor revealed that people who struggle to burn stubborn fat have low levels of 2 thermogenic hormones, the same ones found in
We did $100,000 lunch in 1 hour, just from the community that I have built over time.
What if I told you you could make more money in your business without doing more of what you do in your business? You can actually make more money by teaching what it is you do in your business. And I'm excited to have on the department today, Cassandra Smith, who is a 7-figure entrepreneur who has started something that became a side hustle that turned into a main hustle.
Everything is on Facebook in my community. And once they come in, I'm going live every day. So now I'm getting them to know, like, and trust me. Wow. So it's like, if I can just get people in the community, I can take it over from there.
Dude, this is the game right here.
A lot of people started their businesses just off of my free classes, and they was like, wait, do you have anything paid? Because if this is free, I can imagine what you're doing in paid. So I went from going live every day to now basically 4 times a year, and I make way more money than I ever made. My memberships are, one of them is $199 a month, and the other one is $179. And we have a total of 2,000 students in those memberships.
That's like $300,000 collectively in monthly reoccurring now. And you do that by... Cassandra, thank you so much for being on the department.
Thank you for having me, Owen.
Yeah, and I think your story is so cool. I didn't need too much context to really understand what it is you do, because I think I resonate with someone who, you know, you go through this like dabble season and like, oh wow, like I really enjoy doing this, right. And then you start making a little bit of money. And for you were doing it with creating kind of things. Like you were creating goods for like parties and stuff? Like,
yes, parties, just consumers in general, parents, moms, dads, everyone. Grads, we do grad custom items, party favor custom items, memorial custom items, like if there's a funeral, so just everything custom.
Yeah, and so that's a really cool element, because so many business owners are, you know, especially starting out, usually you start out doing custom stuff.
Right.
Because you're just getting one client here, one client there. Well, how did you scale your custom business before you actually transition? And we'll get into monthly recurring revenue and all that stuff that you're doing, but
Okay. So I actually started in 2017.
Okay.
My kids had a basketball game to attend, and the coach wanted them to buy these hoodies, but I couldn't afford the hoodies. So my brother reached out to someone and said, "Hey, can you make the custom hoodies for my nephew and niece?" So she made the hoodies. We went back to the basketball game, and the coach was like, "Wait, I want those hoodies because they custom made. I don't want the ones we have."
That's cool.
So I reached out to the girl and I was like, "Hey, can you show me how to make the hoodies?" And she was like, "No, like,
oh dang,
you got to go to YouTube."
Gatekeeper.
She like, "You got to go to YouTube." So I went to YouTube. It took me an entire year just to learn how to make custom t-shirts. So I learned, and then in 2019, the market kind of took a turn. Everybody wanted custom t-shirts with like their faces on it. They wanted the custom tumblers, custom mouse pads, just everything. And that process is called sublimation. So when I got into sublimation, my business really took off. I did $1,000 in a week while working my 9 to 5, like literally.
And what were you making on that 9 to 5?
I was making like $17 an hour, so it was pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, like, if I can make $1,000 with the 9 to 5, imagine what I can make if I work full time from home. So I walked into HR and quit. Like, hey, I just did $1,000. I'm going. So I went home, and then business just slowed down. That's when I seen like, oh my gosh, people not buying custom t-shirts every day, all day.
Right.
So when the business slowed down, I'm looking at my inventory like, oh my gosh, what can I do with this inventory? Because I'm already buying it from a third party, using it for my customs business. I said, I'm going to sell it to other crafters. So I ended up creating a Facebook group community, and I started going live in order for me to sell these, because they call a blank. Basically a blank t-shirt before you add the picture on top.
Yes.
So I started selling these sublimation blanks to them, and they was like, well, can you show us how to sublimate? Because I'm thinking if you're buying my product, you should know how to use it.
Yeah.
Not the case.
Right.
So now I get into teaching them how to sublimate in order for them to buy my actual products.
That's so good. And I think, by the way, I believe you put yourself in a position to figure it out because you took that leap of faith.
Yeah.
Because that's what happened with everybody. Most people have this like trajectory or cycle. And I have a lot of friends in my world. They start a business, create excitement. Everybody celebrates them starting a business, but they don't go all in. And so you kind of get a little bit of business from the excitement of starting.
Yes.
And then you hit the real place of like, oh, I actually have to build something.
Yes.
Like my business was running on momentum and relationships. I need to actually create momentum and relationships. But most people quit at that moment, and then they wait a couple of months, years, and then they start a new thing. And it's like a cycle. But because you quit your job, your creativity, I think there's just something to pull from that. Like, I think that's really good.
Because you like, now you hungry, like I gotta make something
Right.
shake. So when I created a Facebook group community, I had a few people shout me out like, hey, go join her community. She's starting a new business. So the people joined the community, but I still ended up getting evicted from my apartment because I was selling to make a sale versus making profit. So I got all this inventory. I'm not making any profit. People are buying it, but I don't see the money coming in. So we ended up getting evicted. I moved into a hotel still with my heat press because I'm still making custom items. And then I got 2 storage units. One was for my personal items, and then the other one was for the inventory that I really didn't know how to sell. And then in 2020 of March, COVID hit. So they was mandating that everybody wear the mask. Of course, I already had blank masks. So my customers, my craft friends, they wanted it to be customized masks for their customers. So they was like, wait, do anybody got any masks on hand? Nobody knew to just have inventory of masks on hand. So since I had it, my business took off through the roof. All of the crafters were buying the masks from me. And then I went from, I want to say in February, it was like $15 a month. $15 for the entire month. And then in March, it was like $3,000. And then in April, I did like $36,000. And then in May, I did $86,000 just from having inventory on hand. And
just from masks?
It was from masks. And of course, I was selling the other blanks, t-shirts, tumblers.
Wow.
But those masks took off. So it went crazy.
That's so good. And that timeline, you kind of skipped 2017 to 2020.
Yeah.
But I think some people don't talk about that season. Like in that season, you're struggling on how to chart, or you're not realizing like the profit stuff. How did you get better at that?
at the profits. Just kept trying, kept testing out, kept seeing what the people wanted, looking at the market to see what other people are charging for it, looking at what I'm paying for it to see, okay, how can I get my 50% profit margin? So just over time, just doing my research and getting better at it. So
good. And then you just have this crazy spring in 2020.
Yes, due to COVID, and then with so many people getting laid off from their job, now they wanted to not just buy my inventory, but learn how to start their own craft business from home to supplement their income. So now I get into teaching classes. I'm selling the inventory. I end up moving from out of my hotel. I got a 3-story home.
And how are you promoting? Like, you're promoting these classes?
Everything is on Facebook in my community.
Okay, so
organically.
So you're just pushing people toward your community from your Instagram?
Well, no. So I had a few shout outs in the beginning. But then once the group started to get a little momentum, I started running ads to come to the group. So it was only my group at the time. So
running ads to a free group.
Yeah.
Okay.
And once they come in, I'm going live every day. So now I'm getting them to know, like, and trust me. So it's like, if I can just get people in the community, I can take it over from there.
Dude, this is the game right here. Okay, run ads to a free group. And I see people doing this with like school and stuff right now.
Yeah.
But I love that you can, and then you're going live every day.
Every day at the time, yeah.
It was at the same time?
Yeah, so it was like 7 in the afternoon, yeah.
And are you bringing something to teach every time, or is it just Q&A? Like,
no, something to teach, because I'm selling the inventory, the blanks. So one day I might say, hey, we're going to do a tumbler today. So let's get out your paper, your ink.
Dude.
Tomorrow we're going to do a t-shirt. The next day we're going to do a custom mouse pad. So every day it was something different that I had in stock.
Hey, question for you. What would your business look like if it got the attention that it deserved? You probably wouldn't even have a business problem. Most people don't have a business problem. They have an awareness problem. This is why you're invited to join me on the next Content to Cash challenge that is coming up. In 5 days, you're going to be getting the system that I have implemented in my business that's allowed me to be a part-time 7-figure entrepreneur. Yes, because I built my personal brand online, it's opened up opportunity. More importantly, it's given me more time to spend. I think there is something about I know it's on Facebook, but it's technically like off platform, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not competing with an algorithm.
Right.
So like people are deciding that they're saying yes to you before you even showed up for a live stream if they got into the group, and then it's like, oh, tomorrow there's a new live stream. That's really good. And so that is so cool, because how did that make you better as an educator by just going live every day and teaching something in real time? Like, you're teaching without knowing that this is going to be edited.
Right.
You know how much people are afraid to teach what it is they know?
Of course.
Because they want it to be polished and like, perfect. But there's probably so much value in just doing it in real time.
But not just teaching it. I think people are afraid to show what they know because they don't want people to be better at it than them. And in my head, I'm thinking like, the girl that turned me down and told me to go to YouTube.
She made you rich.
Right. And I don't want to ever make my students feel like if they want to learn something, they got to go elsewhere. Like, I'm gonna teach you and I'm gonna get blessed on the back end just for showing up. And it wasn't even like charge classes, it was just free. Hey, get on live, I'm gonna show you how to craft. And a lot of people started their businesses just off of my free classes, and they was like, wait, do you have anything paid? Because if this is free, I can imagine what you're doing in paid. And I'm like, well, no, I don't, but let me create something.
Wow.
Let me create a paid membership or something. So we're running my business out of the basement. I retired my mom. She's a mom of 7 kids, single parent. But business got so busy, I was like, hey, Mom, quit your job and I need you to work with me full time. That was in 2020.
Wow.
She ain't went back to work since. So
I
hired my mom, my brother. And then as I'm going live, showing them how to sublimate with the blanks, they like, well, can you start your own sublimation paper and ink line? Because that's what they need in order to make the blank.
Okay.
So I created my own brand of sublimation paper. It has the wolf on there because wolf stands for community, no one being left behind. So that's my brand, like the wolf pack. So I created my wolf pack sublimation paper, wolf pack sublimation ink, and when I launched it, we did $100,000 launch in 1 hour. Wow. Just from the community that I have built over time. Like, they wanted me to start these products, I created it, they bought it. We outgrew the basement, and then I had to get my first warehouse. So this is all in 2020. Just
a lot, yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, oh my God. So I get the first warehouse, still going live, and now they're asking, well, do you do hands-on classes? Like, everything that my community is asking, I'm trying to figure out how to be that one-stop shop. So So I turned
This is how you create an ecosystem, by the way.
Yes.
You become the services, you become the supplies, and you become the information and the education.
Yes.
And like people can come at any moment, but then because you offer the thing.
Yes.
Yeah, so good.
And that's my motto, like not just teaching you the crafts, but providing you the tools and the supplies you need to craft. So now that they're requesting hands-on classes because they can't learn online, I turned the front part of my warehouse, did like a lot of renovation, tore down walls, and created a classroom in the front of my warehouse that can now hold 100 students. And we pack out like every other month. We do classes 4 times a month, but we normally pack out our classes like once a month out of those months. That they come in to the Atlanta headquarters that we have. So went from online teaching products, now got the warehouse. And now I'm starting like the memberships because it's like, okay, if y'all was willing to buy these one-off classes, now I want to turn it into an ongoing retainer revenue thing that I can do.
So can you just like, how much do you charge for those classes?
So now the classes are, because I did a few prices just to see what sticks. So now the classes are, I got 2 programs.
Well, let's start with, what did you first charge for that class?
The first time it was $27 one-time fee. And
for an in-person class?
Well, for the in-person class, no, those are like $60 to $99.
Which was still crazy.
Yeah.
But okay, so you did a virtual one.
Yeah.
So that was $27.
$27.
But it was live delivery?
It was live and they would keep the lives, but then I would give them more lives. So it was like one-time fee, you get all of this value. And then the money was good, but I'm like, wait, I need to get this every month, but these one-time fees is not working. So I was able to pull from the people that bought the $27 one-time fee, like, hey, do y'all want to join my actual membership? And you will get this more often. And now my memberships are, one of them is $199 a month, and the other one is $179. And we have a total of 2,000 students in those memberships.
How much money is that? you said that's like $300,000.
Yeah.
$300,000 a month in monthly reoccurring now.
Yes.
And you do that by getting people to an event of sorts. And then at that event, the offer is a monthly reoccurring offer.
Yes, but the event is an online event.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so online event. I think it's crazy. It teaches me that, and I hope everybody who watches or listens knows that like all models work.
Yeah.
Because you could probably sell a high ticket offer at these events in person or online, more high ticket, right?
Yeah, I want to.
You want to?
Yeah.
But like someone who does do that, you know, I do these workshops. I do virtual challenges, and my offer is $17,000, and there'll always be people that join, and it's amazing, right? I'll also do these in-person workshops that are $5,000 for 2 days. And then usually some people love it so much. It's an incubator of like, wow, I love you. Like, Omar, you're amazing. You are the guy I need to learn from. What's your coaching program? And then, you know, it becomes not only a fulfillment event, it's also a sales event. But it's funny because like entrepreneur brain and like shiny object syndrome is like, man, if I can just do because like I'm only as good as like my next workshop or my next challenge kind of type thing. And so it really is like it's a perspective shift because I love I want what you have, you know? And, but I think it's just like, it's kind of just the journey you found yourself on. And I think that you being sold out to the format of how you were going to conduct your business is why it worked. Right? So you got like 2,000 people paying you every month. What does that look like as far as like, because like my fear in creating a community that's paid is just that people will drop off. Yeah. Like how do you keep people retention and keep people in that monthly community?
So they're not just only learning from me. So I bring in like other experts that shows up every week.
So you're facilitating.
Yes, because I don't know everything, but the little bit I do know, they want to learn more. So if they want to learn Photoshop,
you're not even doing all the work. You're facilitating I think there's just some people think that they need to.
No.
So it's like, if you can just be the facilitator and the leader of this community, and your likeness is what draws people in.
That's what it is.
And because you built the trust, it's like, hey, I have this trusted voice. I have this trusted voice. Okay,
Yes, and that's what I do. So I'm like the front end marketer. I'm gonna get you in, but once you're inside of the program, you're learning from all of these different experts. They go on live every week. We giving them homework to hold them accountable. We putting them in accountability groups for other people to hold them accountable. We're doing giveaways, just everything to push them to that next level. So to be honest, I don't even go live after they get inside of the community because I got so many people every week teaching Photoshop, AI, Canva, Shopify, email marketing that I don't even have to do anything. So I'm kind of like at the point where once I pull you in, you know, you're just in. And I think they stay in the community because of the other people in the community. So when I put them in these different accountability groups, because I have 18 states, because everybody coming from different parts of the world. So I have a Georgia accountability group, Florida, Texas. So when they come in, we put them in wherever they closest to, and then we give them like a homework assignment to say, hey, y'all have to do a meet and greet once every quarter. So we're making them get in a room with each other depending on where they stay, and they never want to leave.
So in my opinion, every business owner needs high level. Most, they just don't know it yet. And there's really only two types of people. There's those that need high level and they want to pay somebody else to build it out for them, and then there's those that are going to build it out for themselves. I don't know why more people don't frame it like this. Like, you know what WordPress is, right? Yeah. Everyone knows WordPress. So high level is the WordPress of the CRM world.
As in, you can get in there and customize and do whatever you want.
Right. And no web designer ever is worried to tell you, yeah, I'm going to build your website on WordPress. So people need to stop worrying about telling people that they're building on high level. Just be proud and build. It's not about high level itself, it's what you're building in high level that actually has value. High level is just the delivery mechanism on how we provide that to our customers.
Want zero transfer fees and great rates to Jamaica? Send your first online money transfer with MoneyGram, the fast and easy way to send money.
So, yeah, it's like you went from making the thing with your hands, and now you're a community leader.
Yeah.
And an event coordinator and I'm so fascinated. Honestly, like, this is so cool. And then like all the promotion you're doing right now, you're still running paid ads to like a free group, or like how are you doing it now?
Well, now we're just doing challenges. So I went from going live like once a day just to build that community.
Yep.
But I started doing challenges literally last year.
Cool.
So we only do it 4 times a year.
Great.
We, spend a good amount of money for the ads, email marketing to get people inside of this.
What's your challenge called?
So it depends on what the season is, because in crafting,
so smart.
You have.
I hope everybody's picking up on like your genius right now. You have seasonal challenges based on the season.
What's popping, because in April, everybody's graduating. So you need to make custom grad items for these parents, for the students. So April is a graduation challenge teaching you how to make grad cap, grad stove, grad everything.
Oh my goodness, this
is
so good. And
then right now we got a challenge going on because it's summertime. So everybody's doing parties. So we calling it the Party Favor Challenge. We're going to show you how to make custom backdrops, balloon arches, just to get ready for the summer.
So good.
In October, we're doing a Christmas challenge to prepare them for Christmas coming up. So you're going to learn how to do custom stockings, ornaments. So we only do challenges based on like what's in demand. So that way they know like I got to get in here to learn.
And on these challenges, you're demonstrating.
Yes. So we not just demonstrate, but I sell the products they need in order to do it. So I got the.
So you make, is it a paid challenge?
It's a free challenge because I look at it. We have such a large community that I play a quantity game. If I can get you into the free challenge,
boom.
Once they opt in, we tell them you might as well upgrade to VIP. VIP normally is $27, and we get like 5,000 people signing up for this $27 offer. Then once they get inside of the VIP, we give the free people like 1 day to learn, but the VIP, you get an entire 5 days with us.
Okay.
And at the end of that 5 days, now we're saying, hey, since you invested $27, use that as a discount for your first month off my actual membership, and everybody crosses over.
And then you're shipping them the product for the challenge.
Yeah,
this is like an immersive experience. This is really cool. Like, I love it. And, okay, so you're shipping them product even if they're free, or they just buy that on.
They have to. So once they opt into the free, it says, okay, join VIP. If you're going to be VIP, that means you're going to actually attend the entire 5 days. So you're going to need this physical, we call it a party favor kit.
Okay.
The kit comes with everything they need to follow along during the week. And then you're going to need this digital kit. The digital kit comes with all of the designs, templates, and mock-ups that they're going to need from what we show them.
Okay.
So they end up buying 2 kits. They get the VIP. So we just have a lot of upsells that we give
And it's
them.
kind of like in a legit way. It's required if you want to maximize the experience and get the most out of it, because you're going to be able to do this in real time.
Yeah.
Dang, that immersion is insane.
Thank you.
Like, you know, Myron Golden taught me that the reason why he loves the challenge model, because he used to do in-person 3-day events, and they were 12-hour days every day. So he's like 36 hours of me being on, and just to like get to an offer, right? He's like, I go the challenge model. I only show up 2 hours a day for 5 days, right? You got the VIP hour and then like the teaching hour, and so that's 10 hours. But people are immersed in the activity or the challenge you actually give them for the day, and they're literally thinking about what you just taught them, and so they're actually immersed for 72 hours.
Yeah.
Right. But because there's such a physical element, it's like the level of, and I hate to use this word sometimes in like, but it's a lack for a better term, but like the level of indoctrination and immersion, it's like you're automating that upsell. Honestly. Like, it's so good. And so your offer at the end of this 5-day challenge is simply a monthly
The monthly membership.
New Superstay Lumi Matte Foundation, up to 30-hour wear, a luminous matte look, Maybelline, New York.
I want an ab.
Every reason is the right reason to Orange Theory. Join now and get your first month free.
Which is, I mean, it's an irresistible offer at that point.
It is, and what I love about it is, since we do the challenges every 3 months, so it's not an evergreen, it's an open and close. So they have that fear of missing out. Like, I gotta get in now because she don't come back for 3 more months.
And then you're not having to constantly promote all year.
No. Once we get them into the program, I literally take a whole month vacation because I'm like, I don't have to do another challenge.
Boom.
So I went from going live every day to now basically 4 times a year, and I make way more money than I ever made.
Jeez, this is so cool. I think, I mean, what is this all? I think I'm trying to pull like the principle out of this whole thing. Number one, it's like you just didn't gatekeep the information, and I love that you could have been just like that one girl that said, "Hey, no, I can't teach you that." Which I wonder where she. I mean, maybe I don't, but I mean, maybe COVID took her out. Like, you know,
a lot of business COVID took out.
But I think the principle is, you know, the Bible says the world of the generous gets larger and larger, and the world of the stingy gets smaller and smaller. And it's crazy that like you're in a weird way, I say maybe it's an ignorance in being like, no, I'll just teach you how to do the thing. I'll just send you the stuff you need to do to be able to do it. I'll just and how that's led you down more discovery to be able to serve at such a high level.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's so shocking to me, because it's like, how do me giving something for free makes people want to pay me? Like, no, what do you got for sale? Just because of the value I was given. So I just keep giving value now. Like, that's why I don't just do paid challenges. It's a free challenge, and then I let you decide if you want to pay for the actual challenge.
So good. Okay, and then like I would ask you the question, what do you see, or why do you feel like you want to step into like now high ticket stuff, which it's probably wide open because you already have the community.
But so now I'm teaching other crafters how to start their craft business, how to set up their website, LLC. There's a lot of crafters that's like, I want to be a you. Like, I want to learn how to do challenges. I want to learn how to set up my community. So it's like, wait, I've never thought about teaching other people my actual blueprint. So, but this is going to cost a lot of money, because it makes my challenges are between 200 to 300K challenges, which gives me a 300K monthly recurring revenue. So if I'm teaching that to someone, a $10,000, $15,000 investment to see 300K months, I'm sure you'll pay it. So
no, I mean, for sure. You know, okay, no, that's incredible. It's funny because there are people that I know that, like, I think what COVID did do is it made everybody, it made selling easy. Right. Like, you know, you didn't have to actually have substance to be able to make a sale, and I feel like we're at the tail end of something where people are either burned from being investing in themselves with somebody who didn't really deliver,
Yeah.
And so people are saying like the high ticket space is dead.
Really?
But I what did I do? I 5x'd my initial offer. That was like 18 months ago.
Mhm.
I charged $2,000 for something that I now charge 17.
Wow.
And people are still saying yes.
Still saying yes.
And so it's making me realize that it still all works.
Yeah.
It's just if you like really care.
Yeah.
To actually get people a result.
Yeah.
And so dude, you could simply do a challenge that leads to that offer. It'd just be a different challenge.
Yeah.
So good. And so how many, like, I think all this is like your brain, like all this stuff has happened outside in your brain. But as far as like hired help in scaling all that you've been doing, how is that?
Yeah.
been?
So
like how much people? Yeah.
Oh, I have a team. So I actually, like I said, I hired my mom, my son. After business picked up in the warehouse, I was able to hire 5 out of my 6 siblings.
Wow.
So they're running my warehouse now. I never have to go to the warehouse because they do all of the pick and pack and fulfillment. But as far as like my online community,
I will say, how is working with family?
I love it.
Okay.
Like we was always close knit because, like I said, it was 7 of us. It's 7 of us, and my mom raised us single parent, like as a single parent. So we stayed in the same rooms together, same house. So she's always made sure we grew up really tight knit. So I love my family. And before I hired them, I actually used to hire friends, but I felt like they came in and took advantage of my business. Like, oh, okay, I'm gonna get comfortable because I'm your friend, even though you're paying me a lot of money. So I'm not gonna show up to work. I'm not gonna clock in. So my family was like, look, don't hire nobody else on the outside of us. We're gonna come in. And they literally put in their notice at their job, quit on site, and they've been working with me for years, and they treat my business like their baby because they know like she's the first one in our family to do 7 figures, so we got to make sure we're supporting her so she can keep supporting us.
So
and
good.
I love that.
This is like, I'll just say where my brain goes is like the tax write-off is blessing your family.
Yes.
And then when you have company parties or whatever, Thanksgiving is a complete write-off.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Have you ever ran into some like, do you have to put on the hat where it's like the CEO hat and have conversations? Or are they just literally?
But then I recently hired someone to be in between us because I don't want them like when I'm telling them something like my oldest sister, like you don't tell me what to do. I'm your oldest sister, so it's like okay, let me bring somebody in the middle that don't know either of us, and then they make the decision based on what I tell them, and then my family go to him, and then I go to him. So I had to bring somebody in the middle because they didn't. Yeah.
That's so cool. Okay, and then so for the community management side of things.
For the community management, so I had to hire 3 admins. One of them run a free group, and then the other 2 run the 2 paid communities. And then I had to hire a email guy, a copywriter, a ads team, and then a funnel builder. So that's basically my team.
Wow, so good. And you say you take a month off after once a quarter. You take a month off.
Yes, once a month every quarter.
You're going hard for 8 months a year. That's incredible. This is awesome. How did you? What's your philosophy on like training people that you bring in, or like when you say you got the funnel builder, you got the email copywriter and stuff like that? Are you telling them what you'd like, or are they telling you what to do?
It's both. So I tell them what I like, and then they tell me based on their experience, like what they're used to doing. But my main thing is, especially like with my email and ads team, is everything you do it in my voice. Because, I didn't graduate 12th grade. So I never try to act like I'm from Harvard. Like, I don't even have a diploma, GED. So it's like the way I talk, this is how you guys are going to get me. My authentic self. So if I wake up one day and I go live, my people know that I probably talk like a kindergarten because that's how they understand.
Yeah, 100.
I might be loud, country. Some people call it ghetto. So I tell my team in my emails and ads, I want to sound just like that. So that way I know who's for me and who's not. So if you see my video and you be like, oh my gosh, she's too much, you're not for me. So I just try to make sure they stay true to that. Like, don't try to make my email sound smarter than what it is. This is how I talk. This is how I want to continue to talk.
How long did that take for like that?
Oh, they learned. Well, what I had them do was a lot of my old lives, go back and watch my videos.
There you go.
And study how I talk, my demeanor, my manner, study my favorite words I say, because I call my students, hey, fam, bam, what's up? So now my emails be like, fam, bam, what's up? So they be like, coach, did you send that email? No, my team has been trained to just talk like me, so it feels like I sent it. So
good.
It took them a couple of weeks.
Yeah, that's so good. Like, go and watch my videos, learn my voice, and like grabbing those things that you say that are you.
Yeah.
And that's why I always like to say, like, copy is simply conversation.
Yeah.
And so and I think that's why it's called copy. I don't know. You know, it's like, they literally like take the video and copy my So I think you just do a really good job at not overthinking things. Maybe you do, but I get a sense that you're just really like, no, that worked last time, let's just do it again. Like, yeah, they let them do their thing. And it's kind of like a limiting belief I live in, is like, I think because I'm a creative and in a weird way an artist, you know, I've been doing video for over 15 years. And so even dialing in this shot, I'm just like, this got to be dialed. We got to take down the, like, I'm so involved.
Yeah.
And there's a part of that is why people love, you know, watching whatever I'm doing.
Yeah.
But the other side is the thing where every time I invite people into the process, like somebody who's doing emails or somebody, you know, making me a slide deck for a web class we're putting together, and I'm just like, I don't know, that's not me.
Yeah.
But I don't know, like, I feel like I can do that all day. I don't know. All right, we made your changes. I don't know, man. That's not me. Like, you know, like, yeah. How do you trust people more with your business?
It's hard, but just delegating, you gotta just let them do their job. Because I used to be one of those, like, people that like to hover on you and do that. No, do this again. Like,
I stay over our shoulder.
And they would say, like, yo, you hired me to do this, just let me show you I can do it.
You don't want this as bad as I do, bro.
That's how we feel, because this is our baby. It's like, we know what we want. But when I just like let go, trust God, let them do what they want to do, let them do what I hired them to do, they will come up with better ideas than I thought I had, because this is not my expertise. This is what you do. So I just had to let go. But it's hard, like I said, because it's your baby. So
So, okay, you're absolutely crushing it, making a lot of money. How do you identify, like what's enough? Like, your contentment, because the desire, and maybe it's a pressure to constantly grow and scale, you know, is always at the, you know, in our ears. But at the same time, how are you just like, stay content with all that you're doing, because you're doing so much amazing things?
It always takes me back to that hotel I had to move into. Like, I done been at the bottom, and I know what it feels like to be at the bottom. My mom, single parent of 7 kids, staying in a 2-bedroom, working 2 to 3 jobs. Like, I've been in the struggle, and I never want to go back there. So I feel like if I was to ever get comfortable, ever get content, like, I can go back to where I used to be. So I'm always just trying to make sure, like I said, making the money, giving value to my community so they can continue to support me, and just never getting comfortable, because I don't ever want to feel like that again. And that was like, I was at the lowest of the low. Like, it was at a point in time when I was in that hotel, because I quit my job, got evicted, but it didn't just affect me. Now I'm dragging my kids into this other decisions that I made. So it was at a point in the hotel where I was just like, is my kids better off, like, without me? Not just here, but just in life. Like, I just wanted to give up, quit, and just off myself, because it's like, I'm at the point where I'm going up, down, in and out. Like, I can never catch a break. So it was like, you know, just looking at my son in that hotel with me, I'm like, no, I got to give it another try. So I just never want to go back to that lowest of the low. And I feel like money isn't everything, but it does help. It can get, it can give you this lifestyle.
They say money doesn't make you happy. It's like, it does. It does. It doesn't give you like pure joy.
No,
but it does make you happy.
It makes us comfortable. It gives my kids a better lifestyle. It gives my family that I was able to hire a better lifestyle. So just reminding me of that, I'm like, no, I gotta stay content. It's times that I want to take a break and be like, oh my gosh, I'm tired. But I remember why I'm doing it. Like, I'm doing it because my family depends on me, but I'm also doing it to show other people like me that if I can do it, you can do it too. So there's other crafters, creators out there that's just like, I want to give up, but I can't, because I want to get where Cassandra at. She didn't give up. So I feel like I'm setting that example to them. Like, if I can do it, you can do it. So that's what makes me want to stay content.
So good. So, like, I think just pulling out the principle that, like, there's a difference between being content and getting comfortable. And you're not getting comfortable by taking a month off every quarter.
Oh no, that's a reset.
Yeah, it's a reset. And you're probably getting so much vision on those trips and things like that. And obviously time spent with family.
Yeah.
Like, that's so good. And I think if somebody is at the place, like they got an Etsy shop right now and they're making one order or they're making like maybe 1 to 10 orders a week, like how would you encourage them to like keep going and let them know that this could be like a crazy life-changing thing, even though you just make wallets or you just make soaps?
Like I tell my students now, just having multiple streams of income is very important right now. Like, yeah, you're making custom items, but that's gonna slow down. So you want to have that backup plan. So I teach them about B2C. So when you're making t-shirts, you're selling it to consumers that want your items. They don't need it. But since you're already making the custom items, now you can tap into B2B where you're selling it to other businesses like you that needs your items. So you don't have to necessarily do both at the same time, but just always have that backup plan to where if I'm making custom party favors, I have to use templates, designs, a lot of digital things. So if that slows down, take those same digital products and now sell it to people like you. That where you're not just focused on t-shirt sales. It's like, look, if this slows down, I got this backup. So that's my motto now, is just showing them just from this one passion, just like me, I was able to create multiple streams of income. Not with multiple businesses, but within this one business, I was able to break it up into multiple streams. And you can.
So good. So valuable. I appreciate you being on the department.
This
was so enlightening. And I think like you are doing what us coaches are wanting to do.
Yeah.
Like just killing it on monthly reoccurring revenue. And even just how how much care you have in that community to put them in groups and states and put in-person events, and you're not having to show up. But like what's so cool is you can surprise show up and like
I do sometimes, and they go crazy.
And then you can just roll with your boy and he can just film that stuff, and that all that stuff, I could just see how incredible your community probably loves you.
They do.
And so you're paving the way, and I'm just saying, like, whatever that program that you're trying to put together to teach people how to build like community like that, I mean, I feel like it's a wrap. Yeah.
That's confirmation.
Yeah. Grateful for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking for the extraordinary? We've got it. At Floor & Decor, we don't believe in having to choose between budget and style, and we don't think you should either. Spice up your kitchen with affordable designs that are all you. Stay on trend and in budget. What are you waiting for?
And Max Verstappen wins the Honor Roll Podium Series, engineered for exceptional results.
Oh, I forgot about that. She was at a Mexican. She went to a Mexican restaurant. She went to a Mexican restaurant and told somebody, I hope Trump deports you, at a Mexican restaurant. Hi, welcome to Racist of the Week. I am Reese Waters. This is where we expose the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can throw them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now, during this FAFO phase that we are currently in, I've mostly been preoccupied with large groups like farmers.
But some folks who aren't feeling Trump's optimism right now are American farmers, and they are stuck in the middle of all of this.
Frank, who did you vote for president?
Mr. Trump.
Right?
Trump. Mr. Trump.
If the election were today, Frank, would you vote for Donald Trump?
No way. Couldn't happen. No.
Or veterans.
If only they were told about this. If only they were warned about this. If only the 65% of veterans who voted for Trump didn't realize that the DEI is also them. Oops. They thought DEI only meant black people. I guess they're in their find out era.
Or Venezuelans. Soon to come, Cubans. Of course, there's white women, or as they're more commonly known, DEI.
I was surprised how many people didn't know that with the DEI rollbacks, that meant that like there would also be rollbacks for specifically women. I don't know what y'all thought. What, you thought, first of all, you thought these men respected us? What, just because you're like a white woman? And I get like I'm a white woman, right? But like most political progress for women has come at the hands of women of color. Not to say that there haven't been prominent white women, but like when they're talking about like diversity in the workforce, they're talking about you.
But I haven't really had the opportunity to delve into individual cases. But today I got time. Today's nominee, Stephanie Lovins. Let's dig in, shall we? Woman loses job after telling waiter, "I hope Trump deports you." A real estate agent was fired from her job after leaving a message on a restaurant receipt telling a waiter she hoped President Donald Trump would deport him. Now, I'm sure she must have had a good reason. You know, I'm sure if she went to those lengths to say, "I hope Donald Trump deports her," then apparently that waiter must have threatened her directly, or maybe sometime in between the appetizers and the main course, that waiter must have gone into the back and applied for the same job that Stephanie Lovins wanted and said, "These immigrants taking my job." It must have been something like that. Maybe the waiter, when they brought out the drinks, just brought like a little side of fentanyl. You know what I mean? Maybe it was just a little side of fentanyl that she objected to, and she said, that's what they've been talking about. That's what they've been telling me on Newsmax. We gotta get them out of here. I'm sure she must have had a good reason to crash out to that degree, right? Since the start of Trump's second term, thousands of undocumented migrants have been arrested under a major crackdown. Critics say immigration raids sow fear in vulnerable communities, and she is contributing to that. Let's see this receipt right here. So for the tip, she says, "0, you suck." You know, I appreciate that she wrote her own subtitles. You know what I mean? She wrote her own subtitles as she filled out the receipt, and as a creator, I appreciate that because I put subtitles on my video. So I see she want to make sure that Americans of all abilities are able to fully understand what she is putting on this receipt. She got $87.84 over 100. That one I enjoyed because I haven't written a check in a long time. Yeah, I haven't written a check. I know they gave y'all deja vu. And then at the bottom, "I hope Trump deports you." And apparently, due to the scribbles, she didn't get it on the first try. Yeah, I think she didn't get it on the first try. I think can we get an expert to see what was originally written down there? Was it worse? Was it something nice? Was it an actual tip? Was she going to throw $10-15 on there and then decided better of it and decided to go all the way to "I hope Trump deports you"?
Hey player, Optimum Fiber is now the best internet for gaming. It's time to drop your ping and nerf the competition. With the lowest latency in the New York tri-state, get Optimum Fiber, the new meta for gamers. Click now.
Ok, ¿listo para evitar hablar del salario?
On March 2nd, Stephanie Lovins, while dining at Cazuela's Mexican Cantina in Columbus, Ohio, Ohio. We just got cool after the Buckeyes won the chip. We just got cool. And I had to overlook the fact that they had a Yahtzee march right in Columbus during a game. That got to be the first championship. That got to be the first national championship that a team won through a Yahtzee march. They went through a Yahtzee march during the regular season on their way to winning the national championship. That got to be a first. Actually, there's no way that's true. I take that back. I forgot about the SEC dominance. Yeah, there's no way. I retract. But then after that, we had a situation in Cincinnati, which I just covered right here, where you had Yahtzees on the bridge, only to later find out that they were getting escorted to go get their service dog. Yeah, Ohio, we gonna need to holler after this. After hours. After hours, because y'all gotta claim this here. While dining at Cazuela's Mexican Cantina in Columbus, Ohio, left a message for Ricardo, a U.S. citizen serving her. Now imagine that. He was a whole U.S. citizen. And I know she didn't swallow that well. In the signature section of her receipt, Lovins wrote, "I hope Trump deports you," followed by 0, "You suck." The incident occurred after Lovins grew upset. Here it is. You know, because Ricardo tried to take her job. Ricardo tried to take her job, or he brought the fentanyl by accident. It gotta be one of those. It gotta be one of those. Here we go. The incident occurred after Lovins grew upset over the restaurant's 1 coupon per table policy. That's all it took. Let's make that clear. That's all it took was rejecting the 1 coupon per table policy for her to crash out to "I hope Trump deports you." That's all it took. You realize how front of mind, you realize how prepared you have to be to go with "I hope Trump deports you," to let that fly when you get rejected from the 1 coupon per table policy. That was in the auto drafts. You know what I mean? That was in the verbal auto drafts for you to go with it for something that inane. A restaurant employee who found the receipt shared the photo on social media, and it quickly went viral, provoking widespread condemnation and calls for Lovin's termination. Now, I'm going to stop us right here. I applaud that employee for bringing this to the public. But it saddens me that had this other employee not brought this to the public, this would have just been a regular day for Ricardo, apparently. Apparently, this kind of treatment has been normalized to the point where he didn't even see fit or feel comfortable taking that to the public. And that is damning of all of us. It's just not right. Fabio Oribo, the head of marketing at Consuelas, told NBC4. Lovins initially denied any involvement, claiming on social media that her credit card had been lost or stolen and that someone else had used it. "My credit card was lost/stolen and someone attempted to use it. Thanks for the notifications. This has been reported through my bank. Thank you all for the recent notifications of scammers and profile hackers. I recently discovered a lost/missing credit card and an attempted use and purchase. I appreciate your patience while I manage the situation," she wrote in a post on LinkedIn. The woman's social media account has since been deleted. Now I wonder, why would she delete her social media account? Well, how are they going to contact her when they find her credit card? You know what I mean? That's weird that you would delete that when they need a means to contact you and you can go back and forth with customer service on social media. However, this was discovered to be a false statement after the restaurant reviewed CCTV footage and confirmed that she was inside the restaurant, leading to her termination. There's not a lot you can do to make that worse. She found it. She found it. She found it. If you wanted us to believe, which by the way is the only way you can mitigate this, if you want us to believe that you had a momentary lapse in humanity and you decided you were going to provide a statement to this because people are thinking this is who I am as a person, you have confirmed that this is in fact who you are as a person. Because you don't get to just tell me, oh, it was lost or stolen, oh, that didn't work for free. You don't get that for free. You are swimming towards accountability, or you are sinking deep into garbation. That is what, there ain't no treading water here. You don't get multiple tries at this. You tried to tell us that your card had been lost or stolen in order to escape accountability for telling somebody, I hope Trump deports you because you couldn't use multiple coupons. I hope you're proud, Ohio. I hope you're proud. No, because this is what you have enabled. This is what you have enabled. She was just walking around, just kicking it through Short North. She was just walking around, kicking it, having a beautiful day, perfectly assimilated into y'all society, walking around like this. Cazuela's Mexican Cantina said in a statement, we believe the power of respect, tolerance, and acceptance. Recently, one of our team members faced an unacceptable situation, and we stand firmly against any form of hate or discrimination. Together, we'll continue to create a welcoming space for everyone. Thank you for your unwavering support. A spokesperson for Century 21 said in a statement, we are aware of the situation with the agent in question. Hate has no place within the Century 21 brand, and we are taking this very seriously. And credit to Century 21. I credit Century 21 for backing her up. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Columbus. After investigating the situation and connecting with the respective broker, as all companies affiliated with the Century 21 brand are
Welcome to the great game of choose your own client acquisition system. Any fool can teach you how to get clients, but I've got 15 different systems, my friend, that you can choose from, which means that you can pick the one that suits you and that you're most comfortable using the best. If you don't like cold email, we'll look at cold DMs. If you don't like cold calling, then we'll look at inbound. If you don't like inbound, we can look at ads. Doesn't matter what platform you want to use. If you don't like LinkedIn, we'll look at Facebook. If you don't like Facebook, we'll look at X. Whatever way that you could possibly think of to get clients, I've really built a system for and proven it to work for thousands of people just like you. And if you don't believe me, well, if you click on this ad, I will show you proof and evidence that it does. So whatever way and system and platform that you're most comfortable generating clients on is the one that I will help you use. So let me explain. Hey, my name's Charlie Morgan. There I am, looking rather proud of myself with my awards. We help marketing agency owners, coaches, consultants, and course sellers completely systemize and scale their client acquisition machine. And we do this by handing you all of our 15 proven systems for client acquisition, alongside every other system that you could possibly have ever dreamed of for consistent appointment booking and sales flow. And we do this to ensure that nothing, and I mean nothing, stands in the way of you effortlessly scaling your business. And I've used these systems for myself. I've built an agency, a marketing agency, to 7 figures using these systems. I've built a coaching business to multi-7 figures using these systems. And I've built a consulting course selling business to $1 million a month, or 8 figures, using these systems. Here's the agency to 100K a month. Here's the coaching business to 250K a month. And here's the coaching, sort of the consulting info.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Marketing Monday. The scenes from around the country are stark. 44 wheels stolen from Teslas in a parking lot in Texas. Superchargers set on fire in Massachusetts. Protesters arrested out front of a Tesla dealership in New York. Mass protests and boycotts in front of a Tesla dealership in Georgia. Red paint smeared across a Tesla dealership in Berkeley. Shots fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Swastikas painted on cars in Europe. All of these scenes add up to a pretty insane picture of Tesla's current standing. But just a few months ago, we were in an entirely different place. I take you back to December 12th, 2024. Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla, was on top of the world. Wearing his dark MAGA hat, hands up to the crowd, he was feeling incredible after only a few months earlier tweeting that he is not donating money to either candidate for president. He switched up rather quickly and became a huge supporter of Donald Trump to the tune of around $300 million. And because of that, he was deeply enmeshed in the administration when Donald Trump won the election, thus making him, in the days after the election, $200 billion richer. By December 12th, about a month after the election, his net worth topped $400 billion, which, if you don't know, makes him the richest man in human history. I'm not exaggerating. Mansa Musa, who you might bring up, but even with the best estimation, had 400 billion. John D. Rockefeller, the first billionaire, had at his peak wealth 1.5% of the US GDP. Insanely wealthy. At this day, December 12th, Elon Musk had 1.6. He was richer than every man that has ever lived. Not even in the fictional world. Forbes puts out a Forbes list called the Fictional 15 and estimates the wealth of fictional characters like Scrooge McDuck. Elon Musk on December 12th had more money than all of these fictional characters combined. More money than Tony Stark, Scrooge McDuck, Bruce Wayne, the Tooth Fairy. It's a level of wealth, again, that is really hard to wrap your mind around. And he was feeling pretty damn good about it. He had the political power, the insider connections, the wealth. All of his companies were up. And in the past 3 months, something of a car crash happened. Tesla stock, almost inexplicably, dropped 50% since December 12th. 50% in 3 months, below where it was before the election. Now, this number is hard to wrap your head around, but Tesla's market cap loss, its valuation lost in this short period, is equivalent to $800 billion. And I want you to try and understand the scale of what that loss is. Tesla's losses since December 18th, 2024 are greater than the entire value of Toyota. It's like if Toyota went to zero. Is that crazy? No, because it's way more than that. It's Toyota plus Ferrari plus Mercedes-Benz plus VW combined, all going to zero. Is that crazy? No, because it's way more than that. Tesla.
Quick question. Have you heard about Google Fi Wireless? Their Simply Unlimited plan costs only $80 a month for 2 lines. Setup is so simple. You can activate from home with eSIM. All over the US, Canada, and Mexico, it's got you covered. But if you're about to be adventuring, the Unlimited Plus plan gives you high-speed data in over 200 destinations with no extra cost. You're even covered while you're on the go with high-speed hotspot tethering and VPN so that you don't need to stress about security while on the airport Wi-Fi. Google Fi Wireless really feels like a new approach to a phone plan. Check it out for yourself.
Ollie and Anna seemed so perfect. And what people didn't know was she was screaming for help.
This marriage's not healthy anymore.
I threw my whole life away for her.
You're my woman! Losses since December 18th are equivalent to Ford, Subaru, Mazda, Toyota, Nissan, Rivian, Honda, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, Aston Martin, Hyundai, Kia, VW, GM, and BMW combined. It's as if every one of these companies went to zero in 3 months. I am not exaggerating. I'm not upplaying it. This is exactly the amount of market cap lost. And take $10 billion on top of that and light it on fire. Why? In 3 months, how could the fortunes of a company change so quickly? Some people have a very specific answer. But whether that was a Sieg Heil, a Roman salute, or just his heart was going out to you, I know what it looks like to me. And I do know that the timing is pretty convenient, in that the day that happened was basically the beginning of the losses this year. But what this presentation is going to talk about is that there is so much more rot under the hood of this company. There is so much more worth taking a look at business-wise than just the political machinations of Elon Musk. Now, that being said, his reputation is falling, and it is taking Tesla with it. We should start by talking about some of the politics, okay? Because there's no doubt about it. And it's a bit of a stark situation, play on words intended, because 7 years ago, it was widely accepted that Elon Musk was the real-life Iron Man.
People have called you the real Tony Stark.
How are you? Congratulations on the promotion.
Thank you very much.
Those Merlin engines are fantastic. Oh, thank you. Yeah, good idea for an electric jet. You do? Yeah. Then we'll make it work.
You gotta be kidding me.
Sorry?
You're Elon Musk.
I am?
So let's talk about the Tesla. I have a Tesla.
Yeah.
Okay, and I love it. I love it.
Good luck, Machete.
No problem.
Elon Musk?
Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Tesla Elon Musk?
Yeah.
Wow.
Are you sincerely trying to save the world?
Well, I'm trying to do good things, yeah. I mean...
But you're trying to do good things and you're a billionaire. I mean,
yeah.
That seems a little bit like either superhero or supervillain. You have to choose one.
It's funny, it kind of cuts off, but he paused for a long time after that question. In 2018, Jay Schlatt tweeted, "If America's gonna get another billionaire president, can it at least be Elon Musk next time?" I mean, his reputation was, for all intents and purposes, solid gold. And then a lot of things happened. I think most of you are well aware of these things. I don't need to go too much detail, but a quick recap between 2018 and now. He called a Thai cave rescuer a pedophile for not using his submarine. He said he was gonna take Tesla private at $420 a share and funding was secured. So everybody pumped the stock to $420. Then he said, "Oops, I don't actually have the funding." Losing investors $12 billion, getting his Twitter account frozen briefly by the SEC. He said COVID would have 0 new cases in America by the end of April. He said his pronouns are prosecute Fauci. He said in 2021 he preferred to stay out of politics, then got deeply into politics, then said Trump would be too old to be president, then got super in with Trump. He said it's going to be the most awesome presidency of all time, the most fun president of all time. He said he wanted to buy Twitter as a joke and then tried to back out and then was forced by a court to do it. Then once he owned Twitter, he said, "I'll abide by a poll for everything that I do, including I'll step down if I lose this poll." Then he lost the poll, then stopped doing polls. And perhaps most damningly for us gamers, he was caught and eventually admitted to boosting in Path of Exile and Diablo 4. Now there's many, many more things in there. I'm just giving you a brief example of why his reputation might have taken a hit over the past 4-ish years, including the fact that Jay Schlatt 5 hours ago tweeted, "I take it back." Your opinion on each of these individual instances can vary, but the business case for it is pretty damning. There's been a backlash. Major brand worries. How toxic is Elon Musk's behavior for Tesla? Again, he's so deeply intertwined with the brand of Tesla in consumers' minds. They can't really separate Tesla and Elon Musk. It's creating a reputational problem for the brand, leading to declining sales and damage to Tesla globally. In every country other than China, Tesla's reputation has dropped year over year. Doesn't even include 2025 numbers. And sales data shows that even people that love their Tesla cars are starting to get sick of Musk's behavior. They're buying stickers like this. "I bought this before Elon went crazy," and having quotes like this. "I'm sort of embarrassed to be seen in that car now. I bought this before Elon went crazy." People are trying to signal that, hey, I don't know, I don't support necessarily all this behavior, even though I bought Tesla. Companies that compete with Tesla are even using this in their marketing. He had put this on Instagram, I think, putting a sticker on their new car, their new EV. Quotes like this: "When he stood up and made that Sieg Heil Nazi salute, something clicked in my head and I thought, I cannot drive a Tesla. I don't care how affordable or fun they are. None of that mattered anymore. What used to be such a glamorous statement car, to me, actually became a really repulsive one. Whether you agree with this person or not, this is a customer. When you're a business, this customer matters. And this customer adds up." Dr. Kumate here bought a gold-plated Tesla Cybertruck to advertise his business. This is a guy who was all in on the brand. Now he wants to sell it because of all the backlash. And it's partially because people are getting negative feedback from those around him. This is on Reddit in R Boston. People don't want this to happen to them when they buy a Tesla car. Stickers are getting placed on cars that say, "Don't buy a swastika car." Now, Elon Musk will tell you that all of these protests are being astroturfed by Democratic mega donors like George Soros. I think sales data would show that is not necessarily the case. And even if vandalism and the protests are, I think, rightfully stopped by police, as is happening here in Chicago, people don't want to go through a police picket line to buy a car. It suddenly makes them feel some type of way about the customer purchasing experience. Ross Gerber is certainly no ally of George Soros.
Are you looking to start your own business? Well, look no further than busy.com. Right now, we'll complete your LLC filing free. You just cover the state fee. Just provide us some basic info about your business and location, then select the plan with all the features and resources you need, from free registered agent service to a business banking account. With Busy, you don't just get a great...
Ross Gerber is a longtime Tesla pumper. He made a ton of money off Tesla and used to be one of the biggest Elon shills. He's recently been saying the bare facts because he's also an investor. Tesla cannot sell its cars due to Elon's behavior. Let's stop blaming other things or interest rates. Only one person is responsible for this. And what's more important than all of this is that we are in a deeply divided country. So you may say to yourself, well, everybody he pisses off on one side, he may gain on the other side. And for some products, that might be true. But some facts about EVs make that particularly hard to believe. If you guys had to guess what 10 states bought the highest amount of EVs and where they voted in the 2020 election,
So this journalist was kaboom, unalived with a car bomb because she exposed some government corruption. The story is wild. And crazy enough, it starts in 1903 with this guy, Teddy. And Teddy is president of the United States, and he really wants to unite the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans by building a canal. And so he bullies the country of Colombia into handing over some of their territory, and he has a canal built. Now this territory eventually becomes the country we now know as Panama. And that's great and all, but now Panama has a problem. It needs revenue, and in order to generate revenue, it creates tax laws that help foreign businesses dodge taxes in their home countries. Now, what does all of this have to do with a car bomb? We'll get there. But first, we gotta fast forward several decades to 1977, where this German lawyer creates this law firm that...
Want to know how my team went from another status meeting to actually ahead of schedule? Take a look at any office and you'll see the same thing. Teams trapped in pointless meetings, managers forced to provide updates, and deadlines slipping through the cracks. It's the same old cycle. Leadership need visibility, so they schedule meetings. Teams get behind because they're in meetings all day, and then when things start to go wrong, more meetings go in to work out why. But the best teams are breaking this cycle with Motion. Instead of constant back and forth, Motion gives everyone complete visibility into projects, workloads, and timelines. No interruptions needed. When someone asks for a project update, it's there. Team capacity check, right there. Deadline feasibility, already done for you. And priority changes, handled automatically. Watch what happens when an urgent request comes in. Motion instantly reshuffles based on key priorities and schedules, keeping everyone aligned without a single emergency meeting. You hear that sound? That's right. It's peace. Teams can finally focus on delivery instead of status updates. Managers get better visibility without the constant check-ins. And then the meetings that do happen are about problem solving instead of just pointless status updates. So stop wasting your time managing work and spend more time doing it. See how Motion improves your team's productivity with a free demo or 7-day free trial.
Selling newsletter ads? Your workflow just got an upgrade. Introducing Direct Sponsorships, the latest addition to the Beehive ad network. Now you can add sponsorship packages directly to your website. Get inbound proposals from potential sponsors and manage them all in one place. Plus, it's fully integrated with the rest of the platform. Your upcoming sponsorships sync to your content calendar, pop up in the editor, and come with built-in reminders. All so you'll never forget a placement again. Other platforms skim 5 to 10% off every deal, eating your profits. But Beehive handles everything, end to end, for a simple $10 flat fee. Selling ads any other way is selling yourself short, and it's only available on Beehive.
They're in Panama. And because of the tax laws there that I just explained, this law firm actually operates legally, but they're still kind of shady, because their main thing is they basically help rich people hide their money. Now let's fast forward again to 2016, where something crazy happens. An anonymous whistleblower gets a hold of this shady-ass law firm's internal documents, and they leak them to the public. These documents are known as the Panama Papers. And these Panama Papers expose all kinds of shady shit this law firm's clients are doing. And these clients are very well-connected people, like businessmen and politicians, world leaders, all kinds of powerful people. In fact, there's a whole Wikipedia page dedicated to just the people exposed by these documents. And of course, these powerful people are now really pissed off. In fact, they're so pissed off that they're allegedly willing to murder people over this. But we'll get back to that. First, we gotta talk about this woman. Her name's Daphne. And Daphne, she's a journalist at a local newspaper living on the small island of Malta. And as a journalist, Daphne is actually pretty gangster as fuck. She's exposing all kinds of corruption in Malta. She's writing about criminals and drug traffickers, any kind of corruption in politics. Daphne is there covering it in her column. Here's the problem with that though. Malta is a pretty small country, about 500,000 people. So it doesn't take long for her articles to start attracting the wrong kind of attention. And the people she's exposing and their affiliates, they start confronting her in the street, and they're sending her threatening letters. Sometimes they even show up to her house. And they also go after her legally, suing her for libel, essentially trying to bury her in lawsuits. One time, when she's not home, I guess some of them capture her dog and unalive it? And multiple times people try and set her house on fire. But despite all this, Daphne doesn't quit. Even though she knows she has a target on her back, she is determined to keep telling the truth. In fact, over time, she seems to get even more bold. Because in 2008, she decides to start her own blog. And unlike working at the newspaper, this blog will give her editorial control and all kinds of freedom to write whatever she wants. And here is where everything changes, because she starts going after really powerful people in Malta. Like, she starts writing about all the dirty money coming into the country and about all the politicians who let all this shady stuff happen. And of course, her blog blows the f*** up. Like, everyone's reading it. And I mean like everyone in Malta. I mean, she's averaging 500,000 hits a day in a country with a population of 500,000 people. But then, things get even crazier. Because it's 2016, and an anonymous whistleblower gets a hold of a bunch of documents affiliated with a shady law firm in Panama, aka the Panama Papers. And as I said, these documents expose the shady business dealings of a bunch of very well-connected businessmen and politicians, and some of these powerful people exposed just happen to work in the Maltese government. And since Daphne is known for calling these turds out on their corruption, it is assumed that the anonymous whistleblower sends her the Panama Papers because now she has them.
I know your finger or your cursor is hovering over that skip button. I get it, it's an ad, I hate them as well, but if you are a marketing agency owner, a coach, consultant, or a course seller, and you're
And using the information she gets from them, she exposes a huge scandal in Malta, that a member of parliament had been doing some shady business shit in offshore companies. Then she exposes that Malta's own prime minister, the guy at the very top of the government, that he and his wife were also doing some shady business shit out of an offshore company. She also exposes another huge scandal where the government had been selling Maltese passports in exchange for $1 million. Like, shit is out of control. But of course, now that she's blogging about all this, the backlash against her gets a whole lot worse. Suddenly her friends stop inviting her to places because they're afraid they'll get caught up in the consequences. A cafe she visits a lot suddenly gets raided by the police. And Daphne, she's always been totally brave about all this, but now she feels different. Now she's starting to get scared. because she's starting to get full-on death threats. Not only that, the lawsuits against her are at an all-time high. Now she has 47 different libel cases pending against her. 47. But even so, nothing is more important to her than exposing the truth. So she just keeps on blogging. Until one day in 2017, Daphne's at home writing her blog. Then she finishes her post and she leaves the house and she gets in her car because she's got an appointment to go to. But she doesn't drive very far when suddenly, kaboom, there's a huge explosion and her car goes up in flames. And then, boom, there's a second explosion. And of course, all of this unalives Daphne because someone had placed a bomb under her seat. And here is actually an image of her car afterwards. And I mean, as you can see, it's really messed up. There's like nothing left of it. Now, if you're thinking about how blatantly corrupt this all looks, I agree with you. But you know who else agrees with you? The people of Malta. Because everyone is shocked. And pretty quickly, there are huge protests in the streets, and people are pissed off, and they're holding up signs with Daphne's face on them. They want to know who ordered her assassination. In fact, it's such a big deal that they start calling on the Prime Minister to resign because of how he's handling this whole thing and what they see as his possible involvement. And in 2020, the Prime Minister of Malta, the leader of the country, actually resigns over this. That's how crazy it's gotten. Also, after some investigating, bam, 3 goons are arrested for Daphne's murder. Here's one of the guy's mugshot, and here's another guy's mugshot. And I don't have a mugshot for the third guy, but here's a picture of him. Now, according to these goons, their beef with Daphne wasn't necessarily personal. They were actually paid 150,000 euros to plant this car bomb and carry out her assassination. So then you have to ask, so then who paid them? Who ordered Daphne's murder? Well, so far, all leads trace back to a wealthy Maltese businessman. A businessman who had once been exposed by Daphne in her blog when she got the Panama Papers. Allegedly, he ordered the hit. And then so police go to his yacht where he's chilling and bam, they arrest him. And I don't have his mugshot, but here's a picture of him where he...
Since we started working with Monday Sales CRM, our sales are up, our performance is better, and the balance sheet is looking good. We offer SaaS companies financial services like accounting, bookkeeping, and reporting. We tried the other big CRMs, and they were too complicated for our needs. We had to move forward quickly with a system that worked for all of our departments without having to call IT every 5 minutes for help. That's why we work with Monday Sales CRM. Anyone can set up automations, which really helps to keep deals moving forward behind the scenes. As a manager, I need to know what's going on with my team at all times, and I do that with dashboards. Having all of this on my phone is amazing. It lets me keep track of my team on the go, and lets leadership know what's going on with all the sales teams in real time and see exactly where they need to step in. You know what's funny? My team loves the little fun designs on Monday Sales CRM. We even adopted confetti in real life when we close a deal. The combination of AI, mass emails, and pre-built reports like a leaderboard took my team to the next level, and we are crushing our quotas this year. Monday Sales CRM. Try it. You'll be glad you did.
I'm at the last resort. I've lost a failing temporary in my front. It's shattered. It's gone. I've also broken my other 2 front ones, and I'm missing so many teeth. So it's time to fix it.
Oh my God. It doesn't even look like me. It's awesome. Oh my God, thank you so much.
I didn't realize I could ever have a perfect smile again. It would always be.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Musk got Trump in the corner. Trump's alpha male arc has been a character for men who are powerless to play as powerful. But lately, we have witnessed the eclipse and emasculation of Trump by Musk.
I'm in charge.
Do you feel in charge?
Trump, someone that purports to be this extremely alpha male, masculine character, big, swinging on the floor, balls behind him, dick in front.
Let's talk more about that.
Musk is just absolutely King Trump. My big and be them woman them and man them. Run one experiment with me real quick. When I say the name Elon Musk, what's the first thing that you think of? Does it go a little something like...
Musk isn't just a creative genius, he's also an extremely conscientious engineer.
Or how about...
I absolutely love Elon Musk, and I shut down any criticism I see of him.
Or maybe...
He's a little on the spectrum. How could you be that big of a genius and not?
Or perhaps...
I don't think you'd necessarily want to be me. You must have like a constant stream of ideas that's running through your head all the time. It's very hard to turn it off. Yeah. It might sound great if it's turned on, but what if it doesn't turn off?
A genius, an inventor, an entrepreneur, a visionary, a hard worker, ambitious, strategic. These are all patches that Elon Musk has proudly sewn into his persona. He has branded himself the self-made billionaire mastermind who is going to single-handedly trust humanity into the future, whether we like it or not. And given that he just landed a rocket in the Bahamas, where I live, I can safely say I do not consent. Like other tech oligarchs, he yearns to be the technological messiah, the real Tony Stark. But beneath that Iron Man facade is enough rust to turn the world green. Like my neck when I wore that fake chain in grade 6. One of the big reasons why this perception is stuck so hard is that he has managed to amass a cult of devoted worshippers to bolster this reputation.
Move over, McDonald's. These are the golden arches now.
Hi, my name is Jason Chang. I own one share of Tesla. First, I want to say I love you. Love you too.
Me blood. Just take a look at any of the comments on any video of Elon and you are bound to find some sycophant sucking him off. Elon Musk is a one-of-a-kind billionaire. If a person doesn't know him, can't even tell if he's a billionaire because of his down-to-earth attitude. I love him indeed. Elon Musk's existence alone is heaven on earth. Elon is trying to do his best for humanity. I support him. Truly revolutionary thinking here. This video has blown my mind. He's a visionary genius and clearly operating on a level that we simply cannot comprehend.
CEO worshipping culture also perpetuates the thing of like everyone pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. The world didn't owe them anything. I think it all rests on a kind of vision of the world that is incredibly dog-eat-dog. Steve Jobs is this guy that came from nowhere and created the iPhone.
And abandoned his daughter whilst running a slut shame campaign against her mother because she wanted child support. Scammed an integral Apple engineer out of Apple stocks when they went public, and refused to shower because he thought his vegetarian diet prevented him from smelling bad, but iPhone pog. But as much as Elon would like to claim all of these other incredible traits, there's one quality that is the true driving force behind all of his wealth. A skill that I would argue is the one thing that Elon Musk is truly gifted in: deception. The most brilliant thing that this guy's ever done is carefully design a reputation as a trailblazer, a trendsetter. But hiding behind his very precarious public facade is the real Elon Musk. The opportunist, the fraudster, the exploiter, the imposter, the deadbeat, the manipulator, the liar, the sad, painful, insecure boy who desperately racks up money, power, and control in an attempt to fill the bottomless pit inside him. But most of all, he's just overall yamhead. I mean, he might be the richest yamhead, but he's a yamhead nonetheless, as you'll soon see. I know that you know that Musk, like many other billionaires, have a bevy of PR teams and Olivia Popes that are preening a public persona that is somewhat favorable. But what if I told you that everything about this man is a complete fabrication? A complete fabrication intended to distract you from what's really going on.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you.
He is no prodigy.
The average team spends 50% of their time doing work about work. That's a lot of dollars down the drain. Take a look at any office and you'll see the same thing. Teams trapped in pointless meetings, managers forced to provide updates, and deadlines slipping through the cracks. It's the same old cycle. Leadership need visibility,
No architect of progress. He's just another product of privilege who happened to get close enough to innovation to steal it all for himself. Elon Musk is the most successful con artist of our generation, and he's used that ability to accumulate one of the largest fortunes that a single human being has ever accumulated, and now he's using those funds to acquire the most power that money could buy.
President Trump handed more power over to Elon Musk yesterday, giving the billionaire and his team oversight over hiring decisions across every government agency.
Today we're going to unmask the real Elon Musk and reveal what he's been planning all along. As much as Elon would love you to believe that he started from the bottom and now he's here, building his empire brick from brick, that's far from reality. Like many people in his inner circle, Elon's beginnings were far from humble. To say he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth from the get-go is an understatement. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. On June 28, 1971, Elon Musk was born in Pretoria, South Africa. His parents were likely overjoyed with the arrival of their first child. His mother, May, was a model from Canada, and his father, Errol, was a well-off South African engineer. Within the next couple of years, his family would be complete with the addition of his younger brother and sister, Kimball and Tosca. Now, if you've been paying attention so far, the date and location should sound very familiar. Because Elon Musk and his siblings were born smack dab in the middle of the South African apartheid. In case you need a refresher, this was a period of major racial segregation in the country that lasted for almost half a century, from 1948 to 1994. Basically, the government was completely controlled by white folks who made up less than 10% of the population. And anyone who wasn't white, which was the vast majority of the country, were forced to live in segregated areas and use separate public facilities, like bathrooms. Yes, of course, it was even illegal to have interracial relationships in South Africa at the time. The white folks didn't want you to interact with anyone of a different race. They just, controlled the whole lives of people and profited grossly at the same time from being the ones in power. With that context in mind, let's review. Elon Musk was born to his white family at the height of apartheid in a place where racism was blatantly thriving. And being white meant that you started the race off 10 steps ahead.
The apartheid laws kick in the 1950s. Elon Musk was born in 1971 in Johannesburg, and at that point, the Prime Minister was a guy called John Vorster. And John Vorster's background is very telling, really, because Vorster in the 1930s had been a member of a neo-Nazi militia called the OB, which was openly sympathetic and linked to the Nazis in Germany.
I mean, imagine, Elon Musk was 23 before they shut down the goddamn apartheid. He lived the first quarter of his life, and some would argue some of the most formative years of your life, with apartheid being normalized. That is your environment. And his family didn't even have a negative nor a neutral view of the system. They love this. They eat that shit. They say, give me more of that. Elon's grandfather on his mother's side was all for apartheid. He was allegedly part of the Canadian Nazi Party before moving to South Africa because he thought the apartheid there would provide greener pastures for him.
Her parents came to South Africa from Canada because they sympathized with the Afrikaner government. They used to support Hitler, and they were in the German party in Canada, and they sympathized with the Germans.
So I don't think that I will stretch any muscle by reaching for this point, essentially that Elon would have inherited some of these viewpoints. I think that I could be reasonable in saying that. In fact, he's been proving more and more just how much he learned from his grandparents.
Tonight, growing criticism over a virtual appearance by Elon Musk for Germany's far-right party known as the AfD.
Frankly, too much of a focus on past guilt, and we need to move beyond that.
On top of his family supporting apartheid, these values were drilled into Elon from the time he was a child by his government and his schooling. It's all he knew.
Christian nationalism is the basis of not only the political philosophy, but the entire education system that Elon Musk is brought up into.
Not only did this influence his social standing and privileges growing up, but it likely informed his mentality and self-importance as well. Stick a pin in that because this information will become extremely important in a few more minutes. But Elon was already riding on the coattails of his skin color in South Africa, but he wasn't the only one. His father, Errol, was also using the system to his white vantage and getting ridiculously rich in the process. To his defense, not billionaire levels rich, but rich enough to have a massive advantage over everyone else in his proximity.
I was doing very well. I was able to marry, and Elon was born that time. I already had an aeroplane, and I drove a Mercedes-Benz.
An aeroplane?
Yes, I bought my
like
first
a private
aeroplane
jet?
then, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was 24 when I bought my first aeroplane.
Mind you now, Elon said that he's a self-made billionaire, that he didn't get any help from anyone. But the facts are that this boy was getting taken to school in luxury cars and flying around in his family's private planes. Big man, you know how rich that is? Rich in money, rich in privileges. Errol was already making bank off his engineering career when he decided to get into the emerald mining business, literally mining diamonds. So safe to say that took Musk's family to a whole nother tax bracket.
Elon Musk's father, Errol, who makes the real money, principally through investments in emerald mines in Zambia. And mining conditions in southern Africa in that period were really pretty dire in the 1960s and 70s. Very high death rate, very poor conditions, but the owners got very rich. Musk lived what can only be described as a neo-colonial life.
Errol say that Elon was so rich that the boy had to walk to school with emeralds in his pocket as a teenager. He explained, "We were very wealthy. We had so much money at times, we couldn't even close our safe. And then there'd still be all these notes sticking out, and we'd sort of pull them out and put them in our pockets." Now, Elon adamantly swears up and down that this ain't true. But his daddy set the record straight, saying he absolutely did have investments. He daddy said, "Listen, bro, you trying to call me a broke boy?" He had investments in emerald mines in Zambia, and Elon was fully aware of this, but it just didn't fit his narrative. Errol claimed that it was the emerald mines cash flow that paid for Elon to move to the United States and go to university. He stated that Elon knows all about the emeralds. It's just because, you see, he wants to tell the people in America that he also had a hard time. Whether Elon Musk grew up pretty rich or extremely wealthy, one thing is for sure and two things are for certain. This boy did not pull up his bootstraps and work hard to earn billions. He started off at an advantage, and a big one at that. If anything, it seems like he actually took a page out of his daddy book and used countless other people's hard work to amass his fortune instead. But for argument's sake, let's say that Elon grew up lower middle class like he pretends. Even then, he would have been living the good life given his family's situation in South Africa.
If you were white South African in that period and you had any money at all, you lived with servants at your beck and call, you lived in sprawling housing, and what you see with Errol Musk is that when we get a glimpse into just how much money he had when he and Elon's mother get divorced, she says at the time that, well, he owns a yacht, he owns a jet, he owns several houses, so there was considerable wealth there.
While Elon undoubtedly grew up rich and privileged in many different ways,
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga mats and toasters, and I damn sure wasn't talking my friends into buying vitamins and juices. I did it with a free app that's probably already on your phone, and that app is the Kindle app. And the crazy part is, I didn't create this system. Carla taught me this. Carla, why don't you tell them more about it?
I'm going to show you a way to potentially make money by pairing Amazon with the power of AI without ever selling physical products. And I promise you've never heard about this before. I just created some simple digital products, then I put them up on Amazon, and it was so exciting. The first time I tried it, I made...
He definitely did not have a happy childhood. He was brutally bullied as a child, and his peers often beat him up. His brother said that Elon lost 10 pounds at one point from other kids stealing his food. And as bad as things were at school, they were even worse at home. His parents ended up divorcing when he was a child because there were allegedly a lot of domestic violence going on at home.
Elon, while he was a little boy, he grew up in a very violent home. Like, for example, when I always had to drive the car and he would be punching me and Elon would be between the seats hitting his father to stop him punching me. When he would be at home and punching me, Kimball and Tosca would be crying in the corner because they were really babies. Elon was 5, Kimball 4, Tosca 3. Elon would be hitting his dad at the back of his legs. And then when he was 8, we left.
And as someone whose parents are also divorced, I can understand that this is a horrible situation for anyone to endure, rich or not. But I want you to think about all these pieces together and how they formed a young Elon Musk. He's born into a racist system of government where he is the beneficiary. A system that went on to officially collapse when he was in his 20s. And he's been calling anti-white ever since. His family were extremely wealthy and earned their riches from a heartless business that took advantage of workers to turn a profit. Allegedly. And he spent his childhood experiencing violence at school as well as with his caretakers at home. This combination of experiences would prime any person to be cunning, ruthless, angry, self-important, and entitled at the very least. And let's not forget, extremely racist. And that's exactly what Elon must seem like he was when he went off to college. Elon attended the University of Pretoria for a little while before immigrating to Canada with his mom at the age of 17. And this is when he really started buffing up that rags to riches story of his. When he arrived in Canada, Elon said that he only had $4,000 to his name. Let's not forget, this is in 1989, so that was more like $10,000 in today's money. That's not no money for your average 17-year-old, and all these funds were gifted to him by his parents. But regardless, that money wasn't gonna last forever, and Elon was accustomed to a certain standard of living.
Grown accustomed to a certain standard of living.
So like many teenagers, Elon turned to odd jobs in order to fund his lifestyle. First, he worked as a gardener at his cousin's farm. Then he worked at cutting logs. And he even worked in the boiler room of a lumber mill in really rough conditions, but was paid the equivalent of $46 per hour in today's money. All of this might sound like Elon worked his Hank Hill off, because I can't call that an ass, Hank Hill off, to get where he is today, and that's absolutely the narrative he was spinning. In his biography, he makes it seem like he was all alone and forced to work in these oppressive jobs for survival, but he was actually just a teenager, living with his mummy with a nice little nest egg who worked side jobs for extra money. That's way more than folks like you and I probably started off with. Elon acting like because he had to work an actual job, he was poor and struggling, and that says a lot about his psyche, and we really about to tear into his psyche in a little bit. And after getting sick of the labor life, Elon moved on to school in the United States. He attended the University of Pennsylvania in Philadelphia, where he graduated with a degree in economics and physics. Next, he attempted a PhD program at Stanford, but he dropped out just after 2 days to develop a startup company. And naturally, in Elon fashion, he gloated. He absolutely glazed himself on X, his own platform. I arrived in North America at 17 with $2,000, a backpack, and a suitcase full of books. Paid my own way through college, dropped out of Stanford engineering physics grad school with $110,000 in college debt. Notice how every part of that statement absolutely minimizes, if not just erases, whatever help he must have gotten, and makes it seem as though he just did all of this on the merit of his own work. He was just a struggling genius who clawed his way to the ranks of billionaire success. But it wasn't his brains or grit that got him to where he is today. It's pure luck and a hell of exploitation. In the mid-90s, Elon and his brother Kimball decided to hop on the internet boom by creating a startup called Zip2, pretty much the digital version of the phone book's Yellow Pages. And it was so early on in the infant stages of the internet that the Musk brothers were on the precipice of a golden opportunity here, and it was successful. But it took off with the generous help of a $28,000 loan from his father and a lot of other people involved. Just food for thought. How many people watching right now, could ask their parents for a humble loan of $28,000? Keep in mind, adjusting for inflation, that would be about $53,000 hairs. Once again, Elon painted this picture that him and his brother were starving to make this company succeed.
Musk and Trump, they have both failed as much as they've succeeded.
His businesses stayed successful in huge part because of government subsidies and grants.
They've kind of failed upwards. They've both been born to relative wealth, if not absolutely huge amounts of wealth, and that has given them a huge cushion that they've both done a bunch of businesses that have failed.
Kind of a self-reinforcing thing. He's a genius, he has to be, therefore we should give his companies money, therefore his companies are successful, therefore he looks like a genius.
He even said that they would sleep in the office at times because they couldn't afford apartments. Don't that sound a little bit like remote work? the same remote work that this boy don't like? The company went on to sell for about $300 million when Elon was just 28 years old. And this solidified the next crucial part of his persona. Despite the fact that he had financial help, despite the fact that there were countless other people working at Zip2 to make it a success, including his own brother, despite the fact that he really just got lucky by being in the right place at the right time, Elon claimed that it was his brilliance and tenacity alone that made it all happen. He was the magic ingredient that could turn a business into gold.
I think X.com could absolutely be a multi-billion-dollar bonanza. Because if you look at the industry that X is pursuing, it's the biggest sector of the world economy.
Not long after founding Zip2, he helped found a company called X.com. Yeah, I know, sounds familiar. X would go on to merge with another brand to create the iconic PayPal. And as we know today, it turned out to be extremely successful.
By 2030, AI is expected to replace more than 300 million jobs. While that can be scary, here's how others are taking advantage of it right now. Experts are saying that the AI revolution is going to be bigger than electricity, smartphones, or even the internet itself. But AI just isn't for tech nerds or engineers anymore. It's now available to anybody with a laptop or internet connection, and it's a tool that you can do many things with, even help create new income streams. And when it comes to income streams, I don't think there's a better platform than this three-step system. Why? Well, this three-step system utilizes Facebook, one of the most popular social media platforms on the planet, with hundreds of millions of people logging on each and every day. Now, the amazing thing about Facebook is that people buy tons of different products to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars each and every year, and that's something that we tap into. And at our company, Commission Hero, we show people how to combine Facebook's massive reach with simple AI tools to help sell other people's products that earn us between $100 to $200 for every single sale that you make. Now, you can keep on selling for years and years to people all around the world. And with AI, you can save all the time and money because the AI will do all the heavy lifting for you, from finding the winning products to creating the actual ads themselves for you as well. In fact, we've helped over 18,000 people get results with this process.
I got a ding on my phone, and I thought it was just somebody texting me, and it was a notification that I got a sale. I was like, this is my first sale. I was like, I'm just sitting here doing my normal day job. And I was like, and money just came in. I was like, oh, this is so cool. Change your mindset with it. Like all your dreams can come true that you have with Robbie's system.
All of Robbie's programs that I've seen, the support is there, the training's there.
I've been hitting milestone after milestone. I actually just turned in my resignation. So as of January 31st, I'm saying bye-bye to corporate America. And it's all because of Robbie and his course.
This stuff works, right? There's no doubt about that. It works. And I'm the living proof for that.
I was quite skeptical, to be honest. No offense, blew my mind, the amount of knowledge that you shared. And I was like, let's just take this to the next level. And when I got into that program, oh my God, dude, it was amazing.
There's no other courses that could even come close to the information that's in here.
What I truly love about this business model is how I'm now able to make what I used to make in a week, in a day, and what I used to make in a month, in a week. And I'm now on my way to make what I used to make in the whole year in a single month.
It's the real deal. There's so many, like when you get into the course, and I know Robbie advertises a lot of his testimonials, but you'll see, like when you get into the actual like Facebook group, there's reams of successes in there, and it's so inspiring.
And now it's your turn. So tap below to watch our step-by-step presentation on how to create additional income streams with the help of the three-step system and AI from anywhere in the world, and without having to hire any employees, because AI is now your employee. Look, however big you think AI is going to be, all the experts say it's going to be even bigger. So don't wait to see how it can work for you in 2025. Tap the link and I'll see you on the presentation right now.
This might be my greatest creation ever made. It's called the Terminator Cold Loom System, and it's one of the 15 systems that we have battle tested for marketing agency owners, coaches, consultants, and course sellers to land hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of qualified appointments every single month. And here are some examples of my clients getting wins with it. If you would like to never, ever, 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 ever have to worry about booking appointments ever, ever, ever again, then I want you to click on this ad because I'm going to explain exactly how the Terminator Loom system works and how you can install it into your business to make a ton of money. Let me explain. Hey, my name's Charlie Morgan. There I am, looking rather proud of myself with my awards. We help marketing agency owners, coaches, consultants, and course sellers completely systemize and scale their client acquisition machine. And we do this by handing you
getting on online payment processing, other
It's very hard to understand the importance of proclaiming that Black Lives Matter if you don't understand American history. And particularly if you don't understand the American history of policing in communities of color. Because if you don't understand that history, then to proclaim and to demand that Black Lives Matter seems like something special. So folks trip out and they freak out. Oh, Black lives, well, all lives matter. Yes, sweetheart, they do. That is true and utterly irrelevant to the current moment. Of course, all lives matter. Nobody said otherwise. But you don't have to proclaim that which is taken for granted. You have to proclaim that which is ignored.
No.
See, when white people say all, we never meant it. Black people know that. Brown people know that. Most white people never had to really learn that. So we said all men are created equal, and we didn't mean that shit. You see, we said it, but we didn't mean it. We said it, and we wrote black people and brown folks out of all. So when black people of color hear, when black and brown folks hear all lives matter, what they hear is the same thing they heard with all men are created equal, that it was a setup, that it was a lie that didn't include them. So if you want to actually make it clear that all lives matter, A, you got to act like all lives matter, and you got to really treat people like all lives matter, and B, you have to proclaim that the lives that you denigrated for centuries actually matter, because that is the part that gets left out. You see? So when we say all lives matter, just to put this in perspective, how ridiculous this comeback is, how absurd, how sophomoric, how nonsensical it is for us to respond to Black Lives Matter with all lives matter. Let's take it back to like 1971 when the title, when the phrase, when the statement on the street was what? Black is beautiful. That was the way that black folks were trying to take back notions of beauty from a fashion industry, from a glamour industry that had basically defined beauty as white, right? And so black folks were saying black is beautiful, reclaiming their own beauty standards and norms. To say all lives matter in response to Black Lives Matter would be like getting in a time machine tonight, going back to 1971, hearing somebody say black is beautiful and interrupting them so as to let them know, well, we're all beautiful in our own way. Yes, shut up, we know. Sort of misses the point. Be like going back to the early 80s, right, when the HIV/AIDS crisis hit. And in those first few years of the HIV/AIDS crisis, remember, we had a government that did nothing. President Reagan sat by and watched thousands of people die before he even uttered the term AIDS. He only said something because his buddy Rock Hudson from the movies died of it. And then he decided he would speak on it and began to cut loose some research funds for it. But for the first couple of years, didn't want to say anything about it, right? And there were activist groups out in the street, right? ACT UP, Gay Men's Health Crisis, others out in the street demanding funding for AIDS research. And what they were in effect saying, even though they didn't use the term and even though we didn't have hashtags in those days, right? Ultimately, what they were saying was people with AIDS lives matter. So to say all lives matter in response to Black Lives Matter would be like going back to one of those rallies in 1982, 1983, interrupting the rally for AIDS funding to remind everyone that, well, people die of pancreatic cancer too. Yes, sweetheart, and totally irrelevant to the current situation. You have to demand recognition of the thing that gets swept under the rug. That's black life, that's brown life, that's people of color, you see, because we are a country built on the premise that black lives didn't matter. And I know we don't want to hear that, but that's just truth. We're built on a society that said that black lives didn't matter except insofar as they could provide cheap labor to enrich white people.
Are you taking action to change your career or waiting for things to improve? The harsh truth is, unless you can learn how to advocate for yourself, you'll stay stuck in a cycle of self-criticism and burnout. Thankfully, I can show you a way out. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create the work-life balance you've been craving by building a freelance writing business on your own terms, without ever feeling rushed or compromising your health. Hi, I'm Sophie Ash, the founder and CEO of Prospology. I built this company because, just like you, I found myself burning out, feeling underappreciated, and wanting more for myself and my future. I had chronic health issues that I could never give my full attention. That is, until I became a freelance medical writer. Having full control over my hours, schedule, and work environment has drastically reduced my stress levels, meaning I never have to choose between my career and my health. It's honestly been life-changing. I've been interviewed on countless news stations across the US for my expertise in the business aspects of freelance medical writing, and have spent the last 6 years coaching first-time entrepreneurs as they build and launch writing companies of their own. Many of my students initially feel very intimidated by the idea of starting their own business, especially if they have chronic health issues. But because they were learning not only from me with 12 years of industry experience, but also from 80 experts who I've collaborated with over the years, they were able to create the work-life balance they'd always wanted, just like I have. Here are the top 3 things that I teach my students. 1 is that advocating for yourself is much easier and more sustainable when you're self-employed. When you're calling all the shots and you know how to keep your clients happy without sacrificing your health and well-being, you'll be able to manage your energy levels better than ever before, while still progressing in your career. The second thing I teach my students is that they must learn how to refine, improve, and monetize their writing skills if they're going to build a business that's both freeing and fulfilling. Put simply, the better your writing is, the happier your clients will be, the more you can charge for your services, and the less you have to work to achieve your income goals. The third thing I teach my students is how to heal their relationship with work and with themselves. When you're expending tons of energy trying to keep everyone happy, living in fear of letting everyone down, and harboring guilt every time you rest or take extended breaks, you'll never be able to sustain the balance that you need to truly thrive. Doing the inner work alongside the outer work is going to position you in the best possible way as you start to build out your writing business. Now, I've barely scratched the surface here because there's so much to unpack. I'd love to show you how to leverage your teaching and research background into a thriving medical writing business. But I don't have time in this short video, so I've made you a free in-depth training to do just that. This is your chance to turn burnout into financial freedom. Don't miss this opportunity to build a fulfilling career on your own terms. Watch my free training now.
Hey, what's up, fam? How you doing? I hope you're doing super great wherever you are today. As you know, this represents Jinjuk Stories, and I'm hoping that you are great.
I play with myself almost every night, and this used underwear from Puma is what I've been using to clean myself up with these last 5 days since I've been back from Jersey. Just busted a thick, yellowy, gooey load onto my cat's eye. dude when I was 6 years old.
Here's another traumatic experience he faced as a boy. These traumas and experiences must have affected him in some ways while growing up. Whether he had support to deal with these issues at the time is unclear.
I also liked weird scenes from popular movies. Like when guys in movies would put like worms in their pants, my 12-year-old self would be like, oh, like that's exciting. It was really weird. And I bring up all of this like weirdness and like secrecy and self-hatred because all of this led to me like plucking off all of my hair in middle school and like cutting myself in high school. And I was forced to go to therapy as a kid, but like fun fact, that wasn't the thing that like saved me ultimately. Therapy only works if the person wants to be helped, and my 12-year-old self did not want to help. So what actually got me through all of that like pain and self-hatred and like weirdness was actually friendship.
Nah, his mind was damaged during those times, at least based on what he just said. Experiencing such things at such a young age can have a serious effect on the mind. He claimed that the molestation he faced when he was young led to his interest in some unusual things with regard to intimacy, and he found gruesome and violent scenes in movies involving sexual parts of the body exciting.
Into weird things. The first being wedgies. I don't know why this was the case, but like I remember reading like Captain Underpants and being like, oh. I was also really into weird scenes in movies. Like I remember rewatching this like clip from Home Alone 2 where like one of the bad guys like kept getting stapled like in his balls, and I remember like liking that scene and like rewatching it again and again.
Kevin shares a deeply personal story about struggle, self-discovery, and healing. It shows how acceptance and support from friends can make a big difference in overcoming pain. But did he heal from those traumas? In another video, we see Kevin talk about another sensitive topic involving role play.
Was on for a long time with the idea of going to Island. Obviously not realistically, but like in a imaginary like role-playing scenario with someone that I love and trust. I used to be drawn by the idea of going to Island and having like him.
The video references Epstein and his island. In the clip, Kevin shares a hypothetical fantasy about visiting the island, not as a predator, but as a victim. He describes wanting to roleplay as a 17-year-old boy being taken advantage of by wealthy individuals, asking rhetorically, who wouldn't want that?
Like, I've always dreamt of that. Like, it's just a thing that kind of like gave me an idea when I was watching his documentary. Like, oh, I would love to go to like a rich person's island and then like be forced to.
This statement made many viewers furious. The idea of framing a real-world tragedy that harmed countless individuals for personal amusement was met with a lot of backlash. Critics argue that publicizing such thoughts, even if intended as humor or personal expression, is insensitive to the lived experiences of victims. This kind of behavior makes it difficult to see any educational or meaningful intent behind the clip.
Like, who wouldn't want that? I mentioned this because that was a documentary that I watched in 2019, and I told him like the day after, like, hey, can we do a role play with this? And he agreed with no hesitation, and he, you know, pretended to be Mr. and I'd be like a 17-year-old boy from Thailand.
So around last year, he came out to claim that he finally made it to the island and did what he had always wanted.
Let's talk about why I roleplayed on Jeffrey Epstein's island as a gay bottom from Thailand. First off, we chose Thailand because they give sensual massages there, and also because I can kind of pass as like a Thailand person. I am Chinese, Filipino, and Indonesian, and like most Southeast Asian people like look similar, and so I was like, oh, well, I can pass as like a Thai masseuse, and like my ex friend with benefits, who was the Jewish man Ashkenazi, like agreed. So I was molested by a pedophile.
By choosing to roleplay on Jeffrey Epstein's island, he references a real-life tragedy. Linking this to his personal identity and joking about it diminishes the seriousness of the events and the sufferings of the victims. His reasoning for picking Thailand based on the stereotypes about massages and appearance also pushes a harmful generalization about Thai people and Southeast Asians. While humor and personal identity are valid forms of expression, using tragedy and cultural stereotypes as the basis for this roleplay shows poor judgment.
So I was molested by a pedo when I was 6 years old, and so because of that, I always had issues with like anything sexual.
Acknowledging such a painful part of his life is important, as it can help to understand the long-term effects of trauma. However, linking this experience to his earlier comments about role-playing on Jeffrey Epstein's island complicates the message. While his intent may be to explain how his past shaped his views and actions, it risks coming across as a justification for insensitive behavior. Trauma can manifest in many ways, and it's essential to handle it with care for oneself and others. Publicly addressing personal trauma in a way that mixes with controversial and inappropriate humor can be bad for his story.
Most victims of like molesting become like super hypersexual and promiscuous, and they bang a lot of people after the fact. I didn't. I went the opposite way. I was very sexually repressed. I had a lot of thoughts about sex, but like they were never like executed in real life.
He talked about how victims of abuse may respond in different ways, such as becoming hypersexual, or in his case, sexually repressed. Sharing personal experiences can help others feel less alone, but the generalization that most victims react a certain way is not entirely true. every person's response to trauma is unique, and statements like this may unintentionally invalidate experiences that don't fit the description.
When I was 20 years old, I met a Jewish man, Ashkenazi, who I fell in love with, and I lost my V card to, and he was the first person that I ever fell in love with, and like the first person that I felt very comfortable with in like an intimate setting. He bred me twice a week for like 4 years, and in this like healthy sexual relationship, every month or like every 2 months, we would sit on the couch and he would be like, okay, Kevin, like what's a new thing that you want to try? Like what's a new fantasy that you have in mind?
Kevin discussed the relationship as both his first intimate experience and a source of comfort. He views this relationship as a positive experience in his sexual life, although the language he uses, particularly phrases like "bred me twice a week," can be misinterpreted and seen as unnecessarily graphic to most listeners. The phrasing distracts viewers from what could otherwise be a meaningful reflection on healing through a supportive and consensual relationship. To be more constructive, Kevin could have framed this part of his story to focus on how this relationship helped him overcome repression and build trust, rather than giving details that might overshadow the intended message. Context matters, and balancing openness with sensitivity is necessary.
This one day in, I think, 2019, I had just watched the Jeffrey Epstein documentary on Netflix, and obviously it was a really scary story, and I really feel bad for all the victims involved, and I would never want to actually like be invited to like a crazy island by like a powerful toxic person. Like I would never want that. But in like a sensual setting with somebody that I loved and trusted, like I wanted to like relieve that trauma of like feeling powerless in a sexual situation, like as like a victim.
Kevin said he made an attempt to process his trauma by being in a place where he could reclaim control in a consensual setting. This method of coping may be personal and meaningful to him, but discussing it in the context of the Jeffrey Epstein documentary is unwise.
Felt that way when I was like a kid, and when I was like molested by I was like very much powerless and he was very much powerful, and so I was like, oh, I kind of want to like relieve that, because like it's kind of sexy anyway, like if my partner like could pretend to be like this rich, famous, powerful person with like a whole island, and like if he could invite me, and if I could like give him a massage and like call him like by a fake name, like Mr. Epstein, like can I give you a massage? He agreed, and we did it like 2 or 3 times over like a few months. Like it wasn't that many times. Was it fun? Yeah.
Their video got a lot of criticism, and Kevin was forced to make another video clearing the air about what he meant was going on Epstein Island to roleplay.
So I do want to make this video to clear the air. So the Jew and I were never actually like physically, realistically on Jeffrey Epstein's island. We were just on Jeffrey Epstein's island mentally, in like a safe, sensual, consenting role-playing situation in his apartment on Sunset and Vine in LA.
Kevin's clarification in the new video attempts to address the criticism by saying that his reference to Jeffrey Epstein's island was not literal but metaphorical. However, this explanation falls short of addressing the concerns raised by his earlier video. In the video, he says that he and his partner were on the island mentally, which does little to mitigate the discomfort caused by invoking such a specific and sensitive real-world tragedy. Also, in the first video, he didn't clearly mention that he was on the island mentally. He made it seem like he was physically there and did all those things with his Jewish friend. Now he's trying to maneuver by saying he wasn't there at all.
The reason why we both agreed to do this is because we're both really into power dynamics. So he is super dominant, and I am personally super submissive. So back then, when I was seeing him to keep our relationship kind of like exciting, every month he would sit me down on his couch and he'd go like, oh, like, is there anything new on your mind that you want to try?
He has completely changed this story into an imaginary one. He probably faced so much backlash that it could have led to legal issues for him to sit and throw those words in the face of his viewers. Unfortunately, some of his viewers saw nothing wrong with what he did and even encouraged him to keep going. This has given him the courage to continue posting annoying and degrading content. Such content can be observed in his view and likeness for young girls. The video titled "Little Girls Make Me So Happy" relies on shock value, drawing attention through its suggestive phrasing.
Little girls genuinely excite me so much, and I can't tell you like how happy that I get when I see and meet little girls in public.
Kevin justifies it as a double meaning, but the approach is inappropriate. The video transitions into a discussion about his appreciation for having fans who look up to him, including children.
So yesterday, I got to meet so many of my younger female fans at the ice skating rink in Pasadena.
In video, Kevin talks about meeting a young girl who taught him how to ice skate. This story could have been an innocent reflection, but including an uncensored image of the child changes the tone entirely. This girl offered to coach Kevin on skating.
Dad, but like basically when this little girl like taught me how to skate, I'm not even a bad skater, by the way, like I'm a decent skater, but she was like, oh, but you can improve this, you can improve that, like keep up with me here, if you need to fall, like these are the safety, whatever. And her friend helped my sister. So it was me and this girl named Eden, the one that I just mentioned, and then her friend Kylie and my sister Olivia. And the whole time we were just in those groups too, skating around the rink. And I don't know, I did not expect skating to be so nice and so fun, and I couldn't believe that I had the time of my life in just 2 hours on a Sunday, casual Sunday, skating in Pasadena.
It's troubling to think that the girl's parents might not have known their child's photo would appear in a video with a provocative title and references to predatory behavior. Making matters worse, the video also includes clips of other minors who were fans of Kevin's work. It's unclear whether Kevin obtained permission from these children's parents to post them. If he didn't, this is a breach of privacy. Even if permission was granted, associating their likeness with a channel frequently using controversial and explicit humor is not good.
Genuinely, whenever I see groups of little girls come up to me, I have this feeling in my heart that it makes me can't wait to have daughters. I'll definitely be super anxious having a daughter because I know that there are so many men that would want to hurt them, but I absolutely love just talking and getting to know.
Kevin expresses a desire to have daughters while acknowledging the dangers posed by predatory behavior in the world. This statement is at odds with his decision to display girls' faces on a platform that could attract attention. His actions contradict his stated concerns about child safety, making it difficult to take his words at face value. But are people trying in any way to bring awareness about the potential harm Kevin might cause? On August 24th, 2023, a Twitter user named @MintyBadword posted a detailed thread about his experience in Kevin Leonardo's Discord server. He joined the server expecting an adult-only LGBTQ+ educational space, but discovered a troubling environment. According to Minty, the server, which had over 4,000 members, included a lot of minors. They raised concerns about the lack of moderation and inappropriate interactions taking place in what was supposed to be a safe community. Minty's thread included screenshots from the server showing Kevin's rules, such as a no NSFW rule, a 13+ rule, and rule prohibiting inappropriate messages to Kevin. Despite these rules, Minty claimed that minors had unrestricted access to NSFW channels and that inappropriate discussions were happening. One screenshot showed a minor stating they were starting high school, advertising that their direct messages were open for contact. Another showed a minor participating in discussions within NSFW channels. Following the initial post, Minty provided updates, revealing that Kevin was aware of the thread. Instead of addressing the concerns seriously, Kevin reportedly responded in the server by posting, "Guys, we're controversial," along with the photo of the thread. Minty also posted that one of Kevin's moderators, identified as Meta, was only 14 years old. Screenshots from the server confirmed Meta's age and revealed that they were hand-picked by Kevin. Meta's conversations with other users showed that moderation discussions were entirely in Kevin's hands, and that he was aware of the age of his moderators. Later, Kevin responded to the allegations on Twitter by retweeting Minty's original thread. In his defense, Kevin tweeted that the behaviors described by Minty violated the server's rules. He stated that the NSFW sections were intended for adults over 18 seeking educational discussions, not for minors. However, this defense didn't address the lack of enforcement of these rules, or the presence of minors in spaces where they could access such content. Kevin claimed not to condone such behavior. His actions, such as assigning a minor as a moderator and failing to enforce server rules, suggest a lack of oversight. A few months after Minty's thread about Kevin Leonardo's Discord server, another user started a new thread on Twitter, raising additional concerns about Kevin. Gothic called for people to cancel Kevin and questioned why he still had a platform. He described Kevin's problematic behavior, including his jokes about inappropriate actions with his cat, which we'll look at later in this video. Gothic pointed out issues in Kevin's content, including inappropriate humor and a lack of accountability, and expressed confusion over why these concerns weren't being widely discussed. Later that same day, Gothic posted a follow-up thread, stating that he is reorganizing the information due to the significant attention the first thread received. He claimed to have discovered more troubling details about Kevin and wanted to present them clearly. Gothic also revealed that he is over 18 years old but still in high school, and that Kevin's response to his initial post made him uncomfortable. In his response, Kevin expressed excitement about the attention Gothic's post was generating. So with that aside, let's take a look at the...
to use these slurs, and like literally everyone I knew used these slurs in person or like on Tumblr. Tumblr was big when I was like growing up, and like on Twitter I would publicly tweet so many of these like offensive slurs, and I obviously have deleted literally all of them. I've used like a million versions of like tweeter deleter, and like I would just type in like Kevin Leonardo N-word, Kevin Leonardo F-word, and I would like delete all of those tweets. My Twitter got locked last year though, so like now if you like look up my name and like an offensive thing on my old Twitter, you'll only find like tweets about Mexicans at like my old school and like my high school and stuff, because all of the ones about like black people and like gay people and like mentally disabled people, they're all gone.
What Kevin said doesn't come across as apologetic in any way. It feels more like damage control, and saying slurs were more socially acceptable back then and literally everyone was using them. Just because something might have been normalized doesn't make it right, and this explanation feels like an excuse rather than a meaningful acknowledgement of the harm caused. His focus on deleting offensive tweets also misses the point. Instead of addressing why he thought it was okay to use such language in the first place, he talks about how he scrubbed his online presence to hide the evidence. It feels less like he's sorry for using those words and more like he's sorry people might find them. The casual mention that tweets about Mexicans remain because he couldn't delete everything shows how insensitive he is, as though it's not a big deal.
So now you can only find, like, I think, just random jokes that I've made about Mexicans. If you know me and my content, you know that I obviously love to push boundaries, but I like to adapt. Like, if someone's, like, offended by something, I will obviously change my behavior if I think it, like, makes sense. And so now that, like, all of these terms are, like, super socially unacceptable, that's why I will not use those terms ever, because I don't want to, like, make anyone truly upset.
Kevin's comment saying, "You can only find random jokes I've made about Mexicans," makes it seem as if those jokes are somehow less harmful or less serious than the ones he already deleted. It gives the impression that he's more concerned with what's left for people to find. While he claims he adapts his behavior if people are offended, the way he phrases it feels insincere. It sounds like he's changing because it's now super socially unacceptable, rather than because he understands the harm his words can cause. That's not real growth. It's just going with the flow to avoid backlash. The part about not wanting to truly upset anyone is more like an afterthought. If he genuinely cared about not upsetting people, he wouldn't have made those jokes in the first place, or he'd take more accountability now. Instead, his views sound like he's just trying to brush everything under the rug without addressing the problem of why his words were hurtful. It's hard to take this as a serious effort to own up to his mistakes.
And like low-key, I will never understand those people that like go out of their way to use these slurs to make others upset. Like I feel like that's like low-key rude and like messed up. And I also will never understand why people that are like starting out on social media and like want to build a career off social media, I don't get why those people don't think of like deleting old tweets or like old posts that could get them in trouble. Like it's really not that hard. Just delete your old posts before they come back to bite you in the butt. But yeah, I was just like thinking about this because you have to adapt to like society and like things that people find acceptable and like things that people don't find acceptable. You can still stick to your own morals and values.
On one hand, he criticizes people who intentionally use slurs to hurt others, calling it low-key rude and messed up, yet he fails to acknowledge his past use of slurs, whether intentional or not. It's hard to reconcile this stance with his earlier comments where he brushed off his actions as a product of the times or youthful ignorance. His focus on deleting old posts seems more like an attempt to avoid accountability rather than genuinely reflecting on why those posts were wrong. Saying it's not that hard to delete problematic content
You can turn any slogan or funny quote into a professional design in just minutes with one tool. Making text-only designs, whether that's shirts or anything else, used to be super hard, but that's a thing of the past because now Kittl has all of the fonts, text effects, and color adjustments.
In order to be successful, you need to know that people have a small number of slots in their brain for who they remember. So you've got to get into people's head. And in order to do that, you need to know two things. The first one is 7-11-4, which we'll talk about. And the second thing is that your brain is extremely good at deleting messages. But there's 5 things that will not be deleted by the brain. And the last 2 are the ones that are most useful. So the first one is...
I wish I knew this stuff at the start of my career. Daniel Priestley is the money-making expert and serial entrepreneur who's built several multi-million-dollar businesses from nothing and has mentored over 3,500 businesses with the same frameworks for career success that you're about to learn.
The problem that we have now is that we live in a digital world, but all of society is built for the Industrial Revolution system, which means that we're playing by an old set of rules, but going through a schooling system that is preparing them for a world that no longer exists. So people feel like that there are no opportunities, there are no safe jobs anymore, feeling like you're in competition with AI, and that leaves a whole generation of people feeling absolutely wiped out before they've even started.
So what are the new set of skills people need to know to set them up in this digital world?
Well, there's actually a step-by-step approach for doing that, including building a personal brand.
Okay, let's pause there. Why does that matter?
Because that's the key to capital, talent, customers, and it's not about becoming an influencer with millions of followers. followers. But if you're seen as a key person of influence, that's enough to make 7 figures.
And is that where your 5 Ps come in?
Yeah, and I'll take you through all of those. And then there's the entrepreneurial pyramid, which opens you up to this whole other world of opportunities, as well as side hustles, and the 2 types of opportunities that everyone needs to know about.
I want to go through all of that.
Let's do it.
This has always blown my mind a little bit. 53% of you that listen to the show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favor before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Daniel Priestley, how do you define and describe what it is that you do with your content, with your work, and through all of these books that you've published? What is the summary of what you do and who you do it for?
So I have a massive passion for entrepreneurship. About 20 years ago, I started seeing a massive trend about entrepreneurs who could stand out, scale up, and make a positive impact in the world through business. I have built multiple businesses over the last 20 years, and I'm just fascinated by the predictable stages that people go through in order to build successful businesses. As I've been growing my businesses, I've been writing about it in my books, mostly to document what I'm learning myself. And I also built a community of entrepreneurs who wanted to essentially make the most of the times that we're in. So what's happening at the moment is we're going through massive amounts of change. It's very similar to the agricultural age, when it was replaced by the industrial age. And there were new economic rules that didn't apply to the agricultural age, but did apply to the industrial age. So the agricultural age was the feudal system, and the industrial age was the capitalist system. What's happening is the industrial age is fast being replaced by the digital age. And as we go through this massive change, we're seeing new rules and new economic rules that apply. So I'll give you an example. In the industrial age, people had to become successful, people had to gain skills and then get a job and find an employer who would employ them for those skills. As we go into the digital age, what works is to build a personal brand based on your unique intellectual property, and then to position that brand next to a scalable, digital, elegant business model. And those who are doing that, and those who have figured that out, are doing incredibly well and succeeding at speed. And there's actually a step-by-step approach for doing that.
I want to go through all of that. I was running in Cape Town. Look at me plugging my running brand that's lasted for 5 days. I was running in Cape Town, and a young couple came up to me at the end of my run when I'd stopped running underneath this tree. And they came up to me, it was about the 2nd or 3rd of January. They said, Steve, we love your content. We've been listening to Diaries for a while. And they looked at each other, and you could see that they were really stressed. And they said, we're just trying to figure out how to start a business and what we should be doing. And I could see in their face that they'd been mulling it for a long, long time. There was this, like, they're very, very young. I'd say they were like 21 years old. And they were saying, like, what do we do? And actually at that time I said, you need to listen to an episode I did with Daniel Priestley. But I also knew you were coming on, so I said, and I'm recording with him shortly, so make sure you listen to that. So through the lens of that 21-year-old, you've detailed that their world has now changed. They're living in this digital world. Where would you advise those two to start if they want to capitalize on the opportunity that's presented itself?
Okay, so I'll slow down for a minute. What's happening at the moment is people in that situation, they're feeling incredibly invisible, that they don't matter. They feel stuck, that there are no opportunities. You can't buy a house, you can't get a career, there are no safe jobs anymore, AI is disrupting everything, and they feel detached from meaning and purpose. And that leaves a whole generation of young people feeling absolutely wiped out before they've even started. It doesn't actually exclusively apply just to people in their 20s. I know people in their 40s, 50s, 60s. I know entrepreneurs who have traditional businesses who feel that way. So it's worth acknowledging that it's a widespread phenomenon everywhere in the world, people feeling invisible, feeling the pain of like not being able to connect with the right people, and feeling stuck and feeling detached from meaning. So what we need to do is address that, because what's happening is you're playing by an old set of rules, and that's normal because the school system told you an old set of rules because it was based in the industrial age, and we have to start by learning the new set of rules. So if I was advising 21-year-olds in particular, the first thing that you want to do is called an entrepreneur apprenticeship. An entrepreneur apprenticeship is where you go and work in a small team of less than 12 people, where you have direct contact with an entrepreneur, and in particular, you're looking for an entrepreneur who has somewhat of a personal brand. So they have, let's say, 5,000 to 50,000 followers on social media, and they've got an elegant business model that inspires you. It doesn't necessarily have to be exactly what you want to do in the future, but you need to learn the new rules. So you need to learn, how is that person building their personal brand, and how are they building their business so that it can scale? How do they communicate with people anywhere in the world? How do they sell to people anywhere in the world? So those are some of the key things that you have to do. You do not want to become an entrepreneur straight away. It's too big a shift. You need to be a number 2. I was a number 2. I had a mentor. I worked for an amazing guy for 2 years. We went from 0 to 6 million in a year, and from 0 people to 60 people in 1 year. So I got the entrepreneur apprenticeship first, and that's where you want to start. And then once you do that, you can do side hustles and then begin the entrepreneurial journey on your own.
How do you know if it's for you? How do you know if you're cut out for it?
So at the moment, what's happening is that the rules are changing so fast that it's not like anyone's cut out for it. Right? So there is no sure feeling where you go, oh, I'm really cut out for this because it's giving me clear signals. During times of disruption, the signals get jammed. So what's happening is people are going through a schooling system that is preparing them for a world that no longer exists. So we go through 12 years of school and it's saying, oh, here's how you get ready for an employer. Well, there are no employers. And here's how you get ready for a career. There's no such thing as careers anymore. And here's how you get ready for a job. Oh, by the way, that job can easily be done by AI already. So all of this is happening. And that means that people are feeling this void and they're saying, well, I don't feel ready for anything. That's because you had 12 years of training for a world that doesn't exist anymore. So what we have to do is say, all right, let's look at the world that is emerging and let's position ourselves for that world and reskill ourselves and reposition ourselves for that world.
When you were talking about that entrepreneurial apprenticeship, it sounded like a new form of education, a new form of university. Are there any other ways, if we're talking about that preparation phase where you're getting ready, are there any other ways you would advise someone to rapidly excel their knowledge and skills in preparation to become an entrepreneur? Is it books? Do I sit on ChatGPT? What worked for you?
Books are great. Yeah. YouTube channels are great. I didn't have any of that. Believe it or not, even books were hard to come by when I was a teenager. You had to kind of order business books in, or you had to go to a big bookstore that had a business book section. We didn't have Amazon, and we certainly, anything like a podcast, you actually paid for cassette tapes and CDs, and they were $1,000. They were really expensive just to listen to some business content. Believe it or not, that was a thing. And all of it's for free now online. However, you can't learn to ride a bike through books and videos. You have to get on the bike. So the best thing to do is to work for someone who's building a business. And if you can't do that, become a co-founder with someone who's got more experience than you. And if you can't do that, then you need to do some small side hustles. A side hustle is an open and shut business case. So within 90 days, you're going to start something and finish something all within 90 days. You're not going to get yourself into a long-term thing. You're just going to start something, see how it goes, and it ends in 90 days. When I was a teenager, I did nightclub parties. So the nightclub party had a time where we would agree with the club that we were going to have the venue. Then we had a promotion phase, then we ran the party, and then that was it. At the end of the night, we split the money, and that was the finish. And it all happened very quickly. And you get the learning experience, but you don't have the ongoing connection to the business. I also sold roses door to door. So on Valentine's Day, I bought a few hundred roses. We dressed up in tuxedos, and we went door to door selling Valentine's Day roses. And that probably lasted 3 weeks. From the time we came up with the idea to the time we found a supplier, bought the roses, went door to door, and made our sales, and then it was all finished at the end of Valentine's Day. So these are called side hustles, and the important point is that they're not ongoing ventures. They're just open and shut, and then you can reflect. You can then sort of see what worked, what didn't work, and then see if you want to continue after that.
Something else that I don't think I've ever heard many entrepreneurs or founders talk about when they're giving advice on that preparation learning phase is the importance of writing.
Yeah.
Because that had a profound impact on me. The rate in which I learned was having a practice.
At what stage in your journey did you write?
So I made a commitment to myself when I was 24 to write a tweet every day.
Okay.
And I would screenshot it, then post it on Instagram. Now this was maybe the single biggest hack in my life that I've never really talked about because of all of the downstream consequences that occurred. Downstream consequence number one, got to 1 million followers on Instagram by posting these quotes of ideas that I had every day. So every day at 7 p.m, my girlfriend knew at the time, she goes, he's gonna go off for an hour and think of something to say. Downstream consequence number two is it taught me how to communicate ideas in a concise, high impact way and kind of what people respond to. And I'd say number three is it generally meant that if I went through my day and something had happened, it gave me a moment to condense that down into wisdom,
into a little piece of wisdom,
a piece of truth. So that day, I learned something. And without that practice, those learnings kind of would have passed you by.
So what you're describing is actually beyond just writing, it's publishing. And publishing means to make public, to put something into the public domain. So yeah, there's journaling, which you keep private, but then there's making something public. And when you do this, you have to think about how would this be of value to others. So you're thinking, entrepreneurs have to be thinking about how would this be of value to others. You're putting it into the public domain, so you're getting feedback as to whether this is a good idea or a bad idea or an okay idea. Publishing doesn't have to be tweeting, it doesn't have to be writing a book. Publishing is video, audio, it can be long form content, it can be short content, you could do shorts, you could do tweets, right? All of that is publishing. The essence of publishing is that you're taking your ideas and sharing it publicly, putting it in the public domain. That is a very rapid way to get started. Interesting fact on this, that out of the billion people who use LinkedIn, only 3% are publishing regularly and less than 1% publish weekly. So you think that you're in competition with 1 billion people on LinkedIn. 99% of people are just there to kind of lurk and watch what other people are doing. Only 1% of people are competing. 1% of people are creating the content on that platform. When it comes to YouTube, there's 2.7 billion users of YouTube, but only 4% of people have an account, and only a fraction of those accounts are active. So it's a tiny percentage of the world's population that are creating something. Most people are consuming. So one thing that you're describing is the move from being a consumer to a creator, and entrepreneurs have to make that move.
How have you accelerated your learning? Because you're someone that is able to give out lots of different ideas from lots of different reference points, and there must be some kind of underlying framework you're using to learn, process, and publish, which now presents you, which is part of the reason you get invited onto all these podcasts now and people are paying you to speak at their events, etc. What was that framework for you?
So my background was I used to have an agency and we used to run all these different events, and we used to have to put stuff onto people's seats when we were running events, and I had to kind of write stuff all the time, like quick reports and all of that. So I got in the habit of writing. I saw the power of writing. In 2009, the entire world tipped on its head after the global financial crisis, and I was completely disrupted. I went from millions of revenue down to a few hundred thousand of revenue. I lost 90% of my revenue in 1 year. It was massive. I remember one Christmas party, 17, 18 people at a Christmas party. The following year was 3. It was morbid. So during that time where the global financial crisis had such a deep impact, I began writing about what is it that I know to be true? What is it that, like, I don't know much because I've just had the rug pulled out from under me. What is it I do know to be true? What are the most strong truths that I could share? And I ended up writing the book called Key Person of Influence in 2009, and it came out in 2010. And what I felt very confident about was this idea that the future was going to see a shift from business and institutional brands to personal brands, that we would see the decline of big faceless companies and the rise of individuals whose personal brands were bigger than the institutions. And it was a pretty radical idea at the time, but I felt pretty confident about it. And the more I wrote about it, the more I felt this was where the world was heading. If we look today, we can see Professor Brian Cox has more followers than CERN. We can see Richard Branson has orders of magnitude more followers than Virgin. We can see Elon's got more followers than NASA. We can see, Trump is way more powerful than the Republican Party. So essentially the personal brand has just gone whoosh ahead. But I started that process very murky, that I didn't quite know what it was. It was a feeling or a sense. And by the time I'd gone through the publishing process of writing, I was clear.
And the macro factors that brought that about, what are those underlying shifts that happened that meant we went from the logo to the person?
Let's zoom out 300 years. So the agricultural age was essentially, the economic system was called feudalism, and there was lords and kings and queens, and then there was serfs and people who serfed the land. And then technology changed things. You can imagine what it must have been like when 300 people were on a farm, and then they saw 3 people on a tractor, and then that tractor went and did the job of hundreds of people with 3 people on it. And it's like, oh my goodness, what are we all going to do? How are we all going to live our lives anymore, right? And then they would have said, well, what are going to be the jobs? Like, everyone works in farming. And it's like, well, there's going to be this whole new system. There will be a completely new economic system called the industrial system, and it's going to replace everything. So back in the agricultural age, if you were a lord, right, and if you were rich, if you were successful, you had vast tracts of agricultural land. But as soon as the industrial age kicked in, you didn't even need land. You only needed a tiny amount of land to put a factory on. What mattered is that you had the ability to organize labor and machinery. And if you could organize a factory, that was way more economically productive than hundreds of acres. So the whole economic system got tipped on its head. And suddenly it didn't matter if you were a duke, it mattered if you were an industrialist, if you're a capitalist. So this whole new system took over. We had 200 years of innovation and went through multiple waves. But the important thing to note is that it's technology that changed things, right? It's always a technology shift, right? The fundamentals of the economy are dictated by the technology that we have available to us. So what happened around the 2000s to 2020 is we had these general purpose technologies that just got introduced as though they were nothing. Suddenly everyone can publish a video online. Suddenly everyone can write a blog. Suddenly everyone can tweet. Everyone can form a community on Facebook. There's this device that you put in your pocket that is better than a traditional camera studio that the BBC would have had. So the power was just rapidly swinging from institutions to individuals. I'm sitting there going, wait a second, an individual has got all the things that a multinational corporation has access to, but they don't have the bureaucracy, right? They don't have the weight on their shoulders. They don't make slow decisions. They can make fast decisions. So as I witnessed this technology being introduced, I said, the way this is going is it's going to take all the power of big businesses and institutions and just give that to individuals.
That's exactly what happened. And if there was ever a year where that's been more in focus with this election cycle and what we've seen with Trump and going on Rogan and Kamala going on Alex Cooper in the media lens.
That's what cost the election. So that's a big trend. US presidential elections have always predicted major trends. So Franklin Roosevelt in the 30s, he did the national radio campaign. JFK in the 60s did the televised campaign. Obama in 2008 did the social media campaign. Each of those campaigns changed the game. Trump in 2016 did a hyper-personalized digital data-driven campaign, famously with Cambridge Analytica, and that actually gave birth to data analytics and hyper-personalization. And then something big happened in 2024. And what happened is that Trump broke the mold on campaigning and he started going on all these major podcasts. And if we actually crunch the numbers, Trump did something like 40 hours worth of watch time and it got 124 million views. And Kamala did, I think it was 7 hours.
Just in the long form?
Yeah, just on the long form. She did 7 hours total and it only got a few million views. And one of her podcasts only lasts 7 minutes. Now, what she did is she approached it like a McKinsey consultant, which is she turned up and she said, here's the script, here's the questions, ask me these questions and then I'm out of here. And it was very much the kind of professional corporate approach. Trump rocks up onto comedians' podcasts and says, yeah, ask me anything. And then he just goes on a big rant and it goes for 3 hours. Now, what's actually happening is quite predictable. In a world of short videos and in a world of AI and in a world of confusion and disruption, and where everyone's throwing punches at each other saying, you're misinformation. You've seen some of this, right, going on, right? Misinformation. What's actually going on is that people say, hey, enough's enough. I want to see a long-form piece of content and make my own mind up. I don't want anyone to tell me what's misinformation. I'm smart enough. I want to see if this Trump guy is a crazy guy. I want to be able to see him, for 2 or 3 hours, and I'll make my own mind up on that because everyone's saying so many different things, and I know that there's all this confusion. I want the long-form piece of content. So 2024 began the long-form unscripted era, right? So now where we are with marketing is you've got to drop the script and you've got to do long-form content. And here's my prediction. The prediction is we're going to see the biggest CEOs in the world clamoring to get onto this podcast and other podcasts like it. They're all going to be wanting desperately to build their personal brand because they know that the long-form unscripted podcast is the only way to hire talented people, the only way to get loyal customers, the only way to keep investors happy. It's going to be the key to the entire shooting match is that the CEO of a big company has to become human and they have to be unscripted.
And what advice would you give them? Because you consult for a lot of people. They come to you for advice, whether it's the biggest influencers of the world or CEOs. If you were giving them advice on how to achieve that goal, what would you say?
Well, I mostly talk to entrepreneurs and I mostly care about entrepreneurs. And the advice I give to entrepreneurs is work your way up the podcast pyramid. So there's literally thousands and thousands of podcasts that get a few thousand views. Just go on those. Go on lots of them. If you do a good job, you'll eventually be invited onto a slightly bigger one, and you'll eventually be invited onto a slightly bigger one again. And there's this pyramid of, there's a few podcasts as big as yours, but there's thousands of podcasts in every single niche and vertical where anyone can go on and talk about who they are and what they do. So for any entrepreneur, my challenge to them, the ones that I'm working with, is an absolute minimum. I want them to create 10 to 20 hours of watch time in the year ahead. So I want people to go on 10 podcasts that last for 2 hours or 1 to 2 hours. And I want them talking through their business story, their origin, their mission, their vision, how they got started, the types of people they employ, the types of customer problems they solve, the outcomes they deliver, all of that, put it all into a podcast, get good at that format.
You publish in lots of ways, right? You publish written form, you publish in video. Is there anything at all if there was one single thing that's helped you become better at speaking or communicating ideas, and you can't say, no, I'll take away the restraints, what would you say it is?
Frameworks.
What does that mean?
So you need communication frameworks. So if I'm introducing myself to someone, I use something called name, same, fame, aim, and a game. So we can break that down. What is my name and my business name? What is it that I'm the same as that you already understand?
Okay, let's pause there. Why does that matter?
When people are storing information, they need to open a folder, and they want to open a folder that's very easy to label. So they don't want to open a folder that says, I'm an energetic healer that works with transmutational objects that transcend time, space, and blah, blah, blah. They want to go, you're a life coach. Okay, great, I understand that. Or you're a vet. Okay, cool. You're a consultant. You're a software company. Got it. So it's just the most basic thing that I can then hang everything on that because I already understand it. So name, same. Fame. So fame is what makes you interesting, what makes you fascinating, what big brands have you worked with, what interesting projects have you landed. So anything that would make you stand out, any big numbers, any awards, any big names, any of that would be your fame. So name, same, fame. Aim, what are you working on in the next 90 days? And then game, what is your bigger vision? What do you want to achieve in the next 3 to 6 years?
I think a lot of people aren't even clear on that.
A lot of people aren't, and that's why the framework's powerful, because it forces you to get clear on it. If you then get clear on it, you can introduce yourself with power and authority. You can do the beginning of a podcast. You can be on a stage, just introducing yourself at a networking function. Believe it or not, you can cram all of that into 30 seconds.
And so going back to this point of preparation, right? So one of the big things that is going to give me a significant competitive advantage if I'm building a business is personal branding. What else do you think someone like me at the start of my career needs to understand about the game of personal branding? Are there any particular platforms I should be aiming at, a particular upload cadence, a particular type of content?
Here's what you need to know. You need to know that humans have a limited ability to remember names and faces. They only have a small number of slots in their brain for who they remember. And the number is about 1,500 in total. And it's about 150 that you can kind of remember well. And these are called Dunbar's numbers. And Dunbar's numbers basically said you've got a few slots for your family and then some more slots for friends. Then you've got your acquaintances, right up to 1,500 people that you can easily put a name and a face to. In order for you to be successful, you've got to get into people's head. They have to kind of know who you are. In order to do that, they have to spend time with you. They have to have repetition with you, and they have to see you in multiple contexts. So the research says 7-11-4. 7 hours, 11 interactions on 4 platforms.
Per?
In order for you to remember me.
Okay, total.
So, for example, you and I, we've now connected a few times. So we have probably clocked up maybe 7 hours together. Now, what that means is that if I bumped into you at a conference, even if I was on one side of the room and you on the other side of the room, you'd say, oh, there's Daniel. Your brain would immediately go, oh, there's Daniel. I'll walk over, I'll say hello, because we've spent enough time together. Now, there's this phenomenon called parasocial relationships. Parasocial relationships are basically one-sided relationships. It's how we feel towards famous people. So we think that we know George Clooney. We think that we know Angelina Jolie. We don't. It's a parasocial relationship. That person, we've spent time with them through their movies, through their media appearances, and therefore, because they've clocked up 7-11-4 with us, we then feel that we know them. Is this making sense?
Makes perfect sense.
Yeah, so what we have to do is build parasocial relationships at scale. So what we have to do is put out enough stuff where anyone can spend 7 hours, 11 interactions on 4 platforms. So when I work with entrepreneurs, here's one of the questions I always ask. I say, if I was to block out tomorrow and I'm going to take all day to watch, read, or listen to everything that you've got available online, and I'm looking for things that are on message that tell me about who you are, who you serve, what it is that you do, can I spend all day going through your online environment and just fill the entire day? And most people say no. And then occasionally,
Purely based on what I saw in my life with
Question: what is the best e-commerce business to start today? Is it dropshipping from China and selling on Shopify? Long delivery time, low margins, and communication issues? Nope. Or, oh god, is it Amazon FBA? Upfront inventory, long storage fees, and competition from Amazon themselves? Definitely not, okay? But what if I told you there is a new e-com business model that has all the advantages of Shopify and FBA, but none of the downsides? It is called the AI e-com business. And using this business model, you do not have to worry about dropshipping from China or
rich people around me and the decisions they started to make. Is a lot of the most successful people that if I was Keir Starmer, I'd want to keep in this country, especially the ones that don't have the mortgage yet and the family, they are off.
They're off.
They are going. And then the stats came out, which I think recently said that about 10,000, we've had like an exodus of these people. And I know it's triggering for some people because they fucking hate rich people and they just think that rich people should just, but if you are truly, I think, in the middle, you do come to understand to some degree that the backbone of our economy is entrepreneurship, small businesses. With AI and technology becoming an even greater part of our economy, there's a certain type of entrepreneur that's likely to build and succeed in AI that we really need to keep. And we are competing geographically with San Francisco, Dubai, Abu Dhabi.
We absolutely are. The other thing, people think that rich people are taking money out of the economy, and the opposite is happening. They're creating wealth that pumps into the economy, and they're creating it from figments of their imagination. They're building things that didn't exist that come into the economy as new wealth. If we were living, now mind you, that's not all millionaires. Some millionaires are horrible landlords who make their money by bullying people. If you live in certain locations, the only millionaires you've met are probably slum landlords or something like that. That's not who we're talking about. We're not talking about people who are rent seekers or people who, kind of bully people around or any of that sort of stuff. We're talking about wealth creators, people who are coming up with new intellectual property and bringing it into the economy to create jobs and wealth and investments, and they make the world go round. One of the reasons we have wealth inequality is not what's being talked about. Wealth inequality is because of technology and technology adoption. So I want you to imagine that we've got 2 people who are racing each other in a marathon. One person is running and one person's on a bicycle. So they've got technology that they're leveraging. The person on the bicycle is going to be powering ahead effortlessly. And it's going to look like a very unfair thing. And you say, well, this person works just as hard as this person. Why are they getting ahead a lot faster? Because this one on the cycle is leveraging technology and this person's not leveraging technology. When we go through these great shifts, we actually get people who are stuck in the old system and people who are in the new system. Charles Dickens wrote about this in the early Industrial Revolution. There were all of these kids that were on the street, right? Oliver Twist. And there was this huge wealth inequality, as some people were industrialists and some people were still in the feudal system in the agricultural age. Some people's income was linked to capitalism, some people's income was linked to feudalism. So in the same way that was happening then, we're going to see a very similar Dickens. I mean, he had that famous book called The Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, was the opening line. We're going to have the same thing now. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, because we're going to have some people who are leveraging technology and they live a life of fun, freedom, fulfillment, financial success. And with some people who are stuck in the industrial age who sit there and say, I work as hard as I possibly can and I cannot get ahead. I'm falling behind year after year after year. And it's because we have 2 systems operating in parallel.
Okay, so the people that would counter you now, when you talk about, the idea that these individuals that are leaving are wealth creators, what is the counterpoint? That is, does make sense. There are some rich people I know that are hoarding a lot of stuff. I mean, they do create opportunities for the economy, but they're in a hoarding season of life, just kind of stacking it up. They're not really giving it to many people, and they're playing certain money games just to build wealth and not necessarily creating huge economic value.
So what we need is nuance, and we need the nuance to understand that there are poor people who are rent seekers, who are not productive, who are takers from the economy. There are rich people who are takers from the economy, and there are rich people who are phenomenal wealth creators who create opportunities around them. There are poor people who are phenomenally valuable to the economy. So if we were to just simply make no distinction by just simply the level of wealth or income, it doesn't distinguish between, let's say, a nurse who's on 30,000 and someone who's a drug dealer on 30,000. They're not. They might be economically the same. They're not the same types of people in the economy. So what we need to do is have some nuance and understand what is the behaviors that we want to incentivize, what is the behaviors that we want to avoid. We want to make it hard to simply stick all of your money in expensive assets and then rent them out. We want to tax that. And we want to make it easy to invest in new economy. We want to make it easy to bring down the prices of things. We want to make it easy for wealthy people to invest into startups. We want to make it easy for people to relocate here, and it's an attractive opportunity to build a business here and create jobs here. We've just stuck a 15% tax on top of employing people. So a lot of entrepreneurs have responded by outsourcing to remote workers. I know plenty of companies that are now hiring people in the Philippines and South Africa because it's 15%, but straight off the back, all things being equal, it's 15% cheaper to hire someone overseas than here. So the government is making the wrong moves. They're just doing the wrong thing. They're making it expensive to hire people here. They're making it expensive for talented people to live here and be here. So the economy is going to suffer until they get their head around the fact that we're a globally competitive economy. We have to be globally competitive, that we live in a digital world. It's just going to get worse and worse.
Is this in part because the way that the political system is set up is that the Prime Minister or the President has 4 years? So actually they're quite short term. Because I'm thinking of Keir Starmer. He's saying that he walked into this deficit and now it looks like he's scrambling around for the money. And the long-term play here would be we need to change the schooling system so that in 15 years' time, we've got a lot of AI knowledge base in our economy.
It's not that. It's just that in the industrial age, we created institutions that were appropriate for the industrial age, and now they've run to the end, and now they're just outdated. Look at the name, the UK government. That means it's a geographical border. The London City Council means it's an M25, right? Is the geography. The British, the UK economy. So anything that is defined by geography already misses the point. Straight off the bat, it misses the point. And the point is that we live in a world where you can sell to anyone in the world, you can hire anyone in the world, you can pay anyone in the world, you can build a brand effortlessly from your phone, you can live and work from anywhere, you can create companies super easily. Like all of those things, like the fundamental technology has shifted. So it's like saying, oh, how do we change the Duke and Lord system and the serfdom system? It's like, well, that was for the agricultural age, that was the system that evolved. We're going to need a completely different system because we now have an industrialized economy. So unfortunately, we're going into a digital world, or we're in a digital world, and the entire government is set up for the industrial economy. National identity was a massive thing in the industrial age. National currency was a very big thing for the industrial age.
Do you think Trump's going to make good decisions?
He's certainly going to be a disruptor. He's going to be an accelerant. Whatever's happening, I think he's going to break things that we're going to break, and I think he's probably going to bring in some things that emerge as good things. I think we were definitely going in the wrong direction. We were becoming, governments of the world were becoming very authoritarian for a while there. They were really policing different, elements of our lives and speech and those sorts of things, and all of that's going to definitely swing back the other way. The pendulum has already swung back the other way. If you saw the Mark Zuckerberg announcement the other day.
Are you bullish on America?
Oh, America is definitely the most bullish place, yeah.
So this goes back to something I said earlier in terms of if I'm an entrepreneur and I want to position myself where the opportunity is, where the capital is, where the mentality is.
Yeah, where is actually online. So the where is digital. You can go to Silicon Valley and you'll see some of the poorest people living next to some of the richest people. So it's not a geographical thing, it's a mindset. And the mindset is digital versus analog, or digital versus geographical. But the biggest economy, the winner take all, is the US, right? Because the US is in a very unique position. They're energy independent, they're food independent, they've got massive natural geographical borders, so they don't have to police their neighbors. They have one friendly neighbor at the north called Canada and one neighbor they can work with called Mexico. Although, contrast China, I think they've got 17 neighbors to manage. So the US has got clear runways, biggest economy in the world, most technology, most universities, all of that sort of stuff.
We take our time when it comes to hiring at Flight Story because I fundamentally believe the success of a business is directly linked to how good you are at hiring. And better hiring starts with smarter insights. LinkedIn, who's a sponsor of this podcast, has some of the strongest hiring data available to help you identify the best candidates for your business. Their platform will even pair you with those who match what you're looking for, which might lie outside of the job description and more in their unique skills and interests. Because these days, hiring isn't just about finding the most qualified person, but also finding the one whose experience, abilities, and interests align with your company's mission. And it goes beyond candidates who are applying for jobs too. In any given week, 171 million members who aren't actively seeking jobs are open to
They're about 6 a.m. and I'm like, I didn't even realize why we were climbing through the night. Like, it hadn't even occurred to me, why would we be doing it like this? And then finally we get up the top and I realize, oh, this is why we're doing it at 6 a.m. because the sun comes up at 6 a.m. So we get to the top of the mountain and the sun comes up and it's like glorious. The air is thin, it's crisp, it's just incredible. And it's cold, right, which is rare in Bali. And then the sun lights up Bali and I can see all of Bali and all of the glimmering sea, and it's just beautiful. I'm standing there and I'm just loving it, taking it in, and we put eggs in the hole and the volcano steam cooks the eggs. And then I look onto the horizon and there's this thing called Mount Ranjani. I say to the guide, what's that mountain over there? He goes, oh, that's Mount Ranjani. I go, oh, is that on the island of Bali? He goes, no, that's on a different island. I go, oh, how do you get there? You've got to catch a ferry. How many days does it take? Oh, you've got to go for 3 days. How long does it take to climb? Oh, it takes about this much climb. Is it higher or lower or blah, blah, blah? How much is it? Can I book through you? And he says, Mr. Daniel, you need to appreciate the mountain you're standing on right now. Right? He puts his arm around me. You need to learn to appreciate the mountain you're already standing on. So when I was standing on that mountain, I could see everything but the mountain. Right? I'm looking around the horizon, I'm seeing all this, I'm seeing the mountain on the thing, but I couldn't see the mountain that I was already standing on because I was too close to it. So the biggest thing that people miss in today's world is that they're already standing on a mountain of value. They've already got so much value, but they're so distracted by the mountain on the horizon. They go, oh, Stephen Bartlett, he's already so much further ahead. He creates podcasts. I could never do that, right? Or they go, oh, I saw this person who's really good in my industry and they wrote a book and I could never write like that. Or, I don't know if I've got anything of value to share. Some people have floated a company for $1 billion and I've only just started, right? What am I going to share? And what they miss is that every single person, your story is relevant, your background is relevant. The people that you know is part of the mountain of value. Your relatability is part of the mountain of value. You're losing your relatability because as you go so high, people just starting out can't even comprehend how to get there. So someone in the middle is going to take the place that you previously occupied because they're more relatable. They're only 2 steps ahead, not 20 steps ahead. So every single person has this mountain of value, but the biggest thing at the moment is the distraction of all the other stuff. And you're so close to your own mountain of value, you can't see it. So the first thing I love to do is just put my arm around people and say, please learn to appreciate the mountain you're already standing on.
It's so true. And so I was just talking to someone before you came in about my girlfriend. She's a breathwork practitioner. She's got her own studio, balibreathwork.com, if anyone wants to go to her retreats. And she, hashtag ad, I guess. And she was spending a lot of time talking about making Instagram videos again. And in fact, I think 2 years passes and she's talking about it, and she buys a camera and buys another camera and buys another camera, etc., as we all do. And I realized that eventually the reason why she wasn't starting is she was so, I think, a little bit too focused on how it might perform, that first video she dropped, that she never dropped the video. And I was reading a book over the Christmas break. I think it was The Courage to Be Disliked. And it talks about the possibility gap, something like the possibility gap, where it's the gap when you announce your intention and before you do it. And you can live in this gap because there's been no evidence to prove you can't yet. There's been no evidence to prove that you're actually not good at violin or you're not good at DJing. So you can live in this gap for a long time. It's like the realm of possibility. Yeah. You've announced it, people are now giving you credit for it, and there's been no evidence to prove you can't do it. And one of the things that actually got her posting over Christmas was when I said to her, instead of like trying to make good videos, let's make the objective, get to video 1,000. She's posted every day since. She's posted 30 odd videos on her Instagram since then.
Changed the goal.
The minute the goal became, let's get to video 1,000, she was off to the races.
The other thing that happens is in an exponential world, in an exponential curve, every double eclipses everything that came before it. And when you go through a doubling speed, you're doubling and doubling and doubling. Each double is worth everything before. So imagine this. We put 1 grain of rice on a chessboard, then 2, then 4, then 8. 8 is bigger than 7 that came before, then 16, which is bigger than 15 that came before that, right? And it goes like this. So every double eclipses everything that came before. So in an exponential world, just those first 1,000 videos, you might only get 10,000 followers, right? It might be small, but then you get a breakthrough, and then in that breakthrough, you get more than 10,000 followers from that breakthrough. But it was all of that that led to that.
That's exactly what happened to me, almost to the number.
And to me.
The really important part there for me as well is just to go for 10 years at anything, you are going to need to really love the fucking thing. And so as much as we talk about strategies and tactics and waitlist and all these things, the overarching thing of how do we get to consistency so we can start to compound is a consequence of love and passion.
And repetition. this is what we're talking about, repetition. How many times has Adele sung Set Fire to the Rain? How many times has Ed Sheeran done Castle on the Hill? How many times has Metallica done Master of Puppets? So like all of the greatest that you admire, they all do repetition, and it's perfect reps. They do it over and over and over again. No one's talking about this. Some of the biggest, most successful businesses, WD-40. WD-40 was the 40th attempt to create a spray that would do that thing that WD-40 does. And then for the last 50 years, they've just been selling WD-40. It's their one product, and they just sell it in a small can or a big can. Tabasco sauce. It's a 150-year-old business, and they just sell Tabasco, but every house in the world has Tabasco sauce. Fender Stratocaster guitars. They figured it out in 1950s, and they have made that same guitar ever since. Porsche 911, they've barely changed it, but Porsche 911 is the most successful sports car because they just get good at doing Porsche 911s. I love Swiss Army knives, Rolex watches. They are all businesses where they figure out what to do and then they just fall in love with the repetitions. They just do it and do it and do it and do it. And you've done 400 episodes of the show, I think, and the first 100...
Is that true?
421. So you've done 421 episodes of the show. I would almost guess that the last 21 probably eclipse the first 100.
To say the least.
To say the least, right? In fact, when I was on the show last time, you just crossed 5 million subscribers. I think you're coming up on 10 million.
Yeah, we did 500,000 in December.
So this is called doubling speed.
Yeah, it's
right?
mental.
You're doubling and doubling and doubling. What will blow your mind is that you'll go from 10 million to 20 million in the year ahead. So it feels, because that's exponential growth. What if you continue to do the reps, you will cross 10 million, and in the same speed that you went from 5 to 10, you'll go from 10 to 20. You'll have 20 million subscribers to the channel if you continue to do the reps. So when we crank the handle, we go through doubling speeds, and you want to figure out what is the activity that leads to exponential growth, and just do it again, and fall in love with doing it.
It's really that simple.
If you're playing the right game, it is. I analysed your episodes, by the way. Of your last 117 episodes, what percentage were authors?
I'm going to say it's a high percentage.
It's very high, 78%.
Okay.
91 out of 117 are authors. They've all written books. What's interesting is the ones who haven't written books are typically like superstars and like mega stars in some other thing. But almost all of your guests have written at least one book. But 78% of your guests have written a book. Writing a book is a good idea.
It is a good idea. And it's a good idea for the unobvious reasons that most people don't think. It's not necessarily to sell books, because I've got a book that sold pretty well, but I don't necessarily think it's made much money.
No, it's relationships on steroids. It is the ability to have a relation. It's a parasocial relationship. It's the ability to have a relationship with an anonymous person on the other side of the planet, where they clock up 7 hours with you. Literally what was once inside your head word for word is now inside their head word for word. So you actually connect at a very deep level with people at scale. So authors, becoming an author, one thing that I recommend to all the listeners is have a goal to become an author.
Even if you haven't done anything yet?
You can document your journey. You can discover that you are standing on a mountain of value. A lot of people think they've not done anything. I've had people who've written really successful businesses about the passion that they have and the vision that they have. Really successful books about the passion and vision that they have. I have people who, I've got someone who was very successful at selling, as a small business, selling a corporate contract. And they wrote a book about how small businesses can sell to corporates. And that was based on maybe 8 to 10 major contracts that they'd won, but then they documented the process. And now they have a whole business teaching small businesses to sell to corporates. So if you've done one little thing, that could actually be a massive business bigger than one of our guys, Howard Tinker. He ran a successful restaurant, and he had a successful process for building his restaurant, regulars and people who, locals who come back and back. And he actually wrote a book, it's an Australian term, but he says more bums on seats. In America, it would have to be more butts on seats. But he wrote the book called More Bums on Seats, gave it out to 1,000 restaurants and said, here's how I built my restaurant. And then ended up building a massive coaching and consulting business, teaching restaurants how to do their sales and marketing. So he had one little restaurant, and then he turned it into a big thing. Gabriella, who I mentioned before, she helped some couples get pregnant through her fertility interventions, and then she wrote a book called Fertility Breakthrough, and now she gives away 4,000 copies a year, and her business is massive.
On that point of sales, are there any frameworks for sales that you advise or give to entrepreneurs when they're trying? Because on stage, a lot of people ask me this. They say things like this: I'm trying to sell to a customer, or I'm trying to sell to the CEO of this company some idea that I have to change the company, or I'm trying to sell downwards as a leader.
Yeah.
Is there a framework for selling?
Well, you want to productize your sales, and what you want to do is productize the demo and the customer needs analysis and give it a name so that it feels like a product, and it doesn't feel like a sale, it feels like a product, so that you feel that you're getting something of value by seeing the demo and doing the customer needs analysis. That's one of the first things.
So break that down for me. So when you say the word demo.
So the demo is explaining the value of what you do.
Yeah.
So you want to craft a demo. Crafting a demo is like, you want to be able to do the features, advantages, benefits, the research, the backs it up. You want to be able to show some data. You want to have an emotional story that tells people how this product works and how it changed someone's life or how it delivered a valuable outcome. So all of that's in the demo, and the demo shows how your product is the path of least resistance between the current reality, the desired reality, and the obstacles that a ideal customer has. So you take an ideal customer, this is where they are, this is where they want to be, this is what's stopping them. Look at our path of least resistance that we've created. But it's not for everybody. You have to do a customer needs analysis, so a survey or an assessment, and then that tells you whether you need this product or not. So you want to productize that. You want to give it a name, and you want to give it a landing page, and people can sign up to it, so they can experience the presentation and do the customer needs analysis.
I've got a picture here called the messy middle.
Yeah, the Google report.
I've actually never seen this before, this image.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me, I'll put it on the screen and link it below for anyone that wants to look at it, I highly recommend you do, what this image is?
Yeah, so we used to think of marketing as marketing funnels. And marketing funnels, essentially, we would push people through a marketing process from awareness to consideration through to trust and commitment and purchase. So it was this marketing funnel, and we're just kind of funneling them through. And that's how we, almost all marketers draw funnels.
Yeah.
And then Google did some research to see, is this actually true? Is this still how people buy? And they found it's actually not how people buy at all anymore. Top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel has been replaced by a trigger, a totally random journey through a playground where we explore and evaluate randomly, and then a trigger for signaling intent, and then purchase over here. So what this might look like is I might see an influencer talking about her handbag, and I go, oh, I'm interested in that brand. I'll give them a follow.
Yeah.
And then I ignore them. And then I discover that they've actually put some videos on YouTube, and I start watching a video on YouTube, but then I go and do something else. And then I see a review website, and I go on the review website. Then I find out that brand has actually created a waiting list for a new product. So I actually say, oh, I might drive the waiting list. Now I'm ending up down here. And then I get on the waiting list. They tell me that they're only releasing 500 of that product. Would I like one? Yes, I would. So then I basically go and purchase. So it's no longer a funnel experience, because customers have figured out that they can disappear within 3 seconds if they want to, right? They can just jump your fence, and a funnel feels dehumanizing for most people. So they don't like to be funneled. They like to go on an adventure. So rather than thinking of our marketing as a funnel, we want to think about it as an adventure or a playground. So we're going to create things that people can interact with and play with. So they could watch a video, they could listen to a podcast, they could take an online assessment, they could complete a customer needs analysis, they could watch a demo, they could get free access to a trial in a portal, they could join a community, they could join a discussion group, right? So these are all things that people can engage with or play with, and we want it to avoid feeling like a funnel. We want to feel like it's lots of value, lots of great experiences, and then at a certain time, there are moments to act if you want to buy something. If you're the right person at the right time, this is the moment to act. So it's a bit of a different way of thinking about marketing, but it acknowledges the fact that we're living in a very different world where funnels worked when people were afraid of not seeing you ever again, or that they're afraid that they would miss out, but no one's afraid of that anymore.
The people that came to you following our last conversation and that sent you messages and DMs, what is the most frequently occurring question that they asked you?
How do I start when I don't have a brand? Like a lot of people say, I've got a big idea or I want to launch, but I don't have a brand yet. I'm invisible. I feel invisible, and that makes me feel stuck. And essentially, they know what they're excited about. They know what they're passionate about. I've got a big new product idea. I've got a way of expanding into a new territory, but I don't have the brand.
And is that where your 5 Ps come in for becoming a key person of influence?
So the 5 Ps is we have to learn to pitch. Right, the entrepreneur journey is a journey of 1,000 pitches. One way or another, you're either going to pitch an average pitch and end up with nothing, or you pitch a phenomenal pitch and end up with a $10 to $100 million business. If you're Elon Musk, you'll end up pitching your way to Mars, right? But the entrepreneur journey is all about pitching. So we've got to have a great way of pitching the business so people are excited.
In person or digitally?
Could be video, right? I've seen Mark Zuckerberg do hundreds of pitches over the last 20 years for Facebook and new features. Steve Jobs used to do it on stage, but then the video went out. So you can do it to video, you can do it to camera, you can do it on a podcast, you can do it live, you can do it one-to-one, you can do it to groups, but you have to learn how to be able to pitch an idea, get people excited about something through your words. Entrepreneurs and founders, they are the spokesperson for their business. They have to be able to be good at pitching. The second thing is publishing content, publishing videos, publishing podcasts, publishing a book, publishing on LinkedIn, right? So it's essentially taking the elements of a pitch, but putting it into different formats. 7-11-4 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The third element is productization, the product ecosystem. Too many people sell time and skills. They have to sell intellectual property, media, data, software, or productized services. They have to have a scalable product, something that doesn't require their time and effort in order to sell it again and again. Because your time and effort as a founder has to be on the demand side, not the supply side. So we've got to productize. Raising profile is the next one. So having your social media platforms, doing some live events, winning some awards, getting on traditional media or third-party platforms, all of that is your profile. And then the next one, once you've done all of that, is doing your first joint ventures and partnerships. So big business happens when you can find the right partners. So you might need a capital partner for investment, or you might need a distribution partner for sales. You might need a product partner, someone who actually partners to incorporate something that they do into your product. So packaging up through partnerships. So I always focus people on pitching, publishing, product profile, partnerships. That's the role of the founder. We call that the key person of influence role. Personal brand feels like this weird thing, or it feels like branding, or it feels like this kind of like, I've got to, get up every day and photograph my breakfast and, all that sort of stuff. But actually, if we just focus on pitch, publish, product profile, partnership, most people who are sensible people with successful businesses, they say, oh, that makes sense. I like all of those things.
Yeah, personal branding has got a bit of a rap, isn't it? Bit of a stigma.